Outside the Universe ******** Outside the Universe by Edmond Hamilton. Transcriber's note: this text was produced from Weird Tales July, August, September, October 1929. Extensive research did not uncover any evidence that the U.S. copyright on this publication was renewed. Around we swept in one great lightning curve, and then were rushing straight back upon the three racing ships. One, the swarm from space, the floor beneath me, slanting swiftly downward, flung me across the room and against its metal wall as our whole ship suddenly spun crazily in mid-space. For the moment following I had only a swift vision of walls and floor and ceiling gyrating insanely about me while I clutched in vain for some hold upon them, and at the same moment I glimpsed through the window the other ships of my little squadron plunging helplessly about behind us. Then as our craft's wild whirling slackened I stumbled to my feet, out of the room and up the narrow stair outside it, bursting into the transparent walled little pilot room where my two strange lieutenants stood at the ship's controls. Chorus Khan. Jul-Din, I exclaimed. Are you trying to wreck us all? The two turned toward me, saluting. Chorus Khan, of Antares, was of the metal-bodied races of that star's countless worlds, his brain and heart and nervous system and vital organs encased in an upright body of gleaming metal whose powerful triple arms and triple legs were immune from all fatigue, and from whose ball-like upper brain chamber or head his triangle of three keen eyes looked forth. Jul-Din, too, was as patently of Spica, of the crustacean peoples of that sun's planets, with his big, erect body armored in hard black shell, his two mighty upper arms and two lower legs short and thick and stiff, while from his shiny black conical head protruded his twin round eyes. Drawn as the members of our crews were, from every peopled star in the galaxy, there were yet no stranger or more dissimilar shapes among them than these two, who confronted me for a moment now in silence before Chorus Khan made answer. Sorry, sir, he said, it was another uncharted ether current. Another, I repeated, and they nodded. This squadron is supposed to have the easiest section of the whole interstellar patrol, out here along the galaxy's edge, said Jul-Din, but we're no sooner clear of one cursed current than we're into another. Well, currents or no currents, we'll have to hold our course, I told them. The patrol has to be kept up, even out here. And as Chorus Khan's hands on the controls brought our long, slender ship back into its proper path, I stepped over beside him. Standing between the Antarian and the Spican and glancing back through our rear telescopic distance windows, I could make out in a moment the other ships of our squadron, falling again into formation far behind us. Then I had turned, and with my two friends was gazing forth into the great vista of light and darkness that lay before us. It was toward our left that the light lay, for to the right and in front and behind us the eye met only blackness, the utter, unimaginable blackness of outer space. Left of us, though, there stretched along the ebon heavens a colossal belt of countless brilliant stars, the gathered suns of our galaxy. A stupendous, disk-like mass of stars, It floated there in the black void of space like a little island of light, and hundreds of billions of miles outward from the outermost suns of this island universe our little squadron flashed through space, parallel to its edge. Looking toward the great galaxy from that distance, its countless thousands of glittering suns seemed merged almost in one mighty flaming mass, yet even among those thousands there burned out distinctly the clearer glory of the greater suns, the blue radiance of Vega, or the yellow splendor of Altair, or the white fire of great Canopus itself. Here and there among the fiery thousands, too, there glowed the strange, misty luminescence of the galaxy's mighty comets, while at the galaxy's edge directly to our left there flamed among the more loosely scattered stars the great Cancer cluster, a close-packed, ball-like mass of hundreds of shining suns, gathered together there like a great hive of swarming stars. On our right, though, sharply contrasted with the galaxy's far-flung splendor, there stretched only blackness, the deep, utter blackness of that titanic void that lies outside our universe. Black, deep black, it stretched away in unthinkable reaches of eternal emptiness and night. Far away in that blackness the eye could in time make out, hardly to be seen, a few faint little patches of misty light, glowing feebly to our eyes across the mighty gloom of space, faint patches of light that were, I knew, galaxies of stars, island universes like our own, separated from our own by a titanic void of millions of light-years of space, an immensity of emptiness into which even the swiftest of our ships could not venture, and beside which the distances between our own stars seemed tiny and insignificant. In silence we gazed into that mighty panorama of thronging stars and cosmic void, standing there together as we three had stood for many an hour, Antarian and Spican and human. From the ship's hull, stretched beneath the little pilot room in which we stood, there came dimly to our ears the strangely differing voices of our crew. Over these occasional voices, too, there beat unceasingly the deep, droning hum of the great mechanisms whose tremendously powerful force vibrations were propelling us on through space at almost 1,000 light speeds. Except for these familiar half-heard sounds, though, there was only silence in the pilot room, and in silence we three gazed as our ship and the ships behind it flashed on and on. Then, abruptly, Chorus Khan uttered a sharp cry, pointing upward. "Look," he cried. "That swarm on the space chart." Startled, our eyes lifted to where the Antarian pointed, toward the big space chart on the wall above the window. A great rectangle of smooth, burnished metal. Upon its flat surface were represented all in the heavens immediately about us. On the chart's left side there shone scores of little circles of glowing light, extending outward from the left edge for several inches, representing the outmost suns of the great galaxy to our left. Inches outward from the outermost of those glowing circles there moved upon the blank metal, creeping upward in a course parallel to the galaxy's edge, a formation of a dozen tiny black dots, the dots that were our squadron of ships, holding to our regular patrol far out from the galaxy's edge. And inches outward from our ship dots, in turn, out in the blank metal at the chart's right, there moved inward toward us and toward the galaxy a great swarm of other black dots, a close-massed cluster of thousands of dots there on the chart that represented, we knew, a mighty swarm of matter moving in out of the void of outer space toward our ships and toward the galaxy to our left. A swarm of meteors, I exclaimed. It could be nothing else, I knew, that was approaching our galaxy out of the unplumbed, awful void. A swarm of meteors from outer space, and moving at unthinkable speed. A swarm of meteors from outer space, repeated Chorus Khan, thoughtfully. It's unprecedented, and yet the space chart doesn't lie. I glanced again at the big chart. The swarm's heading almost straight toward us, I said, watching the close-massed dots creeping across the big chart. But it's traveling at thousands of light speeds, and must be caught in an ether current of inconceivable velocity. Its speed seems to be steadily slackening, though, said Jaldin as we gazed up at the space chart in silent awe. I nodded. Yes, but it ought to reach us within a few more hours. We'll halt our ships here until it reaches us, and as it passes we can ascertain its extent and report to General Patrol Headquarters at Canopus. They can send out meteor sweeps then to destroy the swarm before it can enter the galaxy and menace interstellar navigation. Even while I spoke, Chorus Khan had swiftly shifted the levers in his grasp, quickly reducing our craft's great speed, while the half-score of ships behind us slowed their own flight at the same moment in answer to his signal. The humming drone of our great propulsion vibration generators waned to a thin whine and then died altogether as our ships came to a halt, while at the same moment the dozen ship dots on the space chart ceased to move also, hanging motionless on that chart as we were hanging motionless in space. Inches to the right of them, though, the close-massed dots of the mighty swarm were still creeping steadily across the chart, though now their unheard-of speed was fast slackening. In silent awe we regarded them. Out there in the awful void beside us, we knew, the great swarm was rushing ever closer toward us, even as those thousands of close-massed dots crept toward our own ship dots, and a strange tension held us as we watched them moving nearer. To any of our comrades in the interstellar patrol it would have seemed strange enough, no doubt, the tense silence in which we watched the approach of the swarm, for surely a meteor swarm more or less was nothing new to us. We had met with many a one in our patrols inside the galaxy, and many a time had aided in the work of the great star-cruising meteor sweeps which keep free of them the space lanes between the galaxy's suns. But this swarm, rushing toward us out of the mighty depths of outer space, was different. Never in all our history had any such mighty swarm of matter as this come toward our galaxy from the unplumbed outer void, and at such a speed as this one. For though it was moving slower and slower there on the space chart, the great swarm was still flashing through space toward the galaxy at more than 1,000 light speeds, a velocity greater than that of any of our ships. Silently we watched, there in the pilot room, while the swarm of close-massed dots crept across the big space chart, toward the galaxy and toward the dozen dots that were our ships. Slower and slower still it was moving, its speed smoothly and steadily decreasing as it swept in toward the galaxy from outer space. Such a decrease in speed was strange enough, we knew, but knew too that if the swarm was being borne on toward us by a terrific ether current, its speed would slacken as the speed of the current slackened. The minutes dragged past, forming into an hour, and another, while we watched and waited there, and steadily still the swarm crept on toward us, moving on now at a steady velocity of 500 to 600 light speeds. Our ships hung silent and motionless still in space, with away to our left the flaming torches of the galaxy's thronging suns, and to our right the great vault of blackness out of which that mighty swarm of matter was rushing toward us. Straight toward us almost it was heading on the space chart, and now, as it crept over the last half-inch that separated it on the chart from our ships, I gave an order that sent our ships and those behind it slanting steeply upward. In swift, great spirals our squadron climbed, and within a moment more was hanging thousands of miles higher in space than before, our prows pointed now toward the galaxy. Tensely I watched the space chart, and then, just as the great swarm of black dots reached the dozen dots that were our ships, I uttered a single word, and instantly our squadron was racing toward the galaxy at a full 500 light speeds, moving now at the same speed as the great swarm and hanging thousands of miles above it as it rushed on through space toward the galaxy. It was the familiar maneuver of the interstellar patrol in reconnoitering a meteor swarm, to hang above it and race at the same speed with it through space, but never yet had we essayed it on such a swarm as this one, moving as it was at an incredible speed for inanimate matter, and without any signs about it of the ether current which we had thought was the reason for that speed. Now, as our ships hummed swiftly on, I stood with Geraldine at the projecting distance windows, gazing down into the mighty abyss of space that lay beneath us. Somewhere in that abyss, I knew, the great swarm was racing on at the same speed as ourselves, but as we gazed tensely down our eyes met nothing but an impenetrable darkness, the cold, empty blackness of the infinite void. I turned, signaled with my hand to Chorus Khan at the controls, and then our ship began to drop smoothly to a lower level as it raced on, following a downward slanting course now with the ships of our squadron behind close on our track. Down we slanted, still racing onward at the same terrific speed, while the Spican and I searched the darkness beneath with our eyes through the thick-lensed protecting windows, yet still was nothing visible in the tenebrous void below. Lower, still lower, our ship slanted, and then suddenly Geraldine gave utterance to a short exclamation. "Down there," he cried, pointing down through the little window. "Those shining points, you see them?" I gazed tensely down in the direction in which he pointed, and for a time could see nothing still but the infinite unlit blackness. Then suddenly my eyes too made out a few gleaming little points of light in the darkness far beneath us, points of light far separated from each other and driving on through space toward the galaxy far ahead, at the same speed as ourselves. And now, as our ships slanted still down over and toward them, they became more and more numerous to my eyes, a vast, far-flung swarm of fully 5,000 gleaming points, spaced 1,000 miles from one another, and racing on through space in a great triangular or wedge-shaped formation, the triangle's apex toward the galaxy ahead. The light with which each gleamed made the whole vast swarm seem like a throng of tiny ghosts of stars, driving through the void, though I knew that metallic meteors sometimes shone so with light reflected from the stars. Never yet, though, had I seen a swarm gathered in such a precise formation as this one, or one that flashed onward at such vast and uniform speed. It was like a scene out of some strange dream, lying there in the black void beneath us, the mighty, silent swarm of light points whirling on through space at that awful speed toward the massed, burning suns of the galaxy far ahead, out of the mysteries of outer space. Held still silent by the strangeness of it, we gazed down upon it, as our ships slanted lower still. Then, as our squadron drove down at last to within a few hundred miles of the great swarm, the nature of those driving points of light became suddenly visible, and we gasped aloud. For these were no meteors that drove through space in that mighty swarm beneath us. These were no fragments of cosmic wreckage out of the flotsam of smashed worlds and stars. These were mighty, symmetrical shapes of smooth metal, each an elongated oval in form and with rounded ends, each a great ship as large or larger than our own. The front end of each of these great oval ships glowed with white light, the light points we had glimpsed from above, since the front end of each was transparent walled like our own pilot room, and brilliantly lit inside. In those white-lit pilot rooms we could half glimpse, as we flashed along, masses of strange machinery and switches, and stranger beings that seemed to move about them, apparently directing the course and speed of their great ships as the whole mighty swarm of them rushed on through space, toward the galaxy's suns ahead. Spaceships! My exclamation held all the stunned amazement that had gripped us all. Spaceships in thousands from the outer void. Before I could complete the thought that was flashing across my mind, there was a cry from Geraldine, beside me, and I wheeled about to find him pointing downward, gazed swiftly down to see that a score or more of the great, strange ships beneath were suddenly slanting up toward us, as we raced along above them. With the swiftness of thought they flashed up toward us, and I had a lightning vision of the white-lit pilot rooms at the nose of each, rushing toward us like blurs of brilliant light. Then, as I shouted aloud, Chorus Khan swung the controls in his grasp with lightning speed, and instantly our ship flashed sidewise in a twisting turn. Even as we swerved, though, there leapt from the foremost of the uprushing craft a pale broad beam of ghostly white light that stabbed up toward and past us, grazing our ship, and that struck the foremost of the ships of our squadron behind us. I saw the broad beam strike that ship squarely, saw it playing on and through it, and for a moment could see no effect apparent. Then, as the great pale beam played across the ship in a swift slicing sweep, I saw that as it shone through that ship's pilot room the figures inside it suddenly vanished. The next moment the ship had suddenly driven crazily off into space, whirling blindly away without occupant or crew, all life in it wiped instantly from existence by that terrible death beam that had played through it. Now the attacking ships were leaping up toward us, flashing up lightning-like with ghostly beams of death whirling and stabbing about and toward us, and now, over the wild clamor of sudden battle in the hull beneath, I heard the great cry of Jaldin, beside me. Spaceships in thousands, and they're attacking us. They've come from somewhere toward our galaxy, have come out of outer space itself to attack our universe. Two chased through the void. The moment of swift, terrific battle that followed was to me then only a wild uproar of flashing action and hoarse shouts, as the mighty ships beneath leapt up toward us. It was only another sudden twisting turn of our ship by Coruscant that saved us from annihilation in that wild first moment of combat, since the score or more of pale, deadly beams from beneath, stabbing past us as we twisted, struck the ships of our squadron behind and in another moment had sent half of them reeling blindly and aimlessly out of sight, driving haphazardly off into space as the ghostly beams annihilated all the life inside them. Then, as we raced still through space above the mighty swarm, the score of attacking ships suddenly divided, a dozen of them driving up toward the ships behind us while the remainder flashed toward us, their great, pale rays still stabbing and slicing as they leapt on. Even as our ship swerved from the pale beams leaping up toward us, though, I had shouted an order into the tube beside me, and now from our own craft there stabbed down toward the upward rushing ships a half-dozen long, narrow rays of brilliant red light. 4 of the ships below were struck squarely by those brilliant rays, and from our crew came shouts of triumph as those 4 vanished in blinding flares of crimson light. It was the deadly ray of the interstellar patrol, destroying all matter it touched by raising its frequency of vibration, since matter itself is but a certain frequency vibration of the ether. And when that frequency is raised to that of light vibrations, the matter is changed in that moment from solid matter to light. Even in the moment that the 4 ships vanished beneath our rays, though, I had glanced backward and had seen the last of the ships of our squadron behind vanishing in a wild chaos of whirling death beam and crimson ray, since scores of other ships were leaping up to attack us from the mighty swarm far beneath. Toward us now, it seemed, ships were flashing from every direction, and I heard the hissing of the ray tubes below as our crimson rays burned out to meet them, saw 3 more of them flare and vanish, glimpsed a dozen shafts of the death beam graze past us as Coruscant twisted our ship in an erratic, corkscrew course. Not for moments longer, though, I knew, could we keep up this wild and unequal battle, since the mass of ships behind that had annihilated our squadron were now leaping after us. Our only chance was in flight. I shouted to Coruscant, and then, as scores of the ghostly beams swept through the void toward us, I saw him swerve the control levers in his hands sharply sidewise, so that our ship abruptly turned squarely to the right, away from the great swarm and the attacking ships about us. It was a maneuver that caught those ships off their guard, and traveling as we were at the terrific velocity of 500 light speeds, it put millions of miles of space between us and the great swarm before the attacking ships could realize what we had done. In a split second they had vanished from sight about us, and we were again rushing on through black and empty space, turning now and again heading toward the galaxy's far-flung suns. But, as I gazed anxiously at the big space chart, I saw that now the great swarm of black dots upon it had slanted from their former course and was heading straight after the single dot that was our ship. By means of their own space charts, which I knew they must have, they had discovered our trick and were in pursuit. "Let her out to full speed," I cried to Chorus Khan. "They're after us and our only chance is to get to the galaxy ahead of them." Instantly Chorus Khan opened wide the power controls, and with a mounting humming roar our great ship went rapidly into its highest speed, its great generators flinging it on through the ether at 1,000 times the velocity of light, propelling it headlong onward toward the galaxy that lay still far ahead, its mighty disk-like mass of shining suns stretched across the blackness of space before us. And behind us rushed the great swarm, too, racing on after us and toward the galaxy still. I knew that the speed of that mighty swarm of ships must be inconceivably greater than that of our own, since we ourselves had seen them on our charts racing in toward the galaxy from outer space with velocity unthinkable, a velocity which we had thought could only be due to some great ether current, and which they had only slackened as they drew near the galaxy. There was a slender chance, though, that we might yet escape, and now as we rushed on toward the galaxy in headlong flight I turned quickly to the speech projection instrument beside me, pressing a button in its base. A moment later there came from it a clear, twanging voice. "General Patrol Headquarters at Canopus," it announced, and swiftly I responded. "General, Captain of Patrol Squadron 598-77, speaking," I said. "I desire to report the discovery of a swarm of some 5,000 strange spaceships which have appeared out of outer space, heading toward the galaxy. These ships are apparently capable of immense speeds and are armed with a form of death beam unfamiliar to us, but extremely deadly in operation. On discovering these ships we were attacked by them and all of my squadron except my own ship destroyed. Our own ship is now being chased inward toward the galaxy, heading in the general direction of the Cancer Cluster, and though the swarm is gradually overhauling us we may be able to escape. From the size, number and deadly armament of these alien ships it is apparent that they contemplate a general attack upon our universe." There was a moment's pause when I had finished, and then from the speech instrument there came the metallic voice again, as calm as though I had made only a routine report of position and progress. "Order of Lac Laris, Chief of the Interstellar Patrol, to General. You will make every effort to elude the pursuing swarm, and if you can do so will endeavor to draw it into the Cancer Cluster. All the cruisers of the Interstellar Patrol will be assembled inside the cluster as swiftly as possible, and if you are successful in drawing the pursuing swarm inside it will be possible for our fleet to fall upon it in an unexpected attack, and destroy these invaders, whatever their source or purpose, before they can obtain a foothold in the galaxy. You have the order." "I have the order," I replied, as calmly as possible, and with a word of acknowledgement the twanging voice ceased. I wheeled around to Chorus Khan and Jaldin, a flame of excitement leaping within me. "It's a chance to destroy them all," I exclaimed. "If we can hold out until we reach the galaxy, can lead them into that cluster. Their own eyes were afire now as they saw the chance, and now Chorus Khan tightened his grasp on the controls, gazing grimly ahead with power open to the last notch, while Jaldin strode swiftly out of the pilot room and down to the ship's hull beneath, where, in a moment more, I heard his deep voice booming out orders to the crew as they lay bought to wring from our throbbing generators the last ounce of speed. Yet now, too, looking up at the big space chart, I saw that the gap on it between our single little ship dot and the great swarm of dots behind was terrifyingly small, a gap of less than a half-inch which represented no more than a few billion miles of space. And slowly, steadily, that gap was closing, as the great swarm slowly overhauled us. With their immense potential speed they could have flashed past us in a moment, had they so desired, yet I knew too that they dared not use such terrific speed so near the galaxy, and that even did they use it we would be able to turn and double before they could slow down enough to catch us. Their plan, it was obvious, was simply to overhaul us slowly until they had just reached us, and then sweep down on us with the death beams while we strove in vain to escape them. So at our utmost speed we flashed on through the void toward the galaxy, a mighty belt of burning suns across the blackness before us, and toward the close-massed cluster of suns at its edge that shone among the scattered stars around it like a solid ball of light, while there rushed after us through space at the same mighty speed the great swarm of strange craft which we were attempting to lead into that cluster. Surely in all time was never so strange a flight, a pursuit, as this one. A flight inward through the void with unimaginable beings from the mysteries of infinite outer space as our pursuers, flashing on in thousands on our track, toward us and toward the galaxy they meant to attack. Far ahead in that galaxy, too, I knew, its forces would be preparing to meet that attack. And from the central sun of Canopus the alarm would be flashing out across our universe from star to star, from world to whirling world, flashing in warning from end to end of the galaxy, to all the stars and worlds and races of the federated suns. And even while that warning flashed, the great star cruisers of the Interstellar Patrol would be gathering in answer, would be rushing headlong between the suns across the galaxy from every quarter of it to mass in force inside the Cancer cluster. Could we escape the pursuing swarm and lead it into that cluster it would still be ours, I knew, before we reached it, even at our tremendous speed. And in those hours all the fighting ships of the galaxy would be racing toward the rendezvous there and massing to meet this mighty invading fleet. Could we escape? The thought beat monotonously through my brain as I stood there with Chorus Khan, silent as the Antarian as we watched the great swarm of dots creep closer and closer to us on the space chart. On and on our ship was racing, the throbbing generators now making the whole ship vibrate with their vast power, and visibly the galaxy's shining suns were largening ahead as we flashed on toward them, yet as the minutes passed, forming into an hour, and then another, the great swarm behind crept ever remorselessly closer. Rocking and swaying as we plunged through great ether currents, we held still straight toward the ball of swarming suns that was the Cancer cluster, at the galaxy's edge ahead, yet still we had covered no more than 2/3 of the distance that had separated us from it, and now the great swarm was no more than a few million miles behind, a mere fraction of an inch on the space chart. It was as though our pursuers were but playing with us, so calmly and steadily did they overtake us, and in despair I turned from the galaxy's mighty rampart of stars, ahead, to the rear distance windows. A moment more, I knew, and the thousands of ships behind would be drawing into sight in those windows, would be speeding down upon us even as we sought to flee, and would annihilate us with an attack which we could not hope to escape a second time. Hopelessly I gazed back into the blackness of space behind, but then wheeled back suddenly as there came a sudden exclamation from Chorus Khan. He had swerved our flying ship's course a little and was pointing up toward the space chart now, his strange eyes agleam with excitement. "If we can make it, it's a chance to throw them off our track," he exclaimed, and as I gazed up toward the space chart I suddenly understood. On that chart our single ship Dot was rushing on toward the glowing circles of the galaxy's suns, with the mighty swarm of black dots that were our pursuers close behind, and now I saw that a little ahead of our own ship Dot there hung stationary on the chart another dot, one not of black but of red. Instantly I recognized it as one of the great space buoys hung in space to mark the positions of the mighty ether maelstroms, which were the most perilous of all the menaces to interstellar navigation. Formed by the meeting of vast ether currents, these maelstroms had been marked for all space navigators by placing near each a special spaceship, or buoy, which automatically and without crew kept its position, showing as a red dot on all space charts to warn passing ships of the maelstrom's position. The great maelstrom ahead, I knew, was one of the mightiest of all in and around our galaxy, and now as our ship sped straight through space toward it I saw Chorus Khan's plan and caught my breath with sudden hope. "We'll head straight toward the maelstrom, and then swerve aside just before we reach it," he was saying. "The swarm behind can have no knowledge of its existence, and if they run into it before they can change their course it'll delay them, at least." Tensely I watched now as our ship raced on, the humming roar of its generators rising a half-pitch still higher as Jaldin, beneath, drove the crew to their last strength to win another light speed. A scant few million miles ahead the great maelstrom lay, marked only by the red dot on the chart, and as we sped straight on toward that dot our ship already was rocking and bucking as we drove through the mighty ether currents whose meeting formed the maelstrom. Braced against the room's wall we stood, eyes straining ahead through the darkness and against the glare of the galaxy's suns in the distance, and then, as I turned to glance back, I saw that behind us now there gleamed in the blackness points of shining light, points that were swiftly largening and nearing us, countless in number and driving through space straight on our track. With each fleeting moment they were flashing nearer toward us, and now were so near that through the distance window I could plainly make out their white-lit pilot rooms as they drove after us. A moment more, I knew, would see them close enough to lose the death beams upon us, but at that moment there was a half-breathed exclamation from Chorus Khan, and I turned swiftly about. He was gripping the controls tensely, gazing forward into the blackness that lay between us and the galaxy, and even as I turned I saw that our ship had flashed past the red danger dot on the space chart. Instantly then Chorus Khan twisted the controls sharply to the left, and immediately our craft was flashing off in a great curve from the path it had been following, veering suddenly toward the left while the great swarm just behind us raced still for the moment straight ahead. Then, before they could swerve aside to follow us, I had a single flashing glimpse through the window of the whole mighty swarm suddenly disintegrating, shattering, the thousands of ships that made it up suddenly whirling away in all directions in blind chaos of aimless movement as they rushed straight into the mighty ether maelstrom into which we had led them. Then they had vanished, whirling blindly about, as we flashed on out of sight, our own craft swaying wildly as we drove on through the great currents about the maelstrom. On the space chart, though, I saw the great swarm's pursuit for the moment had ceased, the myriad dots that made it up milling aimlessly about in the mighty maelstrom's grip while our single ship raced straight on. A chance! I cried, as our ship flashed on toward the galaxy's suns. A chance yet, if we can get to the Cancer cluster before them. Now our cruiser was again flashing on at its very highest speed, straight toward that cluster, while behind us the great swarm whirled chaotically about. Before us the galaxy's suns were burning out in waxing splendor as we shot through space toward them, the cluster of closer packed suns that was our goal changing now from a ball of solid light into a ball-like mass of thronging, flaming stars as we drew nearer it. But as Jaldin came back into the pilot room from beneath, as we three contemplated the space chart and then the great wall of suns in the blackness ahead, our faces set again after our brief triumph, for we knew that billions of miles of space lay still between us and those suns. And now, too, we saw on the chart that the great swarm of ships behind had escaped from the maelstrom's grip at last and was racing after us once more in swift pursuit, 100 of their ships in the van now of that pursuit with the main body of the swarm behind. "It's the last stretch," I exclaimed, as we gazed tensely at the chart and into the void ahead. "Unless we get to the Cancer cluster ahead of them now it's the end." Our ship was leaping forward still at its uttermost speed, its strained generators functioning nobly, but the great swarm behind was again picking up speed itself. The 100 ships massed together a few million miles ahead of the main swarm, hardly more than an inch behind our own ship on the space chart. On, straight toward the fiery mass of the Cancer cluster we fled, while behind us, in cruel repetition of the first part of this wild chase, the pursuing ships slowly cut down the gap between us, the 100 foremost ones leaping every moment closer toward us, while behind them the main swarm came on more deliberately. Ahead now the galaxy filled the heavens before us, myriads of burning stars that gemmed the infinite night with their flaming brilliance. But of all in the stupendous scene around and before us we had eyes only for the thronging suns of the Cancer cluster, and for the space chart above us. On, the minutes of that mad onward flight were passing each like an eternity as we leapt forward, tensely braced there in the pilot room, peering forward, with behind us the 100 pursuing ships close on our track, remorselessly overtaking us, with behind them the great swarm of thousands of ships that were driving to attack our universe. Ahead of us, I knew, there somewhere in the flaming cluster of suns before us, the cruisers of the great interstellar patrol, the warships of our universe, would be gathering and massing to meet that great invading fleet, but unless we could escape and lead it into the cluster where they waited, they would have no chance for a surprise attack. Before us by now the great cluster lay in waxing, flaming splendor, only a scant few billion miles ahead, its thronging, gathered suns burning out in supreme glory amid the galaxy's looser swarming suns, but now the 100 foremost ships of the mighty swarm behind were almost upon us. Even as I turned, now, toward the distance window behind me, I heard a deep exclamation from Geraldine, who had turned to gaze back also, and as I too gazed through that window a chill seemed to creep through my very blood, for light points were showing there in the blackness behind, and drawing swiftly nearer. It was the 100 foremost ships. Ever closer they were racing toward us, overtaking us again with every moment, while far behind them the main swarm raced on after them. With each passing moment the light points behind were broadening, brightening, as the ships came closer, but now the great cluster ahead loomed full before us, its myriads of flaming, thundering suns drenching all in our pilot room in their fierce, terrific glare. Straight ahead of us, at the mighty cluster's outmost edge, flamed a great double star among all the other thronging stars that made it up, two giant white suns separated only by a comparatively narrow gap. And straight toward that narrow gap our fleeing ship was heading. Behind us now the 100 long oval ships were drawing into plain sight, their white-lit pilot rooms giving us brief glimpses inside of massed machinery and slender beings we could but half glimpse that moved inside. From the foremost of those ships, now, there stabbed out toward us the broad, pale, ghostly beam of death. But as yet the gap between us was too wide for the beam to bridge, and we flashed onward still, the gleaming shapes of our pursuers leaping still closer. Before us now the whole firmament seemed a wild chaos of gigantic suns, as we raced straight in toward the mighty cluster, with ahead the narrow gap that separated the two giant white suns toward which we were heading. Geraldine gripped my shoulder, pointed ahead, shouted to me over the roar of our generators. "Unless we slacken speed we'll never make it through that gap without driving into one of the suns," he cried. I shook my head. "It's death either way," I yelled to him. "Our only chance is to drive between them at full speed." Now before us the whole heavens seemed a single vast sheet of boiling white flame as we drove in toward the two mighty thundering suns, the gap between them seeming no more than a narrow black cleft at the terrific velocity at which we were moving. At our topmost speed we rushed toward that narrow gap, the ships behind still leaping full upon our track, closing swiftly down upon us now. And now, as Chorus Khan braced himself and held our controls still steady, we were flashing squarely in between the two gigantic suns. On either side of us they towered, thundering, boiling upright oceans of devouring, brilliant white flame, whose awful glare all but blinded us, seeming to fill all the universe about us with one great mass of raging fires. Out toward our onward flashing ship there licked from the great suns on either side titanic tongues of flame bursting out toward us for millions of miles, huge prominences that could have licked up worlds like midges, but straight on between the walling fires our throbbing ship still flashed. Now the 100 ships behind, still after us through that hell of light and flame, were racing down upon us even as we sped between the giant flaming suns, and now from behind shot shaft upon shaft of the pale death beams, hardly to be seen in the awful blinding glare. As the beams sprang toward us, though, Chorus Khan swerved to the left, and for a moment it seemed that we had swerved from death in one form only to meet it in another, since at our terrific speed we veered millions of miles in that moment toward the left gigantic sun. Its boiling fires were all about us, seemed to encompass us, and then just as it seemed that we were racing into the mighty glowing corona to our deaths, Chorus Khan had swerved our ship backward into the center of the narrow gap. And now we were reaching that gap's end, were passing from between the giant suns, and out into more open space inside the great cluster, with the pursuing ships again leaping forward to lose their deadly beams. Out from between the two great suns we flashed, before us now the interior of the mighty cluster, a great swarm of flaming suns that thronged space all about us, and about many of which swung great families of planets, dozens of whirling worlds. Even as we shot into the interior of the great cluster, though, from between the two giant suns, the 100 pursuing craft had leaped forward upon us with one great burst of sudden speed, were behind us, on each side, all about us. It was the end, we knew, and there was an instant of sheer silence as we waited for that end, waited for the pale beams of death from the ships about us. But before they could lose those beams there flashed suddenly upon them from each side other ships, two mighty masses of ships like our own, that burst suddenly out upon our pursuers from behind the two great suns between which we had just come. Ships like our own. Ships long and slender and gleaming. Ships of the interstellar patrol, striking at the vanguard of the invaders in defense of our universe. 3 Death Beam and Crimson Ray. Even as the great masses of ships on each side leapt out upon our pursuers, Chorus Khan had glimpsed them, and had swung our own ship instantly around in a great curve. On each side of us, now, were the thousands of cruisers of the Great Patrol, and before us were the 100 ships that had chased us in toward the galaxy through space. Before those ships could recover from their surprise, before their occupants could realize the trap into which they had ventured, our whole vast fleet was leaping upon them from both sides, flashing down upon the 100 invading craft before they could turn from their onward flight. Down with them swooped our own ship now, and we shouted aloud as we saw from all the swooping ships about us, as from our own, myriad brilliant shafts of the brilliant red ray flashing down and striking the enemy ships ahead and below. Within an instant, it seemed, half those racing ships had flared and vanished in brilliant bursts of crimson light, while the rest had dipped and turned in a wild effort to escape. Back toward the 2 great white suns they raced, seeking to escape between them into outer space again, to rejoin the oncoming main swarm of their great fleet, but down before and ahead of them leapt our patrol cruisers, the red rays again whirling and cutting in great circles of death. And now as they vanished one by one beneath those rays, struggling still through space toward the two great suns, the death beams of the remaining ships sprang savagely up toward us, and I saw cruisers here and there in our own fleet driving aimlessly off, smashing into one another and whirling blindly away as the beams wiped out all life in them. But now we were leaping after the fleeing ships between the great suns again, and as we shot after them through those terrific walls of flame our rays again took toll of them, so that as we flashed out from between the two mighty suns and into outer space once more but a scant half-dozen of them remained, and these leapt instantly forward and out into the blackness of outer space to rejoin the main body of their approaching fleet, while we in turn sprang after them in hot pursuit, though our ships were not capable of the tremendous speeds of those invading ones. "Score for us!" cried Jaldin as our ships flashed on. "We've all but wiped out those 100. "Wait," I told him. The main body of their fleets coming on toward us. Even as I spoke I saw the ship of Lac Laris, chief of the patrol, the flagship of our fleet, slackening its speed ahead of us, and a moment later there came from the speech instrument beside me his clear, unruffled voice. "All ships halt and mass in battle formation," he ordered, and at once, in answer to that command, our flashing ships slowed and stopped, forming instantly into three thick, short columns and hanging motionless in space. On the space chart above, now, we could see the mass of thousands of dots that was our fleet hanging motionless a little out from the galaxy's edge, and could see, too, a little outward from that mass of dots, another and equally large mass, that moved slowly in toward us, the great swarm that was the invading fleet. Already the few fleeing survivors of our 100 pursuers had raced back into that main swarm, and now, moving ever more slowly but coming steadily forward, it was driving through space toward us. The great swarm was moving still in a triangular formation, the triangle's apex toward us, and now at last, as we stared forward into the blackness, we made out light points ahead, a vast swarm of them in that steady triangular formation, moving deliberately toward us. Slowly now those light points were largening, were changing into great, gleaming ships as their fleet came on toward us. Ever more slowly it moved, now at but a fraction of a light speed, for it was evident that they, like us, sought no fight and run skirmish but a battle to the finish. At last they had stopped, had halted just out of ray reach ahead and were hanging motionless in space like ourselves, facing us. And then, for a moment, it seemed as though about us was an unbroken stillness and silence, as the two mighty fleets, numbering each fully 5,000 ships, faced each other there in space. I think that never in all space and time could there have been a moment as strange as that one, when the mighty fleet of our galaxy lay prow to prow with this other mighty fleet from the dark, unguessed mysteries of outer space. All about us lay the cold, lightless blackness of the eternal void, with the great galaxy's colossal rampart of flaming suns stretched across the heavens behind us alone blazing in that blackness, the great Cancer cluster at its edge, just behind us, flaming with all the glory of its mass of gathered suns. A single instant that silence and stillness reigned in the stupendous scene about us, an instant that to our strained nerves seemed endless, and then a sharp order rang from the speech instrument beside me, and as one our great fleet leapt forward while the opposing fleet sprang to meet us. The battle was on. I saw the enemy fleet flashing straight toward us, the apex of its triangle pointed full at our center, and knew instinctively that it meant to cut us into halves with the great wedge that was itself. But as it flashed straight toward us and upon us there rang another order from the instrument at my side, and instantly our three short columns of ships veered to the right, changing in a moment into one long column, which instead of meeting the onrushing triangle flashed along its side. As we shot past thus I had a lightning glimpse of the masses of countless oval ships racing by, glimpsed too a score or more of ships at the center of their fleet that seemed not oval but round and disc-like in shape, and then forgot all else as from all our ships there burst the brilliant red rays, raking the side of their fleet with a deadly fire as we flashed past it. Then scores upon scores of their ships were vanishing in crimson flares of light as those rays found them, and though their death beams found our own ships here and there as we flashed by, the great mass of their ships dared not lose their beams upon us lest they destroy their own ships, so skillful had been our maneuver. Only a moment did it last, that passing of the two fleets with red ray and death beam crossing, and then we were past them, were turning and circling and racing back upon them to deliver another blow. Ahead we could see the enemy fleet turning and racing back to meet us, with beyond them the great suns of the galaxy flaming in the blackness of space, and again we leapt straight toward them there in the abysmal void. But this time they had anticipated our maneuver, and as we swerved to the right of them their whole great fleet swerved right also, so that in order to avoid a head-on collision with their fleet we were forced to swerve still farther to the right, our long column racing along through space now parallel to the galaxy's edge, with the enemy ships strung in a similar column between us and the galaxy, racing along with us through space at the same speed as ourselves, their pale ghostly beams whirling toward us even as our crimson shafts cut through the void toward them. Ships on each side were vanishing, now, some flaring in wild explosions of red light and disappearing as the scarlet rays found them, others driving crazily and aimlessly away as the pale beams wiped out in an instant all the crews inside them. But now we found ourselves at a disadvantage, for our enemies' gleaming ships could hardly be made out against the flaring suns of the galaxy beyond them, while our own glittering cruisers stood out clearly against the darkness of outer space. It was an advantage of which they took swift use, for now the broad pale beams were reaching toward us in increasing numbers as we flashed along, while our own rays were all but ineffective, since, blinded as we were by the flaring suns behind the opposing ships, we could only lose the rays at random. On still we raced, along the galaxy's edge, the great Cancer cluster dropping behind us now as we sped on, our two great fleets striking and grappling with each other even as they flashed on. Black space and flaming suns, pale ray and red, oval ships and long cruisers, all mingled and whirled in that wild scene like the features of some tortured dream, but dream it was none to us, flashing on with our fleet while in the hull beneath our crew loosed their red rays of death upon the chance-seen enemy ships that flashed between us and the dazzling suns. At an order flashed from the chief's flagship our whole fleet increased to its utmost velocity, striving to pass the enemy fleet and get between it and the galaxy again. But the immeasurable speed of these great invaders from outer space defeated our efforts. At the same speed as ourselves they raced forward, keeping always between us and the suns, and when we slowed our speed suddenly to fall behind them they instantly did likewise. Meanwhile ships all about us were driving aimlessly away, reeling blindly off into space or smashing into each other, as the pale death beams found more and more of them in that mad running fight. Not for many minutes longer, I knew, could the unequal contest be kept up. Already we were past the Cancer cluster, still racing along the galaxy's edge, and then abruptly there came another sharp order from the instrument beside me. Instantly, in obedience to that order, all our racing, battling ships slowed, swiftly grouped themselves into a triangular formation, its apex in turn pointing toward the long line of the enemy's fleet, between us and the galaxy. Then, before they could mass their own fleet again, our triangle of mighty cruisers had leapt straight toward the galaxy, its apex tearing full into the long line of their ships. There was a moment of reeling, crashing shock, as our massed fleet crashed into that line, and all about me in that moment, it seemed, patrol cruisers and oval ships were smashing into each other, colliding and bursting wildly there in mid-space. Then suddenly we were through, the mass of our fleet ripping through their line by main force, but now, as we smashed on through, another order sounded and we curved swiftly about, and still in that close-massed formation rushed back upon the shattered enemy line of ships. Before they could reform that broken line, before they could mass again in their own close formation, we were upon them, and then again our wedge-shaped mass was driving through them, shattering their disorganized masses still further and sending scores of them into annihilation now with our red rays as we flashed through. "We've won," shouted Jaldin, at the window, as our massed fleet again wheeled and sped back upon the disorganized mass of ships before us. "We've won. We've broken up their fleet." Now, though, we were rushing back to strike another deadly blow, and before us, I saw, the thousands of the invading ships were still milling aimlessly there in space, their organization shattered by the smashing blows we had dealt them. With red rays flashing we sped upon them again, but now, from the disorganized mass before us, I saw a score or more of ships rising, flashing upward with immense speed, ships that were not oval like the rest but flat and round and disc-like, ships that I had vaguely glimpsed in our first rush on the enemy fleet and which through all the battle they had kept protected from us at their fleet's center. Now, with all their terrific speed, the disc ships were flashing upward, and even in the instant that we rushed again upon our enemies they had attained to a great height above us. In that instant I gave them but a glance, since again we were darting upon the mass of oval ships, our own cruiser now toward the rear of our fleet's formation. But in the next moment, even as we flashed on in our swift charge, I saw the score of disk ships hanging high above suddenly glow and flicker with strange force, the whole great lower side of their big disks alive with a flickering, rippling, viridescent light. And at the same moment I saw the ships of our fleet ahead of us suddenly breaking from their mad charge forward and lifting slowly upward, saw them twisting and turning and reeling but still moving steadily up, toward those score of disk ships high above, as though pulled upward by a mighty, unseen grip. Attraction ships! I shouted, as I saw what was happening. Those disk ships above, they are pulling our cruisers up with some magnetic or electrical attractive force, that affects the metals of our ships but not of theirs. We were still racing forward, at the rear of our fleet, but as I saw that all the thousands of our cruisers before us, almost, were in the grip of the attractive forces from above, were being pulled helplessly upward, I shouted to Chorus Khan, and he shifted the controls swiftly sidewise, sending our cruiser veering away before it came beneath the disk ships high above and was pulled up likewise. We had escaped for the moment, but now from ahead all the disorganized masses of the oval invading ships had gathered together again and were leaping forward, springing upon our own helpless masses of cruisers as they were pulled resistlessly upward. From all about those masses of twisting, turning cruisers the pale death beams smote toward them, and only here and there could a few shafts of the red ray answer them, caught as our ships were in that tremendous grip. Swiftly the cruisers of our fleet were being wiped clean of all the crews inside, as the death beams swung and circled through them from all about. But a few score of cruisers at the rear of our fleet, like ourselves, had managed to escape the relentless grip of the disk ships above, and now upon ourselves other masses of the oval ships were rushing. Wildly we battled there, the hordes of the invading ships spinning and flashing about us, but swiftly our few score of cruisers were sent reeling blindly off by the death beams, and now, looking back an instant, I saw that the last of our mighty fleet of thousands of cruisers were being annihilated by the death beams of the oval ships that swarmed about them, as they were drawn helplessly upward. We and a few other cruisers, struggling wildly there against the encircling masses of the oval ships, were all that remained of the galaxy's once mighty fleet. Even as we fought there, with the mad energy of despair, I saw the last of our companion cruisers whirling away as the death beams found it, and realized that except for a few stragglers here and there like our own ship the great fleet was annihilated, and that our only chance was in flight. With every moment the oval ships about us were increasing in number, completely encircling us, now, and it was only by a miracle of veering, twisting turns by Chorus Khan that our ship was able to avoid the death beams that reached toward us from all sides. Escape seemed impossible, so completely were we hemmed in by the circling, striking ships, and another moment would see our end, I knew, and so I wheeled, shouted hoarsely to Chorus Khan. "We'll have to break through them," I shouted. "Give her full speed, Chorus Khan, and head straight in toward the galaxy." Instantly he jerked open the power control to the last notch, and as our ship leapt forward like a living thing toward the masses of ships that surrounded us he sent it driving straight toward the galaxy, and toward a spot where there showed a momentary gap between the ships that hemmed us in. But a single instant it took us to reach that gap, pale beams whirling all about us while our own red rays flashed sullenly forth. But in the instant that we reached it, one of the oval ships had seen our intention and had leapt forward to close the gap. An instant too late it was to close it completely, but the oval ship's nose, containing its transparent walled pilot room, lay across our path as we reached the gap, and straight into it we crashed. There was a terrific, rending shock as our great prow tore into the transparent walled nose of the enemy ship, and beneath that shock we saw the whole fore portion of the oval ship crumpling up and collapsing, reeling away a shattered wreck of metal. Our own cruiser rocked and swayed crazily at the collision, and for a moment it seemed that we too were doomed. But the next our battered ship leapt forward, and in an instant was free of the masses of oval ships that had encircled us, and was driving now in toward the galaxy's suns, with a score of the oval ships behind in hot pursuit. In we drove, speeding now past the great Cancer cluster as we flashed at our utmost speed into the galaxy, its great ball of gathered suns flaring in the black heavens to our left as we sped inward. Behind came our pursuers, racing on close after us, and now, glancing back beyond them, I saw the whole mighty fleet of the invaders, still fully 3,000 ships in number, moving in toward the galaxy also, toward the great Cancer cluster, with its swarming suns and thronging worlds, saw the great fleet slowing, slanting down toward those suns, those worlds, and knew then that these invaders, having annihilated the galaxy's fleet, were settling upon the suns and worlds of the Cancer cluster as a first foothold in our universe, a base from which they could subdue all that universe. Then their fleet had vanished from our distance windows as we fled on, and of the score of our pursuers all but 3 had turned back to rejoin that fleet. The 3 remaining ships, though, drove straight on our track, and swiftly were overhauling us, though inside the galaxy they dared not use all their tremendous speed. Yet remorselessly after us they came, and I knew that moments more would see our end unless we could escape them. Directly ahead of us, though, there flamed a small crimson sun, a dying, planetless star not far inward from the Cancer cluster, largening each moment before us as we drove on toward it with terrific speed. As I saw it, a last plan flashed through my brain, and I turned to Chorus Khan. "Head straight toward that sun," I told him. "It's our only chance to get in close and lose them in its corona." He nodded grimly, swerving the ship a little, and now straight toward the red star we raced, Chuldin and I gazing out with him toward it as we flashed on, and then behind to where the gleaming 3 ships of the invaders drove after us. Swiftly they were overtaking us, 2 close behind us and the remaining 1 a little behind the 2. But ahead the crimson star was filling almost all the heavens, now, a great sea of fiery red flame that stretched above and beneath us, ahead, as though occupying all the firmament. Its glare was awful, now, for we were racing straight in toward the mighty corona of it, the glowing outer atmosphere of radiant heat about it in which, I knew, no ship, however heat-resistant, could live for more than a moment. On we raced, our cruiser creaking and swaying still from the effects of the collision with the ship we had smashed into, but flashing on with unabated speed. Behind us, the three gleaming shapes of our pursuers were following with unslackened speed, too, gradually drawing nearer, the two foremost of those ships just behind us, now. Another moment and their death beams would stab toward us, and though we might destroy one or even two of them, the other would surely destroy us before we could turn to it, I knew. The heat, too, of the great star before us was penetrating into our ship, and full before us, not a dozen million miles ahead, glowed the great corona. On we flashed, on, and then, just as we were about to burst into the terrible, glowing corona, just as the two ships close behind us sprang closer to stab with their beams toward us, Chorus Khan jerked the controls suddenly back, and instantly our ship shot upward in a great vertical rush, while beneath, before they could see and follow our change of course, the two racing oval ships pursuing us had flashed on and into the mighty glare of the corona. Then we glimpsed them shriveling, twisting, vanishing, in the awful heat there, while our own cruiser turned now away from the red sun. Beneath we saw the single remaining oval ship turning, too, since it had been far enough behind the two to change its course in time to avoid the terrible corona. It seemed to pause, hesitate, and then, as though satisfied that our ship too had met death in the corona with its own two companions, it began to flash backward toward the galaxy's edge, toward the Cancer cluster where the mighty invading fleet had settled. And now, burning for revenge, our own cruiser was slanting back with it and down toward it, as it drove on unsuspectingly beneath. Another moment and we would be above it, would lose our red rays on it before ever it suspected our existence. I was breathing with relief at our escape, now, and heard an exulting cry from Juldin as he strode down into the cruiser's hull from the pilot room, to direct the ray tubes there, but the next moment all our triumph vanished, for from our cruiser's hull, toward its battered prow, there came suddenly a succession of appalling cracks. Standing suddenly tense we listened, and then, as there came from beneath a prolonged, cracking roar, I heard shouts of fear from our crew, and then Juldin had burst up into the pilot room from beneath. "The cruiser's walls are giving," he cried. That collision with the oval ship when we smashed our way out strained and wrenched loose the whole prow and side walls. The cruiser can't hold together for 5 minutes more. There was a stunned silence in the little room then, a silence in which it seemed that all the disasters that had befallen us were crowding together upon us, overpowering us. This was the end, I knew. Within minutes more the walls about us would collapse and in the infinite cold and emptiness of interstellar space we would meet our deaths. We were hours away from the nearest friendly planet, with all our companion ships destroyed. It was the end, and for a moment I bowed to the inevitable, stood in stunned despair awaiting that end. But then, as my eyes fell upon the oval ship beneath, toward which our collapsing cruiser was still slanting downward, I saw that upon its broad metal back was the round circle of a space door, like the double space doors of our own ship, and as I saw that, all the ancient combativeness that has carried men out into the remotest of the galaxy's depths surged up in me, and I wheeled around to the other two. "Order all our crew down to the cruiser's lower space door," I cried, "and have an emergency space suit issued to each of them." They stared at me, strangely, tensely. "What are you going to do?" asked Jaldin, at last, and my answer came out in a shout. "We're going to do what never yet has been done in all the battles between the stars," I told him. "We're going to put our lives on one last mad chance and board that enemy ship in mid-space." For a struggle between the stars. A moment there was silence in the pilot room, a silence of sheer surprise, in which my two lieutenants gazed at me in utter amazement, and then from Jaldin came a great shout. "It's a chance," he cried. "If we can do it, we'll escape yet. Down to the space door at once, then," I told him. "The ship can't last 4 seconds now." For even then there had come to our ears another long, cracking roar as our battered walls gave still farther. Now Jaldin was racing down from the pilot room to assemble the crew, and now our cruiser was slanting still farther down toward the long, gleaming oval ship beneath. Down we slanted, until our own swaying cruiser hung at a distance of a score of feet above the enemy ship, which, believing us destroyed, never dreamed of our presence as we raced on through space at the same speed as itself. And now Chorus Khan hastily set the automatic controls in the pilot room that would hold our cruiser at the same speed and course without guiding hand, and then we too hurled ourselves down the narrow stair, through the big power room where the great generators were still throbbing on, down through the succession of compartments in the cruiser's hull until we had reached the long, low room that lay at its very bottom, and in the floor of which was set the cruiser's lower space door. In the long room all our crew was gathered now, with Jaldin at their head, 100-odd in number, and a strange enough aggregation they were, drawn as they were from the far different races of the galaxy's peopled stars. Octopus beings from Vega, great plant men from Capella, spider shapes from Mizar. These and a score or more of differing forms and shapes stood before me, listening in disciplined silence as I briefly explained our plan. About us the walls were wrenching and cracking fearfully, but when I had finished those before me raised a fierce shout, and then each of us was hastily climbing into the emergency space suits which were kept always in all interstellar ships in case outside repairs to it were necessary in mid-space. A moment more and we all stood attired in the hermetically sealed, clumsy-looking suits of thick, flexible metal, with headpieces of metal in which were transparent vision plates. As we donned them each pressed the button which set the little air generators inside each suit pouring forth their supply of fresh air and purifying the breathed air, and then, with a swift glance around that showed each in his suit, I motioned to Jaldin and at once the big spican pressed the stud in the wall that sent the round space door in the floor sliding open. We could not feel through our insulating suits the tremendous cold that instantly invaded the ship, but we heard plainly the swift, terrific swish of air about us as it rushed out of the ship into the mighty void outside. Now, looking down through the open door, we could see a score of feet beneath the broad metal back of the great oval ship, still racing on unsuspectingly beneath us. I turned back to the crew about me, saw that each had gripped one of the metal bars that were to be our only weapons in this attempt, since the use of rays would destroy the ship beneath, which was our only hope of life. Then, reaching forth again to the switch case on the wall, Juldin at my motion threw off the cruiser's gravity control, so that the attraction plates built into the floor beneath us, which pulled us always downward and enabled us to walk upright and normally inside the cruiser, no longer pulled us. Instead, though, we were being pulled down now by the gravitational force of the racing ship beneath, and a step through the open door would send any of us hurtling down toward that ship. Now I gave one last glance around, even while the cruiser's walls cracked terribly again, and then swung myself over the edge of the opening in the floor, hanging by my hands from it and swinging there in the infinite void of interstellar space a score of feet above the oval ship's broad metal back. It seemed, that moment that I swung there, a time of endless length, and surely never before had any hung thus between two ships racing on through the void. Then, as another cracking roar came from the walls about me, I loosed my hold upon the edge and hurtled down through empty space toward the back of the ship below. Down, down. That fall seemed endless as I rushed down through space, but unimpeded as I was by air resistance, it was but an instant before I had slammed down on the ship's broad back, lying motionless for an instant and then rising carefully to a sitting position. Just above me hung our racing cruiser, the opening in its bottom directly overhead, and in another moment Chorus Khan had followed me, striking the ship's back beside me while I gripped him and held him tightly. Then came one of the crew, and another, until in a moment the last of them was dropping down among us, Juldin alone remaining above. He stepped toward the opening, to lower himself and drop down to us likewise. But even as he did so I saw the great walls of the cruiser above collapsing and buckling inward as they gave at last. I motioned frantically to Juldin as the walls collapsed about him, saw him give one startled glance around, and then as the cruiser's sides crumpled up about him he ran forward and leapt cleanly through the opening in the floor, hurtling down toward us and striking full in our midst, just as the crumpled cruiser above, the power of its generators gone with its collapse, jerked sharply out of sight toward the crimson sun behind, hurtling away from us a twisted wreck of metal. It was with something of a tightness in my throat that I saw the wreck of our familiar, faithful ship drive away from us, but I turned toward our own desperate situation. We were clinging to the back of the great oval ship as it drove on toward the Cancer cluster, with above and all about us the blackness of the void, and the galaxy's flaming suns. Ahead shone the gathered suns of the great cluster, and I knew that we must capture the ship soon if at all, so now, half creeping and half walking, we made our way along the great ship's back toward the round space door set midway along that back. In a moment we were clustered about it, and found it closed tightly from within, as I had expected. Instantly, though, we set to work on it with the metal bars and tools we had brought with us, drilling down through the thick metal of the door while we clung, like 100 odd tiny mites, upon the mighty ship's back as it flashed on and on. What might lie in the ship beneath, What manner of beings might these terrible invaders be? We could not even guess, but it was our one chance to penetrate inside, and frantically we worked. Within moments more we had drilled through in a dozen places, were swinging aside the great bolts that held the door closed inside, and then were sliding it open and dropping swiftly down inside. We heard a little rush of air outward as the door opened, and knew that this ship was inhabited by air-breathing beings, at least, and then we found ourselves in the room beneath the space door, a bare little vestibule chamber in whose side was a single square door. Before opening this, however, we closed the round space door above us, plugging the holes we had drilled in it by driving in sections of metal bar, and then I turned toward the door in the wall, felt carefully around it, and finally pressed a small white plate inset beside it, at which it slid silently aside. We stepped through it, bars raised ready for action. We were in a corridor, a long corridor apparently running the length of the great oval ship, but quite empty for the moment. The throbbing of great generators was loud in our ears, a throbbing much like that in our own ships but with another unfamiliar beating sound mingled with it. Silently we gazed about, then began to make our way down the corridor toward the ship's front end, toward the pilot room at its nose, stopping first to divest ourselves silently of the heavy space suits, and then starting on. Now we had come to an open door in the corridor's side, and peering cautiously through it we saw inside a long room holding a score or more of great, cylindrical mechanisms from which arose the throbbing and beating of the oval ship's operation. About these mechanisms were moving some 24 of the ship's occupants, and as our eyes fell upon them we all but gasped aloud. So utterly strange and alien in shape were they even to us, who held strange shapes enough in our own gathering. Many and many a strange race had we of the patrol seen in our long journeys through the galaxy, but all these were familiar and commonplace beside the shapes that moved in the room before us. For they were serpent people. Serpent people. Long, slender shapes of wriggling pale flesh, each perhaps 10 feet in length and a foot in diameter, without arms or legs of any kind, writhing swiftly from place to place snake-like, and coiling an end of their strange bodies about any object which they wished to grip. Each end of the long, cylindrical bodies was cut squarely off, as it were, and in one such flat end of each were the only features, a pair of bulging, many-lensed eyes like those of an insect, big and glassy and unwinking, and a small black opening below that was the only orifice for their breathing. These were the beings who had come out of outer space to attack our universe. These were the beings who had annihilated the galaxy's fleet and were preparing now to seize the galaxy itself. I turned from my horror-stricken contemplation of them to Jaldin and Chorus Khan, close behind me. "The pilot room," I whispered. "We'll make for it, get the ship's controls." They nodded silently, and silently we stole past the open door and down the long corridor, toward the door at its end that we knew must lead into the pilot room at the ship's nose. Past other doors we crept, all of them fortunately closed, and as we stole on toward the door at the corridor's end I began to hope that at last our luck had turned. But ironically, even as I hoped, The door at the corridor's end, not a score of feet ahead, slid suddenly aside, and out of it, out of the pilot room beyond it, came one of the writhing serpent creatures. It stopped short on seeing us, then gave vent to a strange, hissing cry, a high, sibilant call utterly strange to my ears, but at the sound of which the doors all along the corridor behind us slid swiftly open, while through them scores of the serpent beings writhed out, and upon us. The pilot room! I yelled, above the sudden hissing cries of the serpent creatures and the shouts of our own crew. Head for it, Juldin! Down the corridor we leapt, and out from the pilot room there came to meet us a half-dozen of the serpent creatures, while one remained inside at the controls still. Then they were rushing toward us, and as they reached us were coiling about us, endeavoring to crush us by encircling us with their bodies and coiling with terrific power about us. As they did so, though, our own metal bars were crashing down among them, sending them to the corridor's floor in masses of crushed flesh as we plunged on toward the pilot room. Now we were through them, had crushed them before us, and were leaping through the door, the single serpent creature inside wheeling to face us. Before he could spring upon us, though, Juldin had lifted him high above his head and then had flung him far down the corridor, where he struck against the wall and fell crushed to the floor. Then Chorus Khan was leaping to the controls, swiftly scanning them and then twisting and shifting them, heading the racing ship around in a great curve, away from the Cancer cluster ahead and back in toward the galaxy's center, while Juldin and I now sprang back down the corridor to where our crew was struggling fiercely with the hordes of serpent creatures rushing up from all parts of the ship. Down that corridor, and down another, through rooms and halls and twisting stairways, down through all the great ship the battle raged, the serpent creatures leaping and coiling about us with the courage of despair while we strode among them, metal bars smashing down in great strokes, mowing them down before us. Despite their overpowering numbers, they were no match for us in such hand-to-hand fighting, and they dared not use ray tubes, like ourselves, lest they destroy their own ship about them. So we forced them on, ever sending them down in crushed, lifeless masses, as they gradually gave way before us. I will not tell all that happened in that red time of destruction, but quarter there could be none for these things that had come to attack our universe, that had destroyed our comrade ships in thousands, and so within a half-hour more the last of the serpent creatures had perished and we were masters of the ship, though but a scant 20 of us were left to operate it. So fierce had been the battle. Our first action was to clear the ship of dead, casting them loose into space through the space doors. Then Juldin and I made our way back into the pilot room, where Chorus Khan was holding the ship to a course inward into the galaxy. The controls, he had found, were very much like those of our own cruisers, but the great generators, as we found, were much different. Instead of setting up a vibration in the ether to fling the ship forward, as in our own cruisers, they projected a force which caused a shifting of the ether itself about the ship, forming a small, ceaseless ether current which moved at colossal speed, bearing the ship with it. The speed could thus be raised or lowered at will by controlling the amount of force projected, and as the general nature of the generators was clear enough, the remaining engineers of our crew took charge of them while we fled on into the galaxy. "We'll head straight for Canopus," I said, indicating the great white star at the galaxy's center far ahead. "We'll report at once to the Council of Suns. Our capture of this ship may be of use to them." While I spoke, Chorus Khan had opened the power control wider, and now our newly captured prize was racing through the void toward the mighty central white sun at thousands upon thousands of light speeds. Though I knew that even this terrific velocity, all that we dared use inside the galaxy, was but a fraction of what the ship was capable of in outer space. Glancing about the pilot room, I endeavored for a time to penetrate the purpose of some of the things about me, as we flashed on. Above our window, as in our own cruiser, was a great space chart, functioning similar to ours, I had no doubt, and showing the dot that was our ship flashing on between the sun circles that lay about us. There was a device for flashing varicolored signals, also, such as spaceships inside the galaxy used to show their identity on landing. There was, too, a cabinet containing a great mass of rolls of thin, flexible metal, inscribed with strange, precise little characters that I guessed formed the written language of the Serpent people, though they were beyond all comprehension to me. I turned back to the windows about me, gazing forth into the vista of thronging suns and worlds that lay all about us now as we flashed on into the galaxy toward Canopus. From all the suns about us, our space charts showed, great masses of interstellar ships were also flashing inward into the galaxy. The first exodus of the galaxy's people from the outer suns and worlds, driven inward by the fear of these mighty invaders from the outer void who had already destroyed the galaxy's fleet, and were preparing now to grasp all our universe. Far behind us I could see the great ball of suns that was the Cancer cluster, glowing in supreme splendor at the galaxy's edge, and I knew that even now, on the worlds of those thronging suns, the great fleet of the invading serpent creatures would be settling, would be moving to and fro, wiping out the races that thronged those worlds, wrecking and annihilating the civilizations upon them, and making of all the suns and worlds of the great cluster a base for their future attacks upon and conquest of the galaxy. Could we, in any way, save ourselves from that conquest? It seemed hopeless, and now, weary as we were with crushing fatigue from the swift succession of events that had crowded upon us in the last few hours, since our discovery of the invading swarm's approach, it was with a dull despair that I watched Canopus enlarging ahead as we flashed on toward it. On between the galaxy's thronging suns we raced, our vast speed carrying us through them and through the swarming, panic-driven ships about them before they could glimpse us. Onward, inward, we flashed, veering here and there to avoid some stars' far-swinging planets, dipping or rising to keep clear of the masses of traffic that were jamming the space lanes leading inward, racing on at the same unvarying, tremendous velocity while we three in the pilot room, and the remainder of our crew beneath, strove to remain awake and conscious against the utterly crushing oppression of fatigue that pressed down upon us. At last we were flashing past the last of the suns between us and Canopus, and the great white central sun lay full before us, a gigantic globe of blazing, brilliant light. As we leapt toward it, I saw Chorus Khan gradually decreasing our speed, our ship slackening in its tremendous flight as we slanted down toward the planets of the great sun, and toward the inmost planet that was the center of the galaxy's government. Down, down, our speed was dropping by hundreds of light speeds each moment, now, as we sped down through the terrific glare of the vast white sun toward its inmost world. As we shot downward, I saw that Jaldin, now, was lying on the floor beside me, overcome by the fatigue that crowded down upon me also, only Chorus Khan, of all of us, holding to the controls untiring and unaffected, the metal body in which his living organs and intelligence were cased being untrammeled by any weariness. Beneath us now lay the great masses of traffic, countless swarms of swirling ships, that had fled into Canopus from the outer suns at the invaders' attack, and as they glimpsed our great oval craft, these swarms broke wildly from before us. They took us for a raiding enemy ship, we knew, but down between them unheedingly we flashed, heading low across the surface of the great planet, still at tremendous speed. Moments more and there loomed far ahead and beneath the colossal tower of the Council of Suns, toward which we were heading. By then I felt all consciousness and volition beginning to leave me, as an utter drowsy weariness overcame me, and I realized but dimly that Chorus Khan was slanting the ship down toward the great tower, until abruptly there came from him a sharp cry. With an effort I raised my gaze and saw that from below, as we sped downward, 3 long, shining shapes were arrowing up to meet us. They were cruisers of our own interstellar patrol, and as they flashed upward there suddenly leapt from them a half-dozen brilliant shafts of the crimson rays of death, stabbing straight toward us. 5 for the Federated Suns. Half conscious as I was, it seemed to me in that dread instant that the whole scene about us was but a strange, set tableau, racing ships and flashing rays frozen motionless in midair. Then another cry from Chorus Khan jarred me back to realization. "The signal," he cried. "Flash the signal of the interstellar patrol before they annihilate us." At his cry a flash of realization crossed my darkened brain, and I understood that the patrol cruisers beneath had recognized our craft as an enemy ship, that Chorus Khan himself dared not leave the controls even for an instant to flash from the signal our identity. With a last summons of my waning strength I rose, staggered blindly across the room toward the switch, and then, as from beneath the crimson rays flashed blindingly toward us, grasped the switch and swept it around the dial, flashing from our ship's nose the succession of colored lights that proclaimed us of the patrol. I felt myself sinking to the floor, then seemed to see the 3 uprushing ships swerving by us at the last moment as they glimpsed the signal, and then as Chorus Khan sent the ship slanting down and over the ground to land I felt a bumping shock, seemed to sink still deeper into the drowsy darkness, then knew no more. How long it was that I had lain in that darkness, in a stupor of sleep from the weariness of our hours of rushing action, I could not guess when next I opened my eyes. I was lying upon a thick mat on a low metal couch, in a small room lit by a flood of white sunlight that poured through a tall opening in its side. On a similar couch beside me lay Jaldin, just waking like myself, and for a moment we stared about in bewilderment. Then the sunlight, the brilliant pure white glare of light that could never be mistaken for the light of any star but Canopus, gave me my clue, and I remembered all, our discovery of the approaching swarm while patrolling the galaxy's outer edge, our flight inward and the great battle, our capture of the enemy ship and our escape. I jumped to my feet, and as I did so Chorus Khan came into the room. "You're awake," he exclaimed, as his eyes fell on Jaldin and me, standing. "I thought you would be, by now. The Council of Suns is waiting for us." "The Council?" I repeated, and he nodded quickly as we strode with him to the door. "Yes. We've been here for many hours, Gianal, you and Jaldin sleeping, and in those hours the Council has been in almost constant session, deliberating this invasion of our universe." While he spoke we had been traversing a narrow, gleaming walled corridor, and now turned at right angles into another, strode down it and through a mighty, arched doorway, and were in the tremendous amphitheater of the Council Hall, a room familiar to all in the galaxy, the vast circle of its floor covered now by the thousands of seated members. It was toward the central platform that we strode, where Sir Hatch, the present council chief, a great, black-winged bat figure from Deneb, stood before the vast assembly. Behind him on the platform the score of seated figures who were the heads of the different departments of the galaxy's government. It was toward seats among these that he motioned us, as we reached the platform, and as we took our place in them I glanced about the great hall, interested in spite of the cosmic gravity of the moment. It was with something of a leap in my heart that I saw, among all those dissimilar thousands of strange shapes from the galaxy's farthest stars, the single human figure of the representative of my own little solar system. Then, as Sir Hatch went on with the address to the assembly which our entrance had interrupted, I turned my attention to his words. And so he was saying, "It is clear to you how these strange invaders from outer space, these serpent creatures from outside our universe, have been able to annihilate all but a few ships of our great fleet, to settle upon the worlds of the great Cancer cluster as a base, to set up clear around the edge of our galaxy the watchful patrol of their ships that our scouts report. All this they have done with a fleet of a few thousand ships, have shattered our galaxy's defenses and sent wild panic flaming across that galaxy, yet these few thousand ships, as we have now learned, are but the vanguard of the countless thousands that are soon to follow, to pour down upon us in colossal, irresistible hordes." It was through the feet of Gianal, here, and his companions, that we have learned this. You have heard how, after the great battle, he and his party were able to do what never before was done in all the annals of interstellar warfare, to board and capture an enemy ship in mid-space and bring it back, intact, to Canopus. That ship has been thoroughly examined by the best of the galaxy's scientists, and in its pilot room was found a collection of metallic sheets or rolls covered with strange characters, the written records of these serpent invaders. Upon those records for hours our greatest lexicologists have worked, and finally they have been able to decipher them, and have found in them the facts of the history and purposes of these strange invaders from outer space. These invaders, as the records show, are inhabitants of one of the distant universes of stars like our own, lying millions of light years from our own in the depths of infinite outer space. So far are these mighty galaxies like our own that they appear to us but faint patches of light in the blackness of space, yet we recognize them as universes like ours, and have given them names of our own, calling one the Andromeda universe, and another the Triangulum universe, and so on. The universe of these serpent creatures, although one of the nearest to our own, has never been seen or suspected by us because it is invisible from our distance, being not a living universe of flaming stars like our own and the ones we see, but a darkened, dying universe. It is a universe in which the thronging stars have followed nature's inexorable laws and have darkened and died, one by one, a great universe passing into death and darkness and decay as our own and all others, sometime in the far future, will pass. For eons upon it had dwelled the great masses of the serpent people, thronging its countless worlds, and as their suns began to fail them, one by one, as their universe swept toward its final darkness and death, they saw that it was necessary for them to migrate to another universe unless they wished to pass also into death. So they constructed great spaceships which were able to travel at millions of light speeds, by causing an ether shift about the ship, spaceships in which it would be possible to do what never had another done, to cross the vast gulf between universes. 5,000 of these, when finished, they sent out with serpent crews and death beam armament as an advance party which was to locate a universe satisfactory for their races and then attack it, gaining a foothold upon it while the rest of the countless serpent hordes would build a still mightier fleet of tens of thousands of ships, which would transport all their great hordes to the universe they meant to conquer. So the 5,000 ships drove out from the dying universe into the void, toward the Andromeda universe, the nearest to their own. Down they poured upon it in swift attack, but up to meet them rose the people of the Andromeda universe, a single race ruling all of it, whose science and power were so great that with mighty weapons they drove back and defeated the 5,000 attacking ships, forcing them back into outer space again. It was clear that for the present the Andromeda universe could not be conquered, so they turned at a right angle, and after flashing a message by some means of etheric communication to the masses of their peoples in the dying universe, struck out through the infinite void in a new direction, toward our own universe. Across the void they came, toward our universe, and rushed in upon it after the long days of their tremendous flight through space, met and annihilated our own great fleet at the galaxy's edge, and have settled upon the Cancer cluster, gaining the foothold they desired. Soon from their dying universe will come their vast main fleet with all their hordes, and with a mighty weapon which the records mention as now being constructed in the dying universe, a weapon to annihilate all life on our worlds with terrific swiftness. They will come, in all their masses, and when they have annihilated the races of the Federated Suns and hold all our galaxy in their grasp, will then sail back with renewed power to pour down upon the Andromeda universe and conquer it also. a cosmic plague of conquest and destruction, creeping through the infinite void from universe to universe. Sir Catch was silent a moment, and all in the great room were silent, a silence such as surely none ever experienced before. I was listening tensely, Childin and Chorus Khan beside me, but no whisper broke that stillness until the council chief's voice went calmly on. Doom creeps upon us, he said, yet there is still one chance to stay that doom. We know that before attacking us the serpent creatures attacked the Andromeda universe and were repulsed, that they plan to return to that attack after they have conquered us. So if we could send a messenger across the terrific void to the Andromeda universe, to tell its peoples of the serpent creatures' attack upon us and their intention to invade the Andromeda universe once more, after conquering us, there is a chance that those peoples would come to our aid, with the powerful weapons with which they have already once repulsed the serpent creatures, and would help us to crush these invaders before all their resistless hordes can pour down on our galaxy. It is a chance only, but on that chance rests the fate of our universe. This chance, a chance to seek the help that may save us, has been given to us by Jianal and his companions, in their capture of the enemy ship in mid-space, for this captured ship, with its colossal speed, can do what none of ours can do. It can cross the mighty void that lies between us and the Andromeda universe, and carry an appeal for help to that universe. The captured ship has been thoroughly studied by our scientists, for we plan to build a great fleet of others with mechanisms like it, to help in crushing these invaders whom we cannot crush alone. A special crew of picked engineers and fighters, from various of our stars, has been selected for it, and now waits in it for the start of this great flight through the void that they are to make for our galaxy. The command of it, though, can go only to the one who captured it, to Jianal, who was first to warn us of the oncoming peril, and to his lieutenants, Childin and Chorus Khan. With the words we three snapped to our feet, the great assembly rising likewise in their excitement, and now Sir Catch turned to face us. Jianal, he said, steadily, it is not for me to exhort you and your friends to do now your best, who have done always your best. If you can break through the enemy's patrol around the galaxy's edge, can cross the mighty void which never yet has any of our galaxy crossed, and can carry to the Andromeda universe our appeal for help, it may be that you will save us all. It may be that you will save the races and civilizations of all the federated suns from conquest and annihilation and death. To you three, who have spent your lives in the service of the federated suns, I need say no other word. We saluted, and there was a moment of death-like silence, until I spoke. We start at once, I said, simply. The next moment we three were striding down the broad aisle across the mighty hall, between the thousands of members who, still in the grip of that strange silence, watched us go, the one chance of our universe with us. Out of the great hall we strode, and down the big corridor, out of the great tower into the white glare of canopus light, and toward the long, gleaming oval shape of our waiting ship. Inside it our crew awaited us, a full 80 of strange, dissimilar shapes from every quarter of the galaxy, among them the 20 who had been of my cruiser's crew and had helped capture this ship. Swiftly I gave to them our first orders, heard the space doors clanging as we ascended to the pilot room, and then as Chorus Khan stepped to the controls heard the mingled throbbing and beating of the great generators beneath. I gave a brief signal, and Chorus Khan gently opened the mighty ship's controls, its nose lifting now as it shot smoothly upward. Past us now from beneath there rushed up 2 cruisers of the patrol, speeding up ahead of us and flashing signals that cleared swiftly from before us the masses of swarming traffic above, that swept hastily to either side as our long, grim ship drove up and outward. Up, up, and then we were clear of the last of them, our escorting patrol cruisers dropping behind us now and turning back as with rapidly mounting speed we shot out from the great planet and upward, mighty Canopus blazing full behind us now, as we flashed out again from it, out with our velocity increasing by leaps and bounds, out toward the Cancer cluster once more, toward the galaxy's edge. With the passing minutes our generators were throbbing faster and faster, and we were leaping on through the galaxy at a speed that equaled or exceeded that of our flight inward. Suns were flashing by us on either side now, at a rate that was an index to our appalling speed, but still we flashed on with greater and greater speed, racing out between the thronging suns of the galaxy toward its edge, the great ball of suns of the Cancer cluster expanding before us as we raced on in its direction. On, until the mighty cluster lay full to our right, until we were flashing past it, the blackness of outer space stretching ahead, and in that far-flung blackness the dim little patch of light that was the Andromeda universe. We were passing the mighty cluster, now, heading straight out into the black abyss, and my heart hammered with excitement as we flashed on. Could we pass the patrol of enemy ships around the galaxy's edge without a challenge, even? Could we? But suddenly there was a low exclamation from Chorus Khan, and I turned to see, racing up beside us at our left, a close-massed squadron of 5 great oval ships. They had glimpsed us on their space charts, we knew, and now were flashing beside us through space at a speed the same as our own, drawing nearer toward us while from their white-lit pilot rooms their serpent pilots inspected us. A moment I held my breath, as they flashed on at our side, peering toward us, then, apparently satisfied that our great oval craft was but one of their own fleet, they began to drop behind, to turn and resume their patrol. I breathed a great sigh, but the next moment caught my breath again, for the foremost of the 5 ships, as it dropped behind, had paused at our side, had veered a little closer as though still unsatisfied. Closer it came, and closer, until the serpent creatures in its pilot room were clear to our eyes, as it and the ships behind it raced on with ourselves through space. Then suddenly from that foremost ship a signal of brilliant light flashed to those behind it, and at once all 5 drove straight toward us. "They've seen us," shouted Jaldin. "They know we're not of their own fleet." But as he shouted I had leapt to the order tube, had cried into it a swift command, and then as the 5 ships veered in toward us there leapt from our vessel's sides long, swift shafts of crimson light, the deadly red rays with which our captured ship had been equipped at Canopus, narrow brilliant shafts that touched the two foremost of those 5 racing ships and annihilated them even as they sprang toward us. The other 3 were leaping on, though, their death beams reaching like great fingers of ghostly light through the void toward us, and I knew that we could not hope to escape them by flight, since they were as swift as our own craft. So in a moment I made decision, and shouted to Chorus Khan to head our ship about. Around we swept, in one great lightning curve, and then were rushing straight back upon the 3 racing ships. Into and between them we flashed, death beams and red rays stabbing thick through the void in the instant that we passed them. I saw one of the great pale beams slice down through the rear end of our ship, heard shouts from beneath as those of our crew in that end were wiped out of existence, and then we were past, were turning swiftly in space and flashing back outward again, and saw that 2 of the 3 ships before us were visible only as great crimson flares, the other ship hanging motionless for the moment as though stunned by the destruction of its fellows. "4 gone," yelled Jaldin, as we flashed toward the last of the 5 ships. That last ship, though, paused only a moment as we raced toward it, and then suddenly flashed away into the void to the right, vanishing instantly from sight as it raced in flight toward the Cancer cluster. We had destroyed and routed the squadron that had challenged us, had broken through the enemy's great patrol. Chorus Khan was opening our power controls to the utmost, and now the throbbing and beating of the great generators beneath was waxing into a tremendous, thrumming drone, as we shot outward into space, the Cancer cluster falling behind us as we flashed out at a tremendous and still steadily mounting speed. Out, into the vast black vault of sheer outer space that lay stretched before and about us now, the awful velocity of our great craft increasing by tens of thousands, by hundreds of thousands of light speeds, as we shot out into the untrammeled void. Behind us the mighty, disk-like mass of flaming stars that was our universe was contracting in size each moment, dwindling and diminishing, but before us there glowed out in the vast blackness misty little patches of light, universes of suns inconceivably remote from our own. Strongest among them glowed a single light patch, full before us, and it was on it that our eyes were fixed as our ship at utmost speed plunged on. It was the Andromeda universe, and we were flashing out into the mighty void of outer space toward it at a full 10 million light speeds, to seek the help which alone could save our universe from doom. 6 into the infinite standing at the controls, his tireless metal figure erect as he gazed out into the vast blackness of cosmic space that lay before us. Chorus Khan turned from that gaze toward me as I stepped inside the pilot room. Silently I stepped over beside him, and silently, as was our wont, we contemplated the great panorama before us. A stupendous vault of sheer utter darkness it stretched about us, darkness broken only by the misty light of the great universes of thronging suns that floated here and there in this vast void through which we were racing. Behind us our own galaxy lay, just another of those dim glows. 4 hours had passed since we had launched out into outer space from its edge, and in those hours our awful speed had carried us on through the void through thousands of light years of space, But though in those hours of flight our own universe had dwindled to a mere mist of light, those other misty patches that were the universes ahead had hardly grown at all in size or intensity of light, making us realize that even the vast expanse of space through which our ship had already flashed was but a fraction of the gulf that lay between us and the great Andromeda universe. Before us the soft glow that was that universe seemed a little brighter, a little larger, but even so I knew that more than a score of days must elapse before even our ship's tremendous velocity would bring us to it. And even were we able to secure the help we needed, it would still be many days before we could flash back to our own galaxy, and in those days, I well knew, the Serpent invaders would be completing their last plans, tightening their grip on all the suns and worlds of the Cancer cluster, and preparing the way for the vast hordes that soon would cross the void to pour down on that cluster, spreading resistlessly from it across all our galaxy. It was with heavy heart that I gazed ahead, knowing these things. But my gloomy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an exclamation from Chorus Khan, who had been peering intently forward into the tenebrous void, and who now pointed ahead, toward the right. "That flicker of light," he said, "you see it?" I bent forward, gazing to where he was pointing in the heavens before us, and then at last made out in the blackness, not far to the right of the glowing Andromeda universe, another patch of light of equal size, but one whose light was so dim as only to be seen with straining eyes. A mere dim flicker of light it was, in that crowding darkness, but as I gazed at it the nature of it suddenly came clearly to my mind, and I uttered a low exclamation myself. "The universe of the serpent creatures," I said. "It's the dying universe from which they came to invade our own." He nodded. "Yes. It's nearer the Andromeda universe than our own, too." I saw that he was right, and that the two universes, that of Andromeda and this dim, dying one, lay comparatively close to each other, and at almost equal distances from our own, the two forming the base of a long, narrow triangle of which our own universe was the apex. Together we gazed toward that dim flicker of light, in a thoughtful silence. We knew, even as we gazed, what great preparations were going on in that dying universe for the conquest of our own galaxy, what mighty efforts the serpent races there were making, to complete their vast fleet and the strange, huge weapon which the records we had captured had mentioned, so that they could flash through the void to pour down on our galaxy. The knowledge held us wrapped in thought as our great ship raced on, still holding to its tremendous utmost velocity, rocking and swaying a little as it plunged through the vast ether currents which swirled about us here in outer space. Gradually, as we two stood in silence with our great craft speeding on, I became aware that during the last few minutes the air inside the pilot room had become perceptibly warmer, and that its warmth was still increasing. I glanced at the dial that registered the output of our heat generators, but it was steady at its accustomed position, yet with each moment the warmth was increasing, until within a few minutes more the heat about us had become decidedly uncomfortable. Chorus Khan, too, had noticed it, and had now swung backward the control of the heat generators, yet still the warmth increased, the heated air in the pilot room rapidly becoming unbearable. I turned to the Antarian, fully alarmed now, but as I did so the door snapped open and Jordan burst up into the pilot room. "What's happening to the ship?" he cried. "Its inner walls are getting almost too hot to touch." In stunned surprise we gazed at each other. Our heating mechanisms turned completely off now, yet the inside temperature dial's arrow was still moving steadily forward. The thing was beyond all reason, we knew, and for an instant we stood in amazement, the heat increasing still about us. Then suddenly Jordan pointed upward toward the mast dials above the controls, his arm quivering. "Look," he cried. "The outside temperature dial." Swiftly we raised our own eyes toward it, the dial upon which was shown the temperature outside the ship. It should have shown absolute zero, we knew, as always in the infinite cold of empty space. But now it did not, and our eyes widened as we stared at it, in utter astonishment and fear. For it registered a temperature of thousands of degrees in the empty void about us. "Heat!" I cried. "Heat in empty outer space! It's unthinkable." Unthinkable it was, yet, even as we stood and stared, the arrow on the outside temperature was still creeping steadily forward, showing a swiftly increasing heat outside, while the air inside had become all but unbreathable, parching to the lungs. At the same moment a faint light began to appear about us, a dim red glow that was intensifying with each moment that we raced onward, and as we wheeled toward the windows we saw, in the blackness of space before us, a great, faintly glowing region of red light ahead, stretching across the heaven before us. Ever stronger that crimson glow was growing as we raced on, the heat about us mounting with it, and from beneath came the cries of fear of our crew as they too glimpsed the awful region of heat and light through which we now were racing. I knew that not much longer could the heat about us increase thus if our ship and ourselves were to survive, yet steadily the arrows on the temperature dials were moving forward, and as more and more of the awful heat outside penetrated through the insulation of our heat-resistant walls I felt my brain turning dizzily, saw Big Jordan stagger and sway against the wall, and saw Chorus Khan, the heat penetrating through his metal body even more than through our own, slumping sidewise across the controls as he was overcome by it, only half conscious. I sprang to his side, despite my own dizziness and parching throat and lungs, grasped the controls and held our ship straight onward, since all about us the vast glow of crimson light and heat stretched, encircling us and beating upon us as we flashed onward. No flame there was, nor incandescent gas, nor solid burning matter of any kind, nothing but a titanic region of brilliant crimson light, without visible source of any kind, glowing with terrific heat there in the emptiness of outer space. The glow about us was becoming more brilliant with each moment that we raced on, and as the heat outside and inside increased still more I saw Jordan fling open the pilot room's door in a vain search for cooler air, heard from beneath a rumbling, ominous thumping and cracking, as our heat-seared walls began to warp in the terrible temperature to which they were being subjected. far ahead in the awful region of heat and light through which we were speeding, I glimpsed now a deeper spot of crimson light in the great red glow, and as we raced on toward it I saw that it was the center of all the great outpouring of red light and of heat, since it was all but blinding in its brilliance, while our dials showed a temperature mounting each moment that we neared it. "It's the center of the whole thing," cried Geraldine, staggering toward me and then slumping down to the floor, overcome. "Keep the ship clear of it," he shouted, collapsing as he did so, while beside me I saw Chorus Khan, completely unconscious, neither the great crustacean Spican nor the metal-bodied Antarian possessing my own resistance to the heat that now was smothering us, though I too knew that not much longer could I hold to the controls. Hold to them I did, though, but half-conscious now myself, then as there flamed dead ahead the heart of the whole great inferno, a blazing area of brilliant crimson light that dazzled me, its terrific heat pouring full down upon our plunging ship, I swung the controls sidewise, swerving our craft to the left and around the great heat region's fiery heart. Along its side we flashed, our ship plunging and reeling now as it shot through ether currents that must have been of unparalleled size and speed, but even in that darkness that was stealing over my senses I could see that in that hell of light and heat to our right there was still no core of matter, nothing but light and heat and space. Full beside us it flamed as we shot past it, our rocking ship's sides still grating and cracking terribly beneath the heat that beat upon them, racing past that awful glare of crimson light and heat that was like a colossal forge at which some mighty workman beat out flaming suns, blazing in terrific intensity and dimensions there in the void between universes. On we raced, while I strove with all my waning strength to hold the ship, bucking and swaying as it was, clear of the fiery inferno to our right, and then it was dropping behind, the brilliant crimson light and terrible heat about us lessening a little as we shot by it. Moments more and it had dwindled to a deeper spot of light in the great red glowing region to our rear, and then as we flashed still onward at our utmost speed the last of the light and heat about us were passing, so that a moment later, with heat mechanisms again switched on, we were flashing again through the cold black void as before. With the passing of the overpowering heat the cracking of the ship's sides had ceased, and Chorus Khan and Geraldine were staggering to their feet, consciousness returning with the cooler air. Together we stared back, to where only a swiftly vanishing little glow of faint red light in the darkness behind gave evidence of the hell of heat and light through which we had just come. Heat and light in the void of outer space. I cried. The thing's impossible, and yet we came through it. Chorus Khan had been gazing back with us, but now he turned at my exclamation, shook his head. Not impossible, he said quickly. That heat and that light we came through were not generated like the usual heat and light of burning suns, they were generated in empty space by the ether itself. And as we stared blankly at him he quickly explained himself. You know that heat and light are but vibrations of the ether of various frequencies, just as are radioactive or chemical rays, and the electromagnetic waves we use for speech and signaling. Highest of all in frequency are those electromagnetic waves, Next in order of frequency come heat waves, next the red light vibrations, and down the various colors of light to the lower frequency violet light vibrations, and below these, lowest of all, the radioactive or chemical rays. Well, our scientists have long known that various of these ether vibrations have been set up in the ether of outside space by the collision of great ether currents. By those collisions are formed sometimes electromagnetic vibrations, interfering with our speech vibrations as static, or sometimes light vibrations, glowing without visible source in the heavens and known to us as the zodiacal light. Here in the void, though, where mighty currents of size and speed inconceivable must collide, the vibrations set up were in the frequency range of heat and of the lower adjoining frequency, that of red light, so that that region we came through is one where the immense ether currents that we plunged through collide and set up a ceaseless outpouring of heat and light waves there in the ether, in empty space itself. I shook my head. It seems plausible, I said, yet the reality of it, that titanic region of awful heat and light, it seems strange enough, he admitted, but it's really no stranger than if it had been a great region of static, or, a sharp cry from the spican stabbed through our talk. The walls, he shouted. They're beginning to glow, look. Startled, we swung about, and then the blood drove from my heart at the strangeness and awfulness of what we saw, for, engrossed in our talk, we had not noticed that all in the pilot room about us, walls and floor and mechanism and controls, was beginning to shine out with a strange, flickering luminosity, a misty, fluorescent light that with each moment was waxing in intensity, a quivering, unfamiliar light that seemed to glow from all in our ship, as it raced swaying on, though outside was nothing but the same blackness of space as before. Even as we stared about us, astounded, our own bodies, and especially the metal body of Chorus Khan, had begun to radiate the same lambent light, and then, with a sudden great leap of my heart, I saw that the edges and corners of the walls about us were smoothing and rounding a little, crumbling and disappearing a little as though slowly disintegrating. At the same moment a strange tingling shook through every atom of my body, a quivering force that flooded through me with increasing intensity. Horror-stricken we stood, until from one of the levers beside me an inch of the handle fell off, a little piece of metal that rattled to the floor and that was crumbling slowly, disintegrating, even as did the lever from which it had crumbled off. Then Chorus Khan was leaping toward me, across the glowing pilot room. "Swerve the ship's course," he cried, wildly. "We've run into another great region of vibrations, radioactive vibrations that will crumble the ship and all in it to pieces in a few more moments." I grasped the shining levers, swung them sharply sidewise, sent our craft flashing off at a broad angle to its previous course, but still about us the glowing light waxed and deepened, and I felt an infinite nausea overcoming me as through my body surged the floods of radioactive vibrations from the ether about us that had caused all matter in our ship to radiate that misty light. With each moment the shining walls about us seemed crumbling faster, and I knew that moments more would see the ship's end unless soon we escaped from the great trap of disintegrating death into which we had ventured. I felt, too, that not for long could we ourselves stand the impact of these disintegrating vibrations, felt the tingling that shook my own glowing flesh increasing in intensity, while all about us, now, tiny bits of metal were falling from crumbling walls and ceiling and machinery. Still grasping the controls, though, I held the ship to a course aslant from our previous one, while my two companions tensed with me over them, gazing ahead, while from beneath again came wild cries of alarm as those of our crew, who had already run the gauntlet of the enemy's death beams and of the great heat region, saw the new peril that encompassed us. There came, too, from somewhere in the ship, a great thump and clang of metal as some one of our mechanisms there broke loose from its crumbling base, but still we flung onward through the void, rocking and twisting, and in a moment the terrible tenseness that gripped us lessened a little as we saw that the glowing of the walls about us, and of our own bodies, was beginning to wane, as we drew out of the zone of deadly force. A few more moments of onward flight and they had vanished altogether, and then I brought the ship back to its course, heading once more toward the misty light patch of the Andromeda universe, while I drew a long breath of relief. There was a silence of moments before Geraldine, first of us, found his voice. "Heat regions and radioactive force regions," he exclaimed. "If more of them lie between us and the Andromeda universe, what's our chance of getting there?" Chorus Khan shook his head. "We'll get there," he said, "but we'll have to keep close watch every moment of our flight. There's no way of telling how thickly scattered these great vibration regions may lie in space about us." A moment more and Geraldine left us, passing down into the ship's body to ascertain what damage had been wrought by the great zone of radioactive force, though we knew that we had escaped from it before it could seriously damage the ship. And as I now relinquished the controls to Chorus Khan, pausing with him a moment to look out again with some fearfulness into the black void through which we were racing, it was with a full realization, at last, of the tremendous perils and unguessed circumstances that might lie in the vast spaces through which we must yet flash. Yet as my eyes fell again on the misty glowing circle of the Andromeda universe, and the sinister, dimly flickering mass of the dying universe of the Serpent People, to its right, I felt my determination stealing again within me. It was the sight of those two far patches of light ahead, I think, that held us all to our purpose in the hours, the days, that followed. Long, strange days they were, when with no sun whatever near us we could measure time only by the great abysses of space through which our ship was steadily flashing, computing from those distances and from our unvarying velocity the passing of the hours. But with each day, with each hour, we were racing countless billions of miles nearer toward the Andromeda universe, and toward the goal of our tremendous journey. On and on we plunged, our prow turned ever toward that misty circle of light ahead, that was largening and brightening with each hour that we sped toward it. Thrice, in those following days, we glimpsed great regions of heat and crimson light like that through which we first had plunged, and each time we were able to swerve away from them and detour around them in time, and so escaped a renewal of our first dread experience of them. More than once, too, our instruments gave us warning of zones of radioactive or electrical force near us, and these we gave even a wider berth than the heat regions, for these we feared most of all, I think. Ether currents and vast ether maelstroms were about us, too, we knew, but the tremendous speed of our craft brought us flashing through those where a slower moving ship would have perished. As it was, one danger that had menaced us always in navigation inside the galaxy, the presence of meteors and meteor swarms, was lacking in our flight. Yet I think that almost we would have welcomed their presence about us, for all their danger, if only for the knowledge that some other matter besides our ship moved and existed in the mighty void around us. It was our ship's isolation, the knowledge that all about it for countless billions upon billions of miles, thousands upon tens of thousands of light years, there stretched only the awful regions of empty space, an ocean of lightless space in which the galaxies of flaring suns here and there were but tiny islands, that oppressed us most. Far behind lay our own galaxy, and far ahead the Andromeda universe, and between universe and universe, an infinitesimally tiny speck there in the mighty void. Our ship raced on and on. But as we added day after measured day to our flight, as we flashed nearer and nearer toward the Andromeda universe, it slowly began to change before us, to wax from a little patch of glowing light to a larger and brighter patch, and then to a great oval of light that flamed brilliant in the blackness of space before us, and finally to a vast disk-shaped mass of stars like our own universe. The disk mass lay in space with edge toward us, and seen thus, the light of its countless thronging stars was fused almost into a single waxing glow, but as we swept nearer and nearer that glow began to resolve itself into the light of the myriad massed suns of which it was composed. So brightly flamed those gathering suns in the heavens before us that only with an effort could we make out, far toward the right, the still faint glow of the dying universe of the Serpent People, as near to us almost as that of Andromeda, yet infinitely dim and dead in comparison with it. Steadily we flashed on, day following day, until when a score of them had passed we computed ourselves as having traversed 2/3 of our journey, and could see that ever more swiftly the great universe of stars ahead was widening across the heavens. On that 20th day I spent hours with Jordan in our regular inspection of the ship's mechanism, passing with him through the long room where our engineers, depleted in number by the death beam that had sliced through our ship, tended carefully the mighty generators. Then the Spican and I passed out of the room, and were proceeding down the long corridor that led toward the pilot room when there came suddenly from it, ahead of us, a sharp cry. We stopped short a moment, then raced down the corridor and burst up into the pilot room, where Chorus Khan turned swiftly from the controls toward us. "Ships are approaching from ahead," he cried, pointing up toward the big space chart. We looked, and saw that even as he had said there moved upon that chart 100 black dots, in close formation, creeping steadily downward across the blank chart to meet the upward creeping dot that was our ship. In silent amazement we watched, as our craft raced on, and then saw that as we neared them the 50 ships ahead were slowly halting, and then beginning to move back toward the Andromeda universe in the same direction as ourselves. They were allowing us to slowly overtake them, obviously intending to race beside us at the same speed as ourselves, toward the Andromeda universe. And as they made that move, Jaldin uttered an exclamation. "They must be ships from the Andromeda universe itself," he cried. "They've learned of our approach by space charts of some kind, have come out to meet us." My heart leapt at the thought, for if it were so it would mean the first success of our mission across the void. Silently we watched, as our ship's single dot on the chart raced closer and closer toward the 100 dots above it, they moving now at a speed almost equal to our own. Within moments we would be able to glimpse them, we knew, and gazed tensely into the blackness of space ahead, toward the Andromeda universe's flaring suns, as our craft raced on. Moments were passing, tense moments of silence and watchfulness, and then far ahead we glimpsed in the void, hardly to be seen against the great glow of the Andromeda universe, a little mass of light points that steadily were largening as we gradually overtook them. A full 50 of them in sight, they were flashing on in a close formation, allowing us to overhaul them, changing from mere light points into dark, vaguely glimpsed shapes as we drove nearer toward them. Then at last we had reached them, were driving in among them as they moved now at the same speed as ourselves, could see their shapes more clearly as long and oval, their front ends white-lit transparent walled rooms like our own. Nearer we were flashing to those before us and about us, and then in those white-lit control rooms I glimpsed their occupants, slender, writhing pale shapes at sight of which I cried aloud. "Serpent ships!" I cried. "Serpent ships from the dying universe ahead. Those back in our galaxy from whom we escaped have warned them of our coming, by the means of etheric communication their records mentioned. They know our mission and they've come out to intercept us here in space." Even as I cried out, Chorus Khan's hands flashed out to the controls, but he was an instant too late. For at that same moment the ships just before us had turned and circled in one swift movement, and were rushing straight back toward us. I had a flashing glimpse of their white-lit prows racing toward us through the intense darkness, and saw with photographic clearness the slender serpent shapes in those brilliantly lit pilot rooms. And then the foremost ship loomed suddenly enormous as it flashed straight toward us. With a sharp cry Chorus Khan drove the controls sidewise to swerve our ship, but before we could avoid the onrushing craft ahead it was upon us and with a terrific, thunderous shock had crashed straight into our own racing ship. 7. The gates of a universe. I think now that it was only that last jerking aside of the controls by Chorus Khan that saved us from utter annihilation in that moment. For as he moved them our ship swerved sidewise, not enough to avoid the collision but enough to cause the onrushing ship to strike our own obliquely along the side instead of head-on. And it was that alone that saved us. The crash shook our great craft like a leaf in a gale, trembling and reeling there in the black gulf of space and flinging us all to the pilot room's floor, and for a moment it seemed to us that our ship had been riven apart. Then, as it steadied, we scrambled to our feet, just in time to see the ship that had crashed into us reeling away to the side, a shattered mass of metal, while down upon us from above and all about the other serpent ships were swooping. As Chorus Khan sprang back to the controls, I leapt to the order tube, was on the point of shouting a command to our crew beneath, when down from the hovering ships above us there dropped around us a dozen or more of great flexible ropes or loops of gleaming metal, that encircled our ship like great snares. Within another instant our craft had been drawn upward by them until it lay securely lashed between two of the enemy ships, our ray tubes useless now, since to lose them was but to perish with the ships that held us. Then another ship was slanting down above us, and as it hung over us there projected downward from its lower space door toward our own upper space door a hollow tube of metal of the same diameter as the two space doors, that attached itself with a click to our own upper door, forming a hermetically sealed gangway there between our two ships in space. Until that moment we had stood motionless in amazement, somewhat stunned by the suddenness of our ship's capture. Then as the space door of our ship clanged open above, I uttered a cry, sprang out into the corridor that ran the ship's length, and saw the members of our crew bursting into that corridor in answer to my cry, even as from the space door chamber beside it there writhed out a horde of scores of the serpent creatures. Jaldin and Chorus Khan were beside me, now, and with shouts of fierce anger we rushed upon the masses of serpent creatures who still were pouring down from the ship above through the hollow gangway. The melee that followed was wilder than when we ourselves had captured this same ship, since though we and all our crew flung ourselves forward upon the things without hesitation, we were weaponless and outnumbered by 10 to 1. As it was, I struck out with all my power at the hideous, writhing beings, feeling some of them collapse beneath my wild blows even as they strove to coil about me, saw Chorus Khan, with his triple powerful metal arms, crushing the life from those who leapt upon him, cool and silent as ever even in that wild din of battle, glimpsed the great Spican grasping those about him in his tremendous arms and literally tearing them into fragments as we battled on. But rapidly the members of our crew who battled about us were going down, the life crushed from them by the coiling bodies that overwhelmed us, and then as I strode on I too was gripped from beneath, by a serpent creature that had wound itself about my feet, and now pulled me down. We were weaponless and outnumbered 10 to 1. Struggling in the grip of a half-dozen of the alien creatures, I heard Jaldin shouting hoarsely, saw him finally pulled from his feet also by a great mass of the writhing things, and then Chorus Khan and the remainder of our crew were overcome too, and within another moment all was over. Scores of the serpent creatures lay dead about us, but with them lay many of our own crew. Not more than a bare score were left to us now of all our party. Gripped tightly still by the serpent creatures, we were thrust down a narrow stair and into an empty little storeroom beneath the pilot room, in its metal walls but a single space window giving a view forward. The door snapped shut as the last of us were thrust inside, and then our captors had left us. The lashings that had snared our ship were cast loose by the ships on either side, and as the humming of the generators waxed loud again our ship and those about it began to move once more through space. They are heading now toward the dying universe, exclaimed Chorus Khan, gazing through the single window into the black gulf outside. "They're going to take us there as prisoners." But I too, gazing through the window at his side, had seen that our ship's prow was turning now toward the right, so that ahead now instead of the great glowing mass of the Andromeda universe there lay the dim, faintly glowing patch of light that was the Serpent People's waning universe. Toward it now our ship and the ships about us were flashing at greater and greater speed, and as they hummed on the despair that had already gripped me deepened. It was not the peril in which we ourselves lay that affected me, for well I knew that from the moment of our capture our fate had been sealed, and that our temporary reprieve from death meant only that some more horrible fate awaited us in the dying universe. It was that the last chance of our own universe had vanished with our capture, the last hope to summon from the Andromeda universe the help that could save our galaxy gone now forever. In a silence of utter despair I gazed ahead as our ship and those about it hummed on, while Jaldin and Chorus Khan and all the survivors of our crew prisoned with us maintained the same despairing silence. There was no plan for escape, no suggestion of it, even, for well we knew the impossibility of even winning clear of the room that was our prison, not to speak of overcoming the hordes of serpent creatures who now operated our ship. In a strange apathy of spirit we sat and stood, hour after hour, speaking little. Our eyes and minds turned only to the window through which we could see, in the black abyss of space ahead, the faintly glowing universe of the Serpent People broadening slowly ahead as our ships raced on at full speed toward it. A day passed, and that dying universe had grown across a full third of the vault of space before us, a great, dim glowing region of flickering luminescence utterly different from the radiance of the shining Andromeda universe, that lay now far to our left. On and on the serpent ships raced, unceasingly, hour upon hour, until at last on the third day of our imprisonment their speed began to slacken, the drone of the great generators falling a little in pitch as they drew near at last to their galaxy, that had expanded outward now until it seemed to fill all the heavens before us, so strange a spectacle to our eyes that almost we forgot our own predicament and despair in contemplation of it. Full in the heavens before us it lay, a mighty galaxy fully as large as our own, as the Andromeda universe, but infinitely different, a galaxy not of life but of death. In all its mighty mass were no flaming white or blue or yellow suns like those of our own galaxy, no brilliant young stars surrounded by circling, sun-warmed worlds. Here was only a vast forest of dead and dying suns, stretched across the heavens, huge throngs of dark, burnt-out stars, cold and black and barren, that crowded thick upon one another, with here and there a few dying suns of dark, smoky red, somber crimson stars in the last stages of stellar evolution. It was with the light of these few alone that the great mass faintly glowed, an expiring universe in which all light and life were sinking into darkness and death. Silent with awe and wonder we watched as our ships drove in toward this darkening galaxy, and then I began to make out, between us and it, a strange, constant flicker of blue light that seemed to extend all about the faint glowing universe before us. Stronger that flicker was growing as we sped on toward it, though through it there shone clearly as ever the light of the crimson suns beyond it. At last we seemed racing straight into it, and now I saw that it was a colossal globular shell of flickering blue light, almost invisible, that enclosed within itself all the mighty, circular mass of the dying universe before us. Our ships seemed about to flash straight into it, but now turned sharply to the left, speeding along the great light barrier's edge. A ship beside us, though, had turned a little too late and had struck the light wall while turning, and as it did so I saw it rebounding back with terrific force as though in collision with a solid wall, its whole prow crumpled by the impact. Then, at last, I comprehended the nature of this vast shell of flickering blue light that enclosed the dying universe. It's a vibration wall, I cried to my companions. A great wall of etheric vibrations enclosing all this universe. For I saw now that that was the Great Barrier's nature. It was a mighty shell of perpetual vibrations in the ether itself, extending all about the universe before us, allowing light and electromagnetic communication waves to pass through it, unchanged, but excluding and holding out the vibrations of matter, by meeting them, as I knew must be the case, with a vibration of equal frequency which opposed them, reflected them back, forming a barrier more impenetrable than any of solid matter, yet one all but invisible, extending about all this mighty universe, excluding from it for all time all matter from outside. 2. As I was later to learn, the great vibration wall was impenetrable to the heat vibrations, reflecting those of its dying suns that struck it back into the universe inside. It was for this purpose that the vast barrier had been erected, as the sons of the serpent people failed, to prevent the escape of any of the precious heat radiations of their few living sons, and also to place about all their universe a wall impenetrable to all invaders. Set in the ether about their universe eons before, the vibrations that made up the Great Barrier were perpetual and undying, a vast wall of defense about the serpent universe. We were flashing close along the mighty, flickering barrier's edge, now, and the speed of our ships slackened swiftly as there loomed far ahead in space two great, dark bulks starred here and there with points of white light. Moments more and they had grown to immense size as we neared them, and now we saw that these were mighty, square-walled structures of gleaming metal, each a full 5,000 feet in length along each of its four sides, and half again that much in height. Two colossal metal forts that floated motionless there in space, set directly in the great wall of flickering blue vibrations, and between which there was a great opening in that wall, a clear space in which was no flickering barrier, and which I divined was the single opening in all the great wall. And flanking that opening on either side hung the massive metal structures, upheld there in the void, as I guessed, by mighty generators like those of our own ships, castles of metal whose countless deadly death beam tubes commanded the opening between them and from whose white-lit windows the serpent garrisons of them gazed out upon us. Great space forts hung there at the vibration wall's one opening, guarding the gates of a universe. In toward the narrow opening between the great forts swept our ships, and as they moved slowly inward there flashed a challenging signal of lights from those forts, answered at once by similar signals from our ships. Then we were driving inward, between the towering metal castles on either side, flashing in through the great vibration wall and into the dying galaxy itself. With generators again humming at high speed, our 100 ships swept on, into the thronging thousands of dead and dying suns that swarmed before us, inside the colossal protecting shell of the great vibration wall. All about us now were great hordes of swarming dark stars that we could but dimly glimpse, as our ships flashed between them, vast throngs of black and burnt-out suns that outnumbered the few still flaming stars by hundreds to one. Here and there about us, though, as we swept on, we could make out a red sun or two, some comparatively brilliant and others so dark and far gone that they seemed only like giant cooling embers in the black heavens. Clusters there were, too, of which all but one or two suns would be black and dead, and as we flashed on into the depths of this universe we began to realize at last what tremendous necessity it had been that had sent the serpent peoples driving out through the limitless void in search of a new universe. Far ahead, though, there loomed before us as we sped on a trio of giant crimson suns more brilliant than any we had yet seen in this dying universe, and which hung at its center, each of them as large as great Canopus itself in our own galaxy. In a great triangle they hung there, two of them much brighter than the other, a mighty triplet of titanic waning suns that seemed like the dying monarchs of the vast and dying realm about them. It was down toward these three great suns that our ships were slanting now, down toward the space at the center of their great triangle, and now we saw that in that space there swung a single mighty world, a dark, immense planet of size inconceivable, almost as large as the three great suns at whose center it turned, and whose light and heat fell perpetually upon it. Broader and broader the great turning world was growing as we slanted down toward it, until it lay like a tremendous dark shield beneath us, filling all the heavens below. As our ships sank still lower toward it, speed swiftly slackening, we began to make out details on its surface, to make out what seemed to be a vast mass of palely shining structures, towers and walls and vast, terraced buildings that glowed all with pale blue light, indescribably ghostly in appearance as they soared into the dusky, crimson light of the three encircling suns. Here and there through the masses of these blue shining structures ran streets, narrow openings in which swarmed great masses of the writhing serpent people. And as I gazed down upon this tremendous city, upon the countless glowing structures of pale blue light that made it up, my astonishment at what I saw broke from me in a startled cry. "This city!" I exclaimed. "Its buildings are of vibrations like the great wall around their universe. A city of vibrations. A mighty city that covered apparently all this giant planet, and yet whose every structure was built, not of matter but of etheric vibrations that were matter-resistant like the Great Wall, vibrations infinitely more lasting and impenetrable than any matter, and projected upward at will into buildings of any shape or size. Here and there in the mighty city, even as we sped down over it, we could see buildings vanishing instantaneously, could see other mighty buildings springing as instantly into being, all of the same pale blue light, reared or destroyed instantly by snapping on or off the vibrations that were projected upward to form them. Now, as our ships slanted down over the vast mass of pale glowing structures that stretched from horizon to horizon, I saw that ahead and beneath there lay amid those structures a mighty circular clearing, scores of miles in diameter and paved smoothly with the same pale blue force as the city's buildings and streets. In this vast circle, ranged regularly in long rows, rested thousands upon countless thousands of gleaming oval spaceships, in all stages of completion. Over and among them, swarming ceaselessly through them and toiling to complete them, moved mighty hordes of the serpent creatures, armed with great tools of strange design, the thunderous clamor of their work coming up to us through the great planet's air. It was the immense workshop of the serpent races that lay beneath us, I knew, in which their hordes labored ceaselessly to complete the mighty fleet that was to carry them through the void to our universe. It was not the ranks of half-built ships, though, nor the toiling throngs among them, that held our gaze in the vast circular clearing over which we were racing. It was the colossal shape that loomed at that clearing's center and that occupied fully half the area of its vast circle, a stupendous metal cone structure that rose in the air before us for fully a score of miles, the diameter of its base almost as great, a gigantic, smooth-sided mountain of metal towering there above the countless ships and workers in the great clearing around it, and above the far-stretching city about that clearing. Past its side our ships were speeding, and we could see now that about it and upon it there labored other great masses of serpent creatures, swarming in and out of the heavy doors that swung open in its sides at various levels, and laboring upon the great masses of machinery that we could glimpse inside. Some of these, we saw, were great generators like those of our ships, making it clear that the vast cone was intended to race through space. Then, as Chorus Khan's keen eyes peered toward and into its interior as we flashed past, he turned toward us, startled. "It's a colossal death beam projector," he exclaimed. "One that can move through space like their ships, and that can stab forth a death beam of unthinkable size. With that, when they complete it, they can wipe out all life on a whole world with a single flash of the stupendous beam." Stunned, we gazed toward it as our ships flashed past. The tremendous cone itself was apparently complete, from vast base to the truncated, flattened tip. The generators that were to move it through space were apparently all installed, and the great hordes of serpent workers who swarmed in it now were beginning to place in it the massed mechanisms for the production of the colossal death beam, which would be projected up through a tremendous, hollow tube or tunnel running up from the great cone's interior to the great, round opening at its truncated tip. The terrific beam, generated in that interior, would flash out of that opening at the top in whatever direction the vast cone itself was headed in space, would flash through space with its tremendous power for immense distances, spreading out fan-wise and expanding in every direction as it flashed on, until it struck the planet at which it was aimed, enveloping all that planet in its ghostly glow and wiping out instantly all life upon it. This, then, was the great weapon of irresistible power which the captured records of the serpent creatures had mentioned. And irresistible it was, I saw now, for with it, when completed, the serpent creatures could sally forth and with one sweep of the colossal beam destroy all fleets of spaceships opposing them by annihilating their crews, could descend upon our universe and with that same great beam wipe out all life upon world after world of our galaxy, swiftly, resistlessly, until in all our universe was left no living thing except themselves. But now, even as we stared in horror and amazement at the vast cone, our ships were driving past it, still over the great clearing filled with close-ranked masses of the half-built ships, until before and beneath us lay the mighty circle's edge. And now we saw that beyond it, touching it, there lay another smaller circle of clear space, amid the vast city's crowding structures of blue light, a circle from which throngs of spaceships were constantly rising and upon which others were descending, it being obviously one of the points of departure and arrival for all ships. Down toward it our own ships were speeding, slower with every moment, until at last they had landed at this smaller circle's edge, our own closest to that edge, the pale glowing mighty buildings towering up just beside us. Then the space doors of our ships were clanging open, and their occupants were writhing forth from them. A moment and the door of our prison snapped open, then, herded forward by a half-dozen of serpent creatures armed with small death-beam tubes, we were marched out of the ship and onto the smooth pavement of blue force that covered this circle also. There, massed together, we were halted for a moment, and took the opportunity to stare about. From the ships behind us, just landed, the last of the serpent crews had writhed forth, passing across to a narrow street that opened through the mass of towering, shimmering buildings before us, from the circular clearing's edge. We ourselves were being marched toward that street, now, the great oval ships lying empty and deserted behind us, and at sight of their open doors I turned and twitched the arm of Juldin, walking beside me. "It's a chance in a million to get away," I whispered, to him and to Chorus Khan. "If we can overpower these guards and get back inside our ship." They turned toward me, startled, and then as they glanced back toward the deserted ships their eyes lit with excitement. A moment more and I had whispered my plan, glancing toward the half-dozen guards behind us, and then the next moment we put it into effect, Juldin suddenly slumping to the blue force pavement and lying motionless, sprawled as though suddenly stricken down. It was the most primitive of ruses, and I could only hope in that moment that our guards might not have had experience of it. The next moment, though, they had seen the motionless form of the big Spican, and with a natural perplexity had writhed forward toward it, holding their beam tubes, though, gripped in the coils of their strange bodies, alertly toward ourselves. Beside the big crustacean they halted, tubes trained still upon us as they inspected him. Then the next moment the Spican had reached out his great arms with inconceivable swiftness and suddenness, grasping the serpent guards beside him before they could turn their tubes down upon him, threshing with them in sudden fierce battle as we rushed forward to aid him. The next moment we were all struggling there with those guards in a wild melee, their deadly tubes knocked from their grasp by Jourdan in his leap upon them. With the strength and fury of despair we flung ourselves upon them, rending their writhing bodies to fragments as they sought to coil about us, our hoarse shouts rising above their own hissing cries of fear and alarm. In but a moment, it seemed, we were crushing the last of them beneath us, Jourdan and one or two of our crew leaping already toward the open door of our ship, while we staggered up to follow. But as we did so there came from behind us other hissing cries, and we whirled about, then stopped short. For back from the street into which they had just gone were rushing the serpent crews of the ships behind us, a resistless horde that was flashing upon us with the ghostly death beams of their tubes stabbing full toward us. Ate the whole of the living dead racing forward as they were, the serpent creatures rushing upon us could only lose their death beams at chance upon us, and it was that alone that saved us, the deadly rays going wide except for one that struck and annihilated two of our party in its wild whirling. Then, before they could loose the beams again upon us, we had rushed forward to meet them and were among them, while at the same moment I shouted hoarsely over my shoulder to Jourdan, who with his 3 followers had reached now the open door of our ship, behind us, and who now had hesitated for an instant as he saw our new foes rush down upon us. "Go on, Jourdan," I cried. "Get away in the ship, we'll hold them till you get clear." Then we were meeting the serpent creatures before us, and the next few moments we seemed surrounded, weighed down, by a solid mass of writhing bodies at which we struck crazily with the last of our strength. Even as we struggled wildly, though, I heard above the shouts and hissing cries about me the clang of the ship's space doors, the swift humming of its generators. Then as I staggered clear of my opponents for a moment I saw the great craft, with Jourdan at the controls in its pilot room, lifting suddenly from the clearing, slanting steeply upward at immense speed, vanishing almost instantly in the crimson sunlight above. I yelled with exultation at the sight, and then was pulled down once more by my opponents, held tightly with Chorus Khan and the others, as with wild hissing cries the greater part of the serpent creatures rushed to their ships. A moment more and 20 of their craft were shooting sharply upward in hot pursuit of Jourdan and his fleeing ship. Held tightly by our serpent captors, we waited with them the return of the pursuing ships. Would they catch the big Spican? Slowly the minutes dragged past, while in the gulf of space above us, we knew, Jourdan and his 3 followers were racing, twisting, fighting against that remorseless pursuit that would track him by the space charts. Then at last, after a wait that seemed eternities in length, the dark, long shapes of the ships that had pursued him drove down from above and landed beside us, their serpent crews emerging, but without trace of Jourdan or his ship. Whether he had managed to elude them and drive out between the great space forts into open space and escape, or whether he had met his end beneath their death beams, we could not say nor guess. I knew, though, that they would hardly have given up the pursuit unsuccessfully so soon, and it was with doubt and fear in my heart that I rose now in response to the motioned commands of our captors. Guarding us now with a score or more of death beam tubes, they marched us across the circle toward the street that opened from it, and then down that street's length, between the mighty structures of blue force on either side. Half transparent as were those buildings of pale blue light, we could see in them all the various floors and levels, as though in buildings of blue glass, and on those levels great ranks of half-glimpsed mechanisms tended by moving, writhing throngs of serpent beings. Other throngs of them moved about us in the narrow street, from building to building, passing and repassing around us as we marched along. To these, though, and to the buildings about us we paid but small attention, for at the end of the narrow street down which we were marching there loomed a great blue shining structure of the same vibration as the others, but which dwarfed them by its tremendous size. Its vast, terraced sides slanted up for level upon mighty level, and as we neared it we saw that the street itself ended in it, passing through the high, great doorway before us into the shining structure's interior. In and out of it were pouring hordes of the serpent creatures, and into it we were marched by our guards, through the great hall inside and on through a succession of other corridors in which writhed serpent throngs. Through the open doors of the rooms along those corridors, as we passed by them, I could see serpent creatures grouped about low, desk-like platforms, could see massed rows of great mechanisms that seemed tabulating or recording machines of some sort, saw other great rooms filled with flexible metal rolls like those we had captured with our oval ship, great collections of written records, and realized that this huge building must hold within itself the central controlling government of all the races of the serpent creatures, on this great central world and on the worlds that revolved about the few living suns in the universe about us. Our captors halted us, at last, before a door heavily guarded by serpent creatures with ray tubes, and while one of our own guards passed through the door into the great rooms we could glimpse inside, the remainder kept close watch upon us. I sensed that our own fate was being decided in those rooms beside us, and a few moments later saw that my guess had been right, for there came out the serpent creature who had gone in, giving to our guards brief hissing orders. At once they marched us onward, emerging again into the great central hall that ran through the vast, blue shimmering building, and progressing with us down that great, crowded corridor, until they turned us sharply to the right, through a big open door into a mighty hall or room, the nature and purpose of which we could not grasp for the moment. It was filled with great, transparent cases, ranged in long, regular rows, extending from flickering blue light wall to wall of the vast hall. In those cases there were shapes and figures, rigid and unmoving, that had apparently once been living things, and that were of a strangeness inconceivable. In hundreds, in thousands, they were grouped there in the protecting cases, beasts and beings all but indescribable in appearance, so strange were they even to our eyes, which had seen all the countless forms of life of our own galaxy. There was, in a case near us, a vast flat thing of white flesh, disc-like and scores of feet in diameter, with a single staring eye at its center. In another case was a great, many-legged cylinder of flesh without discernible features whatever. In still another, just before us, a black, powerful-looking insect shape that was apparently double-headed, with two sets of black, beady eyes. All down the great hall's length stretched the rows of cases, filled with beings of which the sight of some alone was a creeping horror, and as we gazed at that incredible collection of alien forms in amazement, its significance rushed upon me. "It's a museum," I exclaimed. "A great collection of the living forms that have existed in this dying universe, preserved here for countless ages, perhaps, out of the past." As I spoke, though, there were coming down toward us from the far end of the great hall two serpent creatures who seemed the custodians of this strange collection. Our guards addressed to them a few hissing commands, and the two turned, seemed to survey the cases about them, while we stared in perplexity. Then one turned toward a niche inset in the wall, in which rested two transparent containers or tubes of liquid, one of bright red and the other of green, and a long, slender metal needle that was apparently a hypodermic of some sort. Thrusting the needle into the red liquid, the serpent creature holding it advanced to the case nearest us, which contained only the double-headed insect creature. He swung the side of the case open, and then, with a swift jab, inserted the needle in the body of the thing inside. There was a moment of silence, and then, to our amazement and horror, the insect thing moved, its eyes roving from side to side, its limbs twitching. The thing was alive. The two serpent creatures stepped toward the case, as it came to life, holding death beam tubes toward it and addressing it in hissing tones. Apparently it was of some intelligence, for in response to those orders it stepped outside the case, down the hall toward another case which was all but filled by other strange shapes. Into this it stepped, at the command of the two, and then the one with the needle filled it with the green fluid, and inserted this in turn into the thing's body. At once that body stiffened, ceased to move, the thing becoming as rigid and unlifelike in appearance as before, its eyes staring stonily ahead in all the appearance of death. Horror filled me at the sight, horror that sickened me, for I saw now that the things about us, the countless strange shapes in these rows of cases, were all as alive and conscious as ourselves, their life and intelligence unharmed but their bodies thrown into a state of rigid suspended animation by the insertion of the green fluid into them, a fluid that must be like the poisons with which some insects are able to keep their captured prey alive and unmoving indefinitely, a fluid that suspended all animation instantly and that could only be neutralized by the injection of the opposing red fluid, though always the victim remained conscious and alive. Alive. These myriad alien shapes about us, rigid and motionless, yet living and conscious, living perhaps for ages in that living death, my brain reeled at the thought. I turned to Chorus Khan, sick with horror, but then stopped short, stiffened. For now the serpent creature grasping the metal needle and the tube of green fluid was coming toward us. All the horror of the fate intended for us burst across my brain in one flash of awful comprehension, then, and a strangled cry broke from me. "They're going to keep us here too," I cried, pointing with trembling hand. "Keep us here as strange beings, in living death in this museum of strange beings. A moment we stood, in horror-stricken silence, and then as the full awfulness of the thing reserved for us penetrated the brains of my companions, they uttered a medley of hoarse shouts of rage and horror, and as one leapt forward upon the serpent creatures with the fluid tubes and upon our guards. I think that we expected no better than death in that moment, for the death beam tubes of the guards were full upon us. But I think too that we all preferred a swift, clean death to the horror of living death that awaited us in this museum of hell. But the very motive that made us desire death prevented the guards from loosing it upon us, preferring to follow their orders and place us in the collection about us rather than annihilate us. For instead of loosing the rays, as we sprang, they leapt to meet us, at the same time giving utterance to loud, hissing cries of alarm. Our guards outnumbered us, and though we leapt upon them with all the energy of horror and despair, striving to wrest the death tubes from their grasp, they coiled about and held us, while into the great hall from the big corridor outside there rushed in answer to their alarm other scores of serpent creatures, leaping likewise upon us. Wearied as we were and outnumbered by 5 to 1, our struggle, though fierce, was of short duration, and then we were held completely by the creatures about us, while toward us again came the 2 serpent creatures with the metal needle and 2 liquid tubes. First toward me they came, dipping the needle into the green liquid and then stabbing it into my arm. I shrank deeply as the sharp needle pierced my skin, but the next moment ceased to shrink, as through me there ran a wave of cold, a flood of utter iciness that held me motionless, unable to move. No muscle of mine, down to the smallest, could I control, lying there staring straight ahead, unmoving, unwinking, unbreathing even. My lungs, my heart, my blood, all had stopped moving in the instant that the poison flooded through me. Yet my brain was as clear or clearer than ever, coldly clear, as though attached to it was no body whatever. My senses, though, still functioned, and though all power of motion had left me, I could still see and hear as clearly as ever. It was as though my brain had been suddenly lifted from the mass of flesh that was my body, and endowed with a strange, lifeless life of its own. Now the guards rose from me, leaving me lying motionless and rigid, and turned toward Chorus Khan, who was being held down by others. His metal body seemed to puzzle them for an instant, and then they solved the problem by injecting the needle of green fluid into the nerve tissues at the edge of his eyes, from which it would spread instantly to the other living organs cased by his metal body. Another moment and he too lay like me, rigid and powerless to move, our eyes meeting in an unchanging, stony stare. Within minutes more the green fluid had been injected into the last of our score of followers, and we had all become but rigid living statues, our consciousness and senses alone unaffected. Then by the serpent creatures we were set into the transparent case from which the double-headed insect thing had been moved to make way for us, were placed in a sitting position with backs against the case's sides, and then it was closed and the guards passed out of the big hall, leaving in it only the 2 serpent creatures who were its custodians. Rigid, unmoving, unbreathing, yet with consciousness, mind and senses as clear as ever, living brains cased in bodies that were helpless and motionless. I think that no position of any in all time could have been more terrible than ours. Had consciousness been suspended also, with the powers of our bodies, the captivity we suffered would have been but a dreamless sleep, at least, but to allow our consciousness and intelligence to remain, our bodies severed from our control, that was a torture that surely none other could ever equal. Statue-like we sat there, while hour followed hour, gazing always in the same direction with unmoving and unwinking eyes. Certainly no wonder would it have been had we gone mad in the first hours of that ghastly, terrible imprisonment. As the hours, the days, dragged past, though I bent all my mental efforts toward the keeping of my sanity, and though at times my brain reeled beneath our terrible predicament, I desperately forced my thoughts into other channels. From where I sat I could gaze out into the great corridor outside the room, and that at least gave me something moving to contemplate, as through it swept the never-ceasing hordes of the serpent people, a rush of activity that dwindled never until the rising of the darkest of the three suns marked the coming of the night, the sleep period of the serpent people. The light of that darker sun was so far dimmer than that of the other two that as this world turned between the three, 1/3 of each day was spent in a dusky red darkness, a strange night in which all activity in the vast serpent city about us seemed to cease, only our rooms, 2 serpent guards and some others here and there outside remaining alert, our 2 room guards being replaced at the beginning of each night by 2 others who alternated with them in their duties. It was these things alone, though, the coming of night and the changing of our guards, the cessation and recommencement of the activity in the corridor outside, the waning and waxing of the crimson light that fell through the great building's flickering blue vibration walls, that alone marked for us the passage of time. Day was following day while we sat on there in living death, unmoving as stones, and I knew that with each day the great fleet of the serpent creatures I had glimpsed in the clearing would be approaching nearer to completion, as would the colossal death beam cone with which they meant to wipe out all the races of all the galaxy's worlds. And we, on whom had rested the one chance of our universe, had failed, we were prisoners. I could not believe that Jaldin, with his 2 or 3 followers, had managed to get through the great vibration wall about this universe and speed to the Andromeda universe for help. Our last hope was gone, and the last hope of our galaxy with it, prisoned as we were in the helpless flesh of our own bodies, from which there could be no escape, lacking even the power to destroy ourselves and end our endless torture. The passing days became blurred and confused in my mind, as we sat on there, and I felt that my brain was beginning to give at last beneath the awful strain. Time still I could roughly measure, though, by the waning of activity in the corridor outside, by the darkening of the crimson light that slanted through the pale blue walls. I think that it was on the 10th day of our imprisonment that I watched that light darkening, as always, wondering for how many times I was to see it thus, for how many days, years, ages, we were to lie in this living death, in the serpent creature's museum. As I watched, the passing throngs in the corridor outside were thinning, disappearing, with the coming of the dusky night, and soon there was almost complete silence about us, only the low hissing of the two serpent gods, near the room's door, as they conversed there, breaking the stillness. Then suddenly my brooding thoughts were broken into by sharp surprise as I glimpsed a big, stealthy shape that showed itself for a moment in the corridor outside, and then dodged swiftly back. With a sudden flame of excitement leaping in me for the first time since our imprisonment, I gazed toward the door, eyes unmoving as always. A moment more and the dark, erect shape that I had glimpsed outside came slowly into view once more, peering around the door's edge at the two serpent guards, who for the moment were turned away from it. Seeing this, the lurking shape came slowly into the room, through the door from the shadows of the corridor, and as it did so I saw it clearly. And well it was for me that I could not speak, or surely I would have shouted aloud. For it was Geraldine. A great wave of hope flooded through my brain as I saw the big Spican move stealthily inside, a thick metal bar in his grasp, his eyes roving about the dusk-lit great room. Then, as they fell upon our own case, upon us sitting motionless, I saw him gasp. A moment he surveyed us, my eyes staring stonily straight into his own as we sat still rigid and unmoving, and then he had turned, was moving silently toward the two unsuspecting guards. Closer he crept toward them, while I watched in an agony of suspense, and then as he reached them, raised his great bar above his head, the two creatures, warned by some slight sound, whirled suddenly around and confronted him. Instantly the death tubes they held came up, but in the moment that they did so Geraldine's bar had smashed down upon them in a great, crushing blow that laid both lifeless on the blue force floor. Then the Spican sprang to our case, opening its side and lifting us out, seeking with rough restorative measures to revive us. Yet we lay as silent and rigid as ever, and I saw despair creep into his eyes. I could have shouted to him in my agony of mind had not my muscles been as far severed from my brain's control as ever. Then the Spican raised from his fruitless efforts, gazed despairingly about, until his eyes fell upon the niche in the wall that held the tubes of red and green fluid. With a leap he was upon them, bringing them and the needle back toward us. A moment he studied them, in doubt, then inserted the needle in the green fluid and pierced my forearm with it. I could have screamed to him his mistake had I had power of speech, for the green fluid injected into me had no effect upon me whatever, since I lay already beneath its force. Seeing this he swiftly made trial of the red fluid, injecting this in the same manner into my body, and then, as he gazed anxiously down upon my rigid figure, I felt a sudden warmth flooding through me, and for the first time in all those days became aware of my body, felt muscles and limbs moving in answer to my will's commands, felt heart and breathing starting after their long cessation. Then I was staggering up to my feet, the Spican's great arm about me, reeling upward with muscles utterly strange and cramped after those days of living death. "Geraldine!" I cried, my voice strange to my own ears after that time of speechlessness, and he gripped my arm reassuringly. "Steady, dear Nile," he said. "You're out of that now, and we'll win clear of this hellish city yet." As he spoke he was dropping to the floor, injecting swiftly into the bodies of the rest the red fluid, beginning with Chorus Khan, and as he did so he explained to me swiftly how he and his 3 followers had managed to elude the ships that had pursued him by fleeing from them into a nearby cluster of dead and dying suns, and pretending to have perished by crashing into a great dark star, landing his ship upon its barren, burnt-out surface and escaping the scrutiny of the pursuing ships, who returned in the belief that he and his ship had met annihilation. In that hiding place, upon that black and airless and lightless star, he had remained for days, not daring to venture forth amid the swarms of serpent ships that filled the space lanes about him, yet resolved to return and ascertain our fate. When at last, days later, he had been able to venture out, back to this vast world and down upon it through the dusky night, he had boldly landed the ship where it would excite no suspicion, in the landing circle from which he had first escaped in it. Then, leaving his little crew of 3 in it and stealing through the shadows of the silent streets toward the great central building where he hoped against hope to find some trace of us, he had made his way through the darkened corridors of the huge structure until he had stumbled upon the strange museum of the serpent people where we were prisoned. While he swiftly explained this to me, Chorus Khan and our followers were staggering up beside me as the injections of red fluid revived them, one by one, and I turned toward the door, then uttered a horror-stricken exclamation. For in the corridor outside a single serpent creature faced us, attracted perhaps by the sound of our voices, its glassy eyes full upon us. Even in the instant that I saw it, before ever I could leap upon it, it had turned with incredible quickness and was flashing back down the corridor, farther into the great building, uttering as it did so a high, hissing cry. And in an instant that cry was taken up and re-echoed in all the great structure about us, by the roused serpent creatures who were rushing in answer to it. "The alarm!" I cried. "Out of the building and to the ship!" With lightning swiftness now Jaldin was injecting in the last of our followers the restorative red fluid, and then as those last ones stumbled up into consciousness beside us, we raced toward the door, out into the corridor. There, abruptly, we stopped short, our last wild hopes of escape in that instant blasted. For less than 1,000 feet down the great corridor from us, pouring out into it from every quarter of the vast building's interior in answer to the hissing cries of alarm, there was racing down upon us a great mass of hundreds upon hundreds of the writhing serpent creatures. 9-4 Freedom Doom stared at us in that instant as the serpent creatures rushed down the great corridor toward us, for well we knew that never could we win our way down the long street to our waiting ship with that pursuit behind us. For a flashing moment as we stood there, stunned, it seemed that recapture was inevitable, and then as a sudden thought flared across my brain I cried out to my companions. "Get out of the building!" I cried. "I can hold them here." They hesitated, and then sprang down the corridor toward the street, while at the same instant I leapt into the great museum hall from which we had just emerged. With a single bound I had grasped the needle and tube of restorative red fluid and was at the great transparent cases, ripping the sides open frantically and stabbing the needle with lightning swiftness into their occupants. those in a dozen or more cases I had swiftly treated thus before I dropped the tube and needle and leapt back to the door, into the corridor. As I did so I had seen the first of the strange, terrible shapes I had touched with the needle beginning to stir, to move from their cases. As I sprang back out into the corridor, though the racing masses of the serpent creatures were but a scant 100 feet behind me, my own companions racing out of the building ahead of me, now. The serpent things loosed no rays upon us, desiring, I knew, to return us to that hell of living death from which we had escaped. But as I sprang down the corridor they were so close behind that another moment, I knew, would see my capture and that of my friends ahead. Then, just as the serpent creatures, racing behind me, reached the door of the museum, they halted, recoiled. For out into the corridor from that museum hall had flopped a great, terrible shape, the mighty disk of pale flesh with a single central eye that my needle had been first to revive. Instantly it had moved upon the serpent creatures upon whom its glaring eye fell, and before they could escape had thrown its vast disk of flesh about a mass of scores of them, bunching its body swiftly together then with terrific power and crushing them within it. At another mass of them it leapt, ravening with terrific fury after its imprisonment of untold ages of living death, while out of the museum there came after it the other shapes I had revived, awful insect beings that leapt upon the serpent creatures with terrible claws and fangs, heedless of the death beams that flashed toward them. Many-limbed things of flesh that whirled forward as fiercely to the attack, grotesque, terrible monsters of a dozen different sorts that leapt now upon the serpent. Creatures who had prisoned them for ages with inconceivable raging power, heaping about them great masses of crushed and mangled serpent dead. Only in a glance over my shoulder did I glimpse that massacre of the serpent creatures behind me, for I was racing on down the corridor and out of the building into the narrow street, where my friends awaited me. With a word I explained to them what had happened, and instantly we set off down the street, between the great, towering buildings of beaming blue force that lay silent and dead now in the dusky darkness, only their own flickering light and that of the vast, dim red sun that swung in the black heavens above lighting us forward as we raced on. Behind, though, in the great building from which we had fled, were rising appalling cries, the hissing utterances of the serpent creatures and the strange and awful cries of the things with which they battled. Now about us were rising other cries as the serpent creatures across all the city began to rouse beneath the terrific din of the wild fight in the central building. Behind us, as we raced on down the narrow street, we saw them emerging from the buildings, gazing about, and then as we were glimpsed, fleeing toward the landing circle where lay the ships, other cries went up and after us leapt the serpent things from all along the street, pouring into that street from its buildings and from adjacent streets and racing after us. But a few hundred yards ahead lay the landing circle, and as we ran on we could make out the gleaming, great shapes of the oval ships lying upon it, could discern the shape of our own awaiting ship, at the circle's edge, its door open before us. Toward that black opening, as toward some tremendous magnet, we stumbled on with the last of our strength, but close behind came the serpent creatures in ever-increasing masses, the alarm spreading now over all the gigantic city about us, and there lay still a distance that seemed infinite between us and that open door. Then, when we were but a scant 100 feet from it, the serpent creatures hardly more than that behind us, Chorus Khan slipped, stumbled and went down. We wheeled around, reaching down to help him up, but halted even as we did so. For the serpent creatures behind us were within yards of us now, hissing cries of triumph rising from them as they writhed toward us. Then, in the next moment, from the great, looming bulk of our ship ahead there stabbed down and over us a shaft of blinding crimson light, a narrow, deadly ray that struck the writhing masses of our pursuers and swept through them in a great, slicing curve, sending them into annihilation in dazzling bursts of light as it touched them. Those farther behind came racing on, nevertheless, but before they could reach us we had stumbled on and into the ship, and with space doors clanging and generators suddenly droning loudly, our ship shot up into the darkness just in time to escape a dozen pale death beams that sprang toward us from the mass of our pursuers. Up into the darkness above the vast, blue glowing city we flashed, Juldin and Chorus Khan and I bursting up into the pilot room and replacing our follower there whose timely action had saved us. Beneath us the whole city was rising as the alarm spread, lights flashing out here and there among its buildings, serpent hordes pouring into the streets, while from the landing circle from which we had just risen there shot up after us a dozen long gleaming oval ships, in close pursuit. So swiftly were they after us that before we had fully realized their nearness, their death beams were sweeping and slicing through the darkness about us. I shouted a swift order. Chorus Khan whirled the controls about and sent our ship flashing straight back into the mass of our dozen pursuers, and then we had leapt through them, our red rays striking right and left as we did so, and two of their great craft had flared there in the darkness above the great city in blinding crimson light, and we were racing up into the darkness again with the 10 remaining ships farther behind, but still speeding on our track. Upward we shot with terrific speed, and in a moment the vast, turning world beneath, covered with the masses of blue force structures, had contracted and dwindled to a mere point beneath us as we fled up and outward into space. As we flashed up from it, though, I had glimpsed rising from it a full 500 serpent ships, with a score of the great disk attraction ships, and as these lifted to follow the 10 that leapt close behind us, I saw that the serpent creatures were taking no slightest chance of our escape. I turned to Chorus Khan, swiftly, as our craft leapt upward, shouting to him above the droning roar of the generators that filled our craft now. Head straight out toward the great vibration wall, toward the opening in it. I cried. We'll never get through that opening, between the space forts. Juldin exclaimed. They'll have received word of our escape, and will be waiting for us. I shook my head. We'll have to run between them and take our chance. I yelled. It's our one chance of escape from this universe. Now the giant central world beneath was no longer visible, as we raced upward and outward from it at terrific speed, and ahead loomed one of the 3 giant suns that lay about that world. We were leaping forward straight toward it, and in an instant it had broadened across the heavens to a stupendous disk of raging crimson fire, a thunderous, titanic sun into which we seemed inevitably doomed to plunge. But as it flared across the firmament before us, Chorus Khan swerved the controls, and we were flashing by it, past the red star's edge and on outward through the dying universe. Traveling at a speed that was all but suicidal to use inside any universe, thrumming on at all but our utmost velocity, we reeled outward through the throngs of dead and dying stars about us, while behind us at a speed that matched our own our 10 pursuers came relentlessly on, with the 500-odd ships that we had seen rising from the Serpent City following us in turn. Out, the minutes of that mad outward flight through the dying universe are but a confused, strange memory of a wild, awful race through the massed dead and dying stars that thronged thick about us, and between which we drove with such terrific swiftness that hardly could we glimpse them in passing save on our space chart. On that chart I saw a close-massed cluster of dark suns full before us, saw the Antarian swing the ship lightning-like sidewise to avoid it, then sharply drive the controls back again as before us a crimson flaming star about which turned countless worlds of the serpent people loomed before us. Out, flashing crazily on past crimson sun and thundering dark star, through the massed suns of great dead and dying clusters and past far-swinging planets, with the 10 long ships behind clinging remorselessly to us, out, until far ahead there became visible across all the heavens before us the wavering pale blue tide of the great vibration wall that encircled this universe. Out between the last of the dying universe's dark and dying suns we were racing, toward that mighty wall, and as we leapt forward I pointed toward it. "The space forts!" I exclaimed. "Make for the opening between them, Chorus Khan, and slacken speed a little." Straight toward the 2 great metal structures set in the pale blue shining wall we leapt, 2 huge fortresses of gleaming metal from whose narrow openings came brilliant white light, whose mighty death beam tubes swung threateningly out toward the space between them, the single vibrationless opening in the vast and impenetrable vibration wall. They had been warned, were ready for us, we knew, and knew too that not even by a miracle could our ship run between those towering forts without coming under the deadly beams, yet still toward them we leapt, at a speed slackened a little, now, while after us like leaping things of prey came the 10 ships, rapidly overhauling us, flashing closer each moment. We had almost reached the great opening in the wall, now, the 10 ships behind almost upon us, and as we flashed through space the whole scene was like one from some weird dream. The thronging dark and dying suns of the great universe behind us, the tremendous, all but invisible, pale blue wall of light that enclosed it, the single opening in that wall full before us, guarded on either side by the mighty metal space forts, the great ships leaping after us just behind. We were flashing into the narrow opening. From the great space forts to right and left the deadly death beams were stabbing out toward us in scores, in hundreds. The ships behind were almost upon us, their own death beams stabbing toward us, and then I cried a single word to Chorus Khan. He thrust the controls suddenly forward with a lightning-like move, and just as our ship was flashing into the narrow opening, it dipped sharply downward instead and plummeted down through space, while the ships just behind, before they could dip with us, had rushed into the opening and into the hell of death beams that crossed and recrossed in it from the space forts on each side. The next instant, while we curved swiftly upward again, we saw the 10 ships that had rushed into that opening whirling blindly about as the death beams from their own space forts seared through them and wiped out all life inside them. Those in the great space forts, realizing those 10 to be their own ships, had turned off the beams in the next moment, but were an instant too late, since in the narrow opening the 10 ships were whirling crazily to that side and this, without guiding intelligence inside them, smashing into each other and into the space forts on each side as they rushed insanely in all directions. And even as that wild confusion inside the opening was at its height, our own ship had curved up and was flashing at full speed into the opening, between the space forts. For an instant, in that wild chaos of whirling ships, those in the space forts did not glimpse our own flying ship, and in that instant we were half through the great opening between them. Then they had seen us, had loosed their beams upon us in scores, and in the next instant all about us seemed a single tremendous melee of aimlessly whirling ships, and gigantic space forts, and pale death beams that sliced and swept about us. Thick about us flashed those ghostly fingers of death, and full before us 2 of the whirling ships collided and smashed with terrific force. Then Chorus Khan had dodged them by a swift shifting of the controls. Our generators roared suddenly louder as he turned on our utmost speed, and the crazy chaos of ships and beams and forts about us had suddenly vanished, replaced by darkness and silence unutterable. We were through, were racing out into the void again with the great vibration wall and the dying universe it enclosed and the pursuing serpent ships inside it dropping farther behind each moment. In the blackness that encircled us the dying universe was a far-flung, dwindling glow behind us, and our own a far patch of misty light to the left. But there shone in the darkness far ahead a misty disk of radiant light, and it was toward this that our ship was heading. For we were flashing out again upon our interrupted mission, were flying out through the awful gulf of outer space once more toward the Andromeda universe. 10 flight and pursuit through the vibration wall. I cried, as our ship raced out at utmost speed. Out of the serpent universe, and we may yet get to the Andromeda universe in time. The eyes of Jaldin and Chorus Khan were as aflame with excitement as my own, at that moment, and from beneath came the triumphant shouts of our followers. There remained of the latter hardly more than a bare score, I knew, few enough to handle the great ship, but the control and operation of it were so simple that by standing alternate watches we could hold our course through space. Briefly I explained this to Chorus Khan, he nodding assent, when from Jaldin there came a cry that caused both of us to spin around toward him in swift alarm. The big Spican's eyes were fixed upon the space chart above, and as we turned he raised an arm toward it. "The 500 serpent ships," he cried. "They've come out through the Great Wall too, they're after us." The blood in my veins seemed to chill with sudden renewal of our former tenseness and terror, as on the space chart we saw, racing out after us from the dying universe, the 500-odd serpent ships that had risen from the giant central world to pursue us, and that now, undeterred by the fate of the 10 ships we had lured to destruction, were speeding out into the great void after us. Moments they had been delayed, apparently, by the confusion and chaos there in the opening between the space forts, but though in those moments we had flashed far ahead, their close-massed ships came on after us at their topmost speed, a great pursuit that they were carrying out into the void between the universes. "They'll pursue us to the bitter end," I exclaimed, my eyes on the chart. "They'll go to any length rather than let us get to the Andromeda universe." I wheeled about, my eyes seeking our speed dials. Already we were traveling through the void at our own highest velocity, a full 10 million light speeds. But the shining mass of the Andromeda universe seemed infinitely distant in the blackness ahead, with that swift, relentless pursuit behind us. A moment more and Jaldin strode out of the pilot room down to the great, throbbing generators beneath, striving to gain from them a fraction more of speed. For now was beginning, we knew, the most bitter of all chases, a stern chase with vast abysses of space lying between us and the universe that was our goal, and with the 500 flying craft of the serpent creatures close behind. On, moment after moment, hour after dragging hour, our ship hummed through the awful void, flashing with each moment through countless millions of miles of the infinity of blackness and emptiness that lay about us, with the 500 ships of the serpent creatures coming grimly on behind. The far-flung, dim-glowing dying universe behind us glowed even dimmer, diminishing in extent, too, as we shot onward, while before us the shining disk mass of the Andromeda universe shone ever more brightly, yet it was with a terrifying slowness that disk largened as we flashed toward it. Tensely I stood with Chorus Khan in the pilot room, gazing toward it, and even then could not but reflect upon what a strange spectacle it would all have presented to any observer who could have seen it. A spectacle of one mighty ship pursued by 500, as it raced through the void from one universe to another, manned by a score of dissimilar beings drawn from the stars of still a third universe, and carrying with them its fate. But it was with dark enough thoughts, as our ship flashed on for hour upon hour, that I myself contemplated the 3 universes that lay before and behind and beside us. Before us the Andromeda universe was shining in ever-increasing size and brilliance with each hour that we raced toward it, but what, I wondered, would we find in that universe even were we able to escape the swift and terrible pursuit behind? Was there any chance of finding in it, in the race that held sway over its suns and worlds, the help that could save our galaxy? Was it not possible that even were we able to reach it we would be treated by that race as merely other strangers and invaders from an alien universe? My eyes swung, too, toward the far little glow of light in the blackness to our left, a patch of misty light that seemed very tiny in the stupendous blackness and emptiness of space that lay about it. Yet my mind's eye, leaping out across the terrific abysses that separated us from it, could see that little light patch as it was, could make out the throngs of blazing stars that formed it, our galaxy, the giant suns and smaller stars and thronging, far-swinging worlds through which we had roamed with the ships of the interstellar patrol. And I could see it as it would be now, convulsed with panic fear, as from their great base of the Cancer cluster the vanguard of the Serpent invaders spread terror and destruction out over the neighboring suns, preparing the way for the mighty host of invaders that was to follow. But it was when I turned, glancing back to where the dying universe of the Serpent people glowed dim and ominous behind us, decreasing steadily in size as we flashed from it, that my mood was darkest. In that mighty mass of dead and dying suns, I knew, there on the giant world that turned between that central triplet of great, dying suns, the Serpent races were completing their plans, were preparing to launch themselves across the void toward my own universe. Already their vast fleet of tens of thousands of ships was all but complete, and soon would be completed, too, that gigantic death beam projector whose awful power no force could ever withstand. Our only chance of preventing the descent of that vast horde and their terrible weapon upon our galaxy was to reach the Andromeda universe and procure there, somehow, the aid with which we might return and crush the Serpent people in their own dying universe. And had we a chance even to reach the Andromeda universe, with the 500 craft of our Serpent pursuers driving relentlessly on our track? In the hours that followed, it was as though all else had ceased to exist. So centered were our minds upon that remorseless pursuit. On and on we flashed, our throbbing, beating generators flinging us through the void with their utmost power, but behind came the Serpent ships at their topmost speed, too, and though for 48 hours we had raced through space we had covered hardly a third of the distance to the Andromeda universe. As I raised my eyes to the space chart then, toward our single ship dot and the swarm of dots behind it, a sharp, cold thrill ran through me. For now I saw that the gap of a few inches that separated us from them on the chart had lessened a little, the swarm drawing noticeably closer toward our single ship dot. A moment I stared up at the chart in stunned silence, then, with realization, a cry broke from me. "The Serpent ships!" I cried. "They are overtaking us!" My cry brought Geraldine back up into the pilot room, and standing together with eyes riveted upon the space chart we saw clearly that with every moment, slowly but steadily, the Serpent ships behind were drawing nearer, though we were moving at our utmost speed. Our ship, battered and worn by its tremendous flight through the void from universe to universe, and by the space fights it had come through, was a fraction slower than the new ships of our pursuers, and that fraction of difference in speed, we saw, was bringing them closer upon us with each passing minute. Yet there was a chance still, we knew, to gain the Andromeda universe before they overtook us, so still at utmost velocity we flashed on, toward the shining universe ahead. On, the hours that followed, while we drove through the awful void with the Serpent ships behind closing slowly and inexorably in upon us, live in my memory only as a strange period of ceaseless, rushing flight, with our eyes always upon the space chart and upon the brilliant disk mass of light ahead. Twice we flashed through the outskirts of great heat regions glowing there in the void, and once past the edge of one of the deadly areas of radioactive vibrations, but ever after passing them our ship swung back toward the universe ahead. That universe, as we hummed on hour upon hour, was changing from a glowing disk of light into a great mass of individual points of light, into a gigantic mass of stars that loomed in greater radiant splendor before us with each passing hour. Green and red and yellow and blue suns we could glimpse among its thronging thousands, and others still white-hot with youth, shining with ever greater brilliance as we drove through the void toward them. Before us the great universe lay in all its true gigantic glory, when we had covered 2/3 of the distance to it, but by that time our eyes were not upon it at all, but upon the space chart and the black void behind us, since in the intervening hours the serpent ships had crept ever closer toward us, their swarm on the space chart less than an inch behind our racing ship. Even that little gap, in the hours that followed, was lessening, closing, while we three in the pilot room watched it in tense silence. At last, with the blazing mass of suns of the Andromeda universe stretched across the heavens but a dozen hours ahead, we saw that the serpent swarm on the chart was all but touching our single ship. Saw that the end at last was at hand. "They'll overhaul us in less than an hour," exclaimed Geraldine. "We'll never even reach the Andromeda universe." To his outburst we made no answer, gazing in silence up at the big space chart, watching doom creep upon us. The serpent swarm had crept still farther upon us until its foremost dots seemed touching our own ship. Its foremost racing craft in reach of our own. Then, gazing through the rear distance windows that projected from the pilot room's sides, the big Spican uttered a low exclamation, pointing mutely backward as we turned toward him. And as we gazed we saw, far behind us there in the lightless void, a swarm of close-massed light points that steadily was largening, was drawing nearer toward us, toward our doom. For it was the end, I knew. We had escaped death in 100 forms in the last days, but this we could not escape, for with the Andromeda universe still hours away our chance of escape was gone. Dodge and turn as we might, they would corner us, would hem us in, and though we might destroy 1 or 2 of their 500 ships, by no miracle could we hope to escape the rest. For a moment a deathly silence held us as we stared back toward those nearing light points, and then I whirled around to the order tube. "Battle positions, all of the crew to the ray tubes," I shouted, and as I turned back to the other 2 I cried to them, "We'll let some of them feel our rays before they end us." I heard Geraldine shout his approval, saw Chorus Khan's eyes burning as he glanced back toward our pursuers, heard from beneath the cries of our crew as they took up their positions at the ray tubes, ready to smite a last blow at our enemies before they overwhelmed us. Behind us in the blackness the onrushing serpent ships had grown from light points to great dark oval shapes with white-lit pilot rooms at their noses, the score of great disk attraction ships racing on among them. Ever closer they were leaping, and I knew that in a moment more those disk ships would be near enough to grasp us, would glow with attractive force and hold us helpless while the death beams of the fighting ships swept us. But as we tensely waited for the end, still flashing on at our own full speed, there was a sharp cry from Chorus Khan, and we wheeled toward him to find him regarding the pilot room's walls with eyes suddenly alight with new hope. "It's another radioactive vibration region," he cried, pointing toward the walls and controls that were beginning to flicker out with the strange, fluorescent light we had always dreaded. "If we plunge straight into it, there's a chance we can shake off the pursuit." I caught my breath at the suggestion, but in an instant saw that he was right, that though we might meet death amid the disintegrating vibrations, we might perhaps escape and throw off our pursuers, from whom death was certain as things were. "It's a chance," I exclaimed. "Head straight into the radioactive region, Chorus Khan." He glanced swiftly at the instruments before him, swerved our racing ship a little to the right, and then walls and floor and mechanisms about us were glowing with ever-waxing misty light as we drove in toward the great region's heart. I felt the same tingling force flooding through me that I had already once experienced, as our flying ship raced on, again swaying and spinning as it flashed through the mighty ether currents whose meeting and collision formed the great region of vibrations about us, though outside was only the same blackness as before. With every moment, though, our ship, our mechanisms, our own bodies, were glowing with waxing light, while in the darkness behind I saw that the great swarm of ships racing after us was itself aglow now with light, as it, too, rushed into the great radioactive region after us. And still, with a courage that matched our own desperation, they were speeding after and closer to us, undeterred even by the crumbling death that flooded space all about them and us now. Glowing ship and glowing bodies, force that rapidly was overcoming us with a dizzy nausea and that was crumbling the walls and machinery about us, the gathered suns of the Andromeda universe far ahead and the glowing 500 pursuing ships just behind. All these were but a mad chaos in our minds as we reeled on, farther and farther into the mighty radioactive region. I heard even above the roaring of our generators a clatter of falling metal somewhere toward the ship's rear, while even about us the walls and all else were crumbling, like sugar in water, glowing and disintegrating, as our whole ship was beginning to break up. Now, too, as the great swarm of ships behind raced ever closer, a score or more of their number had drawn level with us, on our right, attaining that position by slanting in to cut us off when we had swerved in toward the radioactive region. And as pursued and pursuers raced on, all glowing and disintegrating alike, that score of ships to our right was pressing ever closer toward us. Nearer they came, and then from their glowing ships toward our own stabbed the pale death beams, sweeping about us as we flashed on, a shining mark. As they did so, though, our own red shafts burned out swiftly, two of those attacking ships flaring to nothingness beneath them, while with a swift turn to the left Chorus Khan had avoided the pale beams. That turn, though, took us now every moment outward once more from the radioactive region's center, forcing us out once more into clear space where the serpent ships could annihilate us without danger to themselves. Out and out we flashed, and though our ship and all in it still glowed with the fluorescent light, that glow was waning, and the clang of falling metal from beneath, from the ship's disintegrating sides had ceased. Out, the score of ships to our right joining with the greater mass behind us again, and all drawing closer toward us, until the tingling nausea that had filled us had vanished, the glowing light of our ships and theirs vanishing likewise. Then, in one great mass, they were leaping again upon us. Our lives at last within their grasp, they flashed after us and toward us, and I knew that an instant more would see them about us, their death beams striking at us from all around as they encircled us. I gazed ahead for a moment, to where the giant universe of Andromeda stretched like a great rampart of burning suns across the black, cold heavens, still hours away from us, and then gazed back to where the close-massed hundreds of serpent ships leapt after and upon us, the death beam tubes in their sides already swinging toward us. Then in me, at that instant of onrushing doom, there flamed up a strange, wild rage, a fierce, utter fury that had grown in me during all the struggles and flights that had been ours since first we had met these serpent creatures. I wheeled around to Jaldin and Chorus Khan, my anger breaking from me in a fiery shout. "Turn the ship square around and halt, Chorus Khan!" I cried. "We of the Interstellar Patrol are not going to be picked off as we run, we're going to turn and face them head on." Chorus Khan's eyes flamed at my cry, his hands moved swiftly on the controls, and then our ship had curved suddenly about and had slowed and stopped, swinging around and hanging motionless in space, facing our enemies. Even as we had curved and stopped, they too had swiftly halted, as though suspicious for the moment of some trap, and hung before us in the black gulf of space, facing us. Then there was an instant of utter stillness and silence, as there in the void we faced them, our ship motionless in space, we three in the pilot room gazing toward their own great swarm of ships hanging motionless before us, the mighty Andromeda universe flaming in the heavens behind us, now, and the far, dim glow of the dying serpent universe in the blackness ahead, and the misty little circle of light that was our own galaxy away to the right. All these lay about us in a silence that was the silence of doom. For a single moment the great tableau held, and then, disdaining to use their attraction ships upon us now, the great swarm of serpent ships leapt as one toward us, their hundreds of death beams stabbing toward us. But as they did so, as they sprang upon us there in space, there leapt from above and behind us a mighty swarm of other ships, long, slender, flat, gleaming ships entirely different from the oval-shaped serpent craft, or even from the cigar-like ships of our own galaxy, long, flat ships like none we had ever seen before, that flashed down over and past us straight upon the serpent fleet. From the sides of these strange new ships there projected thick, squat cylinders that were pointed now toward the serpent ships before us, and though no ray or beam could be seen issuing from those cylinders, the serpent ships at which they were aimed were crumpling, were contracting and folding up into shapeless masses of crumpled metal, as though crushed in the grasp of a giant hand. And as that mighty swarm of strange, flat ships flashed down upon the serpent fleet that reeled back and recoiled from its terrific blows. I heard a wild cry from Chorus Khan, as he and Jaldin stared out with me. "Strange ships attacking our pursuers," he cried. "They're ships that have come out from the Andromeda universe to save us from the serpent creature's pursuit." 11 Into the Andromeda universe. As the mighty swarm of Andromeda ships from behind us drove down upon the 5,000 serpent craft ahead, I could only stare for a moment in stupefied surprise, so stunning had been our sudden transition from death to deliverance. I saw the long, flat craft of the Andromedans, a full 1,000 in number, flashing down on the serpent ships in one great swoop, saw the latter, in groups, in dozens, in scores, crumpling and constricting as the deadly cylinders of the Andromedan ships were turned toward them. Within an instant, it seemed, a full 200 of the 5,000 serpent ships had crumpled and whirled away beneath the terrible, invisible force of the cylinders, though death beams were raging out thickly all about the swooping Andromedan ships. Then, with almost half their fleet wiped out, the remaining 300 serpent ships, including their score of great disk attraction ships, had whirled around and were racing back into space toward their own dying universe, fleeing from the terrific blows of the attacking ships that had come out from the Andromeda universe ahead, just in time to save us. Now, as the serpent fleet flashed from sight, into the void toward its own universe, the 1,000 Andromedan ships massed swiftly and moved toward our own, that hung still motionless there in the gulf of space. In tense silence we watched them come, hoping that they might not set us down, too, as enemies because of our serpent ship, but they turned none of their deadly cylinders toward us. Those cylinders, as I was later to learn, were in reality projectors that shot forth a shaft of invisible force, one that caused the ether about any ship it struck to compress about that ship instantly with terrific force, compressing thus into small compass the ether vibrations that were the matter of the ship, and thus crumpling that matter itself, in an instant. It was a weapon fully as terrible as the crimson destruction rays of our galaxy's ships or the pale death beams of the serpent creatures, a shaft of crumpling force that we knew could destroy us instantly. Instead of loosing it upon us, though, they slanted down until one of their foremost ships was hanging just above our own. We guessed then that they meant to enter our ship, and in a moment our guess was confirmed as the long, flat ship hovering above sank downward until its lower surface was lying along the upper surface of our own oval craft, the two touching. Then we heard a section of the underside of the ship above sliding back, and a moment later, at my order, one of our crew slid open our own upper space door. The openings in the two ships, in the upper side of ours and the lower side of theirs, were thus together, pressed so closely by the weight of the upper ship as it pressed down upon us that it formed a hermetically sealed opening connecting the two. Then, down through that opening from the ship above, down into the corridor of our ship and toward our pilot room, there came a half-dozen of the Andromedans from the ship above us, a half-dozen of the people of the Andromeda universe. I do not know what weird and alien shapes we had expected to see in these beings of a different universe, but I do know that never had our imaginations envisaged creatures of so utterly strange a nature as these that came toward us now. For they were gaseous. Tall columns of misty green gas, that held always to the same pillar-like outline, as unchanging of form as though of solid flesh, and that were gliding along the corridor toward us. Upright, unchanging columns of green, opaque vapor, from near the top of whose 6 feet of height there branched out on each side a smaller arm of the same thick green gas, arms that they moved at will, and in which some of them held instruments and weapons. Tall, erect columns of thick, green vapor, without features of any kind that we could see, that yet were living, intelligent and powerful beings like ourselves. Their bodies, their 2 arms, their very organs and features and senses formed of gas, just as our bodies are solid, and that of a jellyfish liquid. Down the corridor they came toward us, gliding smoothly forward, halting just before us and surveying us, I knew, by whatever strange sense of sight was within their gaseous bodies. Dumbly we stared toward them, for the first time now wholly appreciating the immense difference between us and them. Then, at a loss for another gesture, I held out my hand toward the foremost of them. Instantly his own arm came out toward me, gripped my hand with a grip as solid as though that arm had been of flesh instead of gas, a grasp that though cold was real and tangible. When the one before me had withdrawn his grasp, then I spoke aloud to him, but there came no reply. Instead the Andromedan extended toward me, in the grasp of his other arm, a small globe of what seemed misty glass, a few inches in diameter and mounted upon a little metal base. As he held it, though pressing a tiny button in the base, the misty globe suddenly glowed with light, and then in it I could see figures moving, as though in some tiny cinema screen. The scene in it was that of a great, gleaming walled room, utterly strange in appearance, with a mass of shining, unfamiliar apparatus grouped about it, among which moved a dozen or more Andromedans like those before me, upright columns of green gas gliding to and fro, inspecting and tending the different mechanisms. Then all of them grouped about a single one, a vast tube that I sensed was a great telescope, which pointed out into the blackness of space, and down from which there fell upon a broad white surface a swift-moving picture, one of a single oval spaceship rushing through the void, with Chorus Khan, Chaldin and myself visible in its white-lit pilot room, while not far behind it there raced in pursuit of it a great swarm of serpent-manned ships. Then the Andromedans grouped about that great telescope were seen moving swiftly over to an apparatus at the room's center, apparently one of communication, and the next moment the whole scene had vanished, and was replaced by one of 1,000 long, flat ships, Andromedan ships, slanting swiftly upward from a great world and into space. Then that, too, had clicked off. There was a flashing scene of those same 1,000 ships leaping upon our pursuers as they had done but a moment before. Then all light in the little instrument had vanished as the Andromedan before me snapped off its control button. A moment we remained in silence, puzzled, until Chorus Khan broke the stillness with an exclamation. "It's a communication instrument, Janal," he exclaimed, one that shows in visible pictures the thoughts of whoever it is connected to. It's their method of communication with each other, apparently. I nodded now, with sudden understanding. Then that's the way that they discovered our peril, came to save us, I said. That's what they're telling us. But now the Andromedan had held the little instrument forward to me, and as I took it, in some perplexity, he silently indicated two little round metal plates inset on its bottom, which he had grasped when holding the thing and which I now grasped in turn, pressing the tiny control button as I did so. The next instant a current of thrilling force seemed racing up my arms, through my brain, and in the little glowing sphere appeared only a confusion of vague forms. Then, as my brain cleared, I concentrated my thoughts on our mission and its reason, and at once, in the instrument's glowing sphere, there appeared clearly the 5,000 serpent ships attacking our universe, destroying our fleet by means of their death beams and attraction ships, settling upon the worlds and suns of the Cancer cluster. Then, with the shifting of my thoughts, there was a glimpse of our ship flashing out into the void from our own universe toward that of the Andromeda, and then the little sphere had gone black as I snapped off the button that controlled it. For the moment we could not know whether we had been fully understood by the beings before us, but the next instant one of them pointed with a gaseous limb toward the gathered suns of the Andromeda universe, flaring in the blackness ahead, and as we nodded and pointed also, they stepped over beside us. The next moment the opening in the underside of the ship above and the space door in our own ship had clanged shut, and as the whole great fleet of ships about us began to move toward the Andromeda universe, Chorus Khan opened up the power of our own generators, moving smoothly along among them. Within moments more, the strange, gaseous forms of the Andromedans standing there beside us, our ship and all those about it were flashing at full speed toward the great galaxy ahead. From the ship's hull beneath I could hear an odd, grating sound, as of the clash of metal on metal, that continued to come to my ears as we flashed on, but in the moments, the hours that followed, I paid but small attention to it, engrossed as we all were in the magnificent spectacle of the universe ahead. Like a tremendous belt of suns across the black heavens it was, largening in vastness and brilliance with every moment that we flashed nearer, until by the time we had raced toward it for a half-score of hours it seemed to fill all the firmament before us with its hosts of flaming stars. We were flashing on in the same course as the ships about us, heading toward a spot where there shone two great yellow suns that were like twin wardens of this mighty universe. And as we hummed through the void toward them, sweeping in nearer to this great galaxy's edge, the ships about us and our own ship, too, had begun to slacken their tremendous speed, until at last at a reduced velocity we were driving in past the outmost suns of the Andromeda universe. The dull grating sound from beneath was persisting, still, but now interest in all else had left me as there spread before and about me the wonders of this stupendous universe. A universe it was as large as our own, as large as the dying serpent universe, but different from either. For if ours was a young universe, with the majority of our stars glowing with blue and white hot youth, and the serpent universe an aged and dying one, with burnt out and waning crimson suns. This one before us was a universe in its prime, a universe the vast majority of whose suns were flaming yellow with their greatest splendor, a golden galaxy of living stars infinitely different from the dim, dying universe from which we had just escaped, and infinitely different, too, from the giant, white, young suns and raw, vast nebulae of our own youthful universe. As we sped in between those gathered, flaming suns, though, as we drove in past the edge of their great mass, my eyes began to take in their position and arrangement, and as they did so I saw that not alone in age or youthfulness was this universe different from any other I had seen. For as we flashed into the thronging suns, past a great group of them massed to our right, I saw that the suns of that group were gathered in a great circle, a score of mighty flaming suns, each set in position with mathematical exactness, forming a perfect circle as they hung here in space, one of the two great yellow suns I had glimpsed from afar having a place in that circle. And inside that mighty circle of suns I glimpsed a vast mass of swarming planets, hundreds, thousands even, of great, turning worlds that moved in regular orbits inside the great ring of suns about them, lit and warmed perpetually by their encircling fires. Stupefied, stunned, by that tremendous sight, I could not, for the moment understand the significance of what I was seeing. But as we flashed on past the great circle and its swarming enclosed planets, as we approached another close group of suns, I saw that it, too, was formed of a score or more of great suns grouped in a perfect circle like the first, and that inside that circle of suns there swung also hundreds and thousands of whirling worlds. And beyond it shone another mighty ring of suns, and another, and others, as far as the eye could reach, all the suns in all this tremendous universe being grouped by the score into great circles inside of which swung countless planets. And then, at last, there broke upon my reeling brain the meaning of what I was seeing. Suns in circles, I cried, as I gazed out across that mighty vista. They've done this themselves, consciously, deliberately. They've placed all the suns of their universe in great circle groups, so that inside those circles their countless peoples can exist. For I saw, now, that it was so, that only by intelligent design could the countless swarms of thronging suns about us ever have been placed in these mathematically perfect circles, inside which their great planets swung. Long ago their universe must have been much like our own, a great chaos of suns reeling blindly in all directions, swarming like a vast hive of stars, each with its own few planets moving about it. But as their numbers had increased, as they had come to need every world, every planet for their existence, they had grasped their suns with titanic, unguessable forces, had swung them from their accustomed chaos into order, into great circles, placing inside those circles all their countless worlds, worlds of which thousands could then exist upon the light and heat of a mere score of suns by having those suns grouped in a ring about them. Now, driving in past great circle after circle of flaming suns, past the countless planets that moved inside those circles, we were flashing on with the ships about us toward the center of this strange and mighty universe. On our space chart I could see that thick about us were great masses of interstellar traffic, which cleared a way before us as we drove inward. Circle after circle of fiery suns we were leaving behind, mass upon mass of swarming planets inside, but never on our space charts showed any wandering dark stars, or meteor swarms, or vagabond, sunless worlds, all matter in this universe apparently having been swept up by the Andromedans and used as habitations for their races, inside the great sun circles. A gigantic mass of perfectly grouped stars they stretched about us, those sun circles, filling the heavens about us, but now, far ahead, there shone out ever more brilliant at the center of this great universe another great circle of suns, that seemed the largest in all this universe. A score of titanic, flaming stars, they hung there at this galaxy's center, and it was toward these that our racing ships were heading. Toward them we gazed with intense interest as our ships fled on, but suddenly were startled back to realization of our immediate surroundings by a great rumbling and grating from beneath, our ship swaying to one side and heeling sickeningly over, even as it flashed ahead. In sudden tense silence we stood, listening to that rumbling and cracking beneath. And then up from the speech tube beside me there came a startled cry from one of our crew below. "The ship's splitting," he cried. "The walls have been grating and giving ever since we ran through that radioactive disintegrating region, and now the ship's beginning to break in two." There was an instant of silence in the pilot room. The only sound that fearful grating rumble from beneath as gradually the ship's walls, weakened and crumbled by the disintegrating vibrations of the radioactive region through which we had plunged, began at last to split. A moment more, we knew, would see our ship riven apart there in space, with instant annihilation the fate of all of us. Silent, stunned, for a moment we stood there, the Andromedans beside us comprehending the situation as well as ourselves. Then I whirled around to Chorus Khan, flung my arm up toward the great central sun circle that lay now full ahead, nearest of all the sun groups to our onward racing ships. "Full speed!" I cried to him. "There's a chance still that we can get to those suns and worlds before the ship breaks up." With that cry the Antarian flung open the power control, and instantly our ship, rumbling and groaning still as its walls gave about us, plunged on at utmost speed. I knew that we had perhaps a chance in 1,000 to reach the worlds inside that sun circle before our craft broke beneath our feet, but it was our only chance, and as we reeled on now with the generators roaring their greatest power, and with a thunderous, cracking roar rising from beneath also as our walls parted, it was with the consciousness that the next few moments would seal our fate. The great fleet of Andromedan ships about us had leapt forward with us, were behind and about us, but for the moment all our attention was centered upon the great circle of suns ahead, largening before us swiftly as with one last great burst of speed our ship shot through the void toward it. Our ship swayed blindly over, now, even as it reeled on through space, another great crash of riven metal coming to our ears from beneath, the floor slanting steeply up beneath us. Flung against the wall as we were, though, Chorus Khan clung still to the controls, heading our swaying flying ship straight on toward the sun circle, until in a moment more we had reached that circle, were slanting downward at the same terrific speed above that great ring of mighty suns. Inside that vast circle there moved a mighty swarm of thronging worlds, as in the other sun circles, but at the very center of this vast swarm of planets there hung motionless a single gigantic planet, largest by far of all in this universe, a huge central world down toward which our own crazily swaying ship and the ships about us were slanting. Down, down. There was a sudden rush of air about our ship as we shot toward the surface of the great planet, and I had a flashing glimpse of that surface, scores of miles beneath, through our window, a smooth, park-like surface swarming with hordes of the gaseous Andromedans and with ascending and descending ships, a surface in which I seemed to glimpse innumerable round, well-like openings, but upon which I could see no buildings. Abruptly, though, even as I glanced downward, there came a tremendous final cracking from our ship's center, each end tipped sharply down from that center as the crumbling craft broke cleanly in half, and then the two wrecked halves of it were whirling down toward the surface of the great world far below. 12. The council decides of the moment following, while we rushed thus down to death, flung into a corner of the pilot room by the ship's splitting. I remember most clearly the rush of cold air that shrieked through our falling half. Had our ship broken in empty space instead of in the air of that great world's atmosphere, we would have met instant annihilation, since even the gaseous Andromedans, as I was later to find, could not live save in air, like ourselves, their gaseous bodies disintegrating in any other element. For the moment, though, as we flashed down toward the surface of the world beneath, it seemed that death for us had been delayed but a moment. We were whirled crazily around as our wrecked half of the ship fell, and through the window I had a glimpse of the ground beneath, rushing up to meet us with appalling speed. I tensed for the crash, and for death, as it leapt up toward us, nearer, nearer. There was a hoarse cry from Geraldine, and I glimpsed in the next instant a dark, great shape that swooped down past and beneath us from above. The next instant, just as I waited for the annihilating impact with the ground, there was a slight jar, a clang of metal against metal from beneath, and then swiftly, miraculously, our wild fall was slackening. In another moment the ground was just beneath us, and smoothly and slowly we sank downward, coming to rest upon it without a jar. I staggered up to the window, gazing forth, stunned by that sudden escape from inescapable annihilation, and then saw the explanation of it. Our half of the wrecked ship was resting upon the back of one of the great, flat Andromedan ships, that had flashed down under it and caught it upon itself, bearing us down to the ground and saving us from the crash and from death. A moment more and we were stumbling out of the pilot room, down to the ground from the Andromedan ship on which we rested. As we reached it I saw that the other falling half of our ship had been saved in the same way by another Andromedan craft, lying close beside us on that craft with the members of our crew in it pouring out to join us. Another instant and they stood with us, a vast mass of the gliding, gaseous Andromedans that swarmed on this world's surface having collected about us, a strange, silent horde that I knew were contemplating us with their alien sense of sight. Quickly toward us, though, came the half-dozen Andromedans who had been with us in the ship and had escaped with us, leading us now through the throngs of gaseous figures about us towards some destination of their own. As we moved along with them, though, our interest was not so much in our destination as in the stupendous and unparalleled scene about us. Far away to the distant horizons stretched the smooth surface of this great world, covered with an even growth of jet-black sod that gave it an extraordinarily park-like appearance, with here and there tall, spiked growths or plants of the same ebon black. That blackness, as I guessed, was due to the perpetual, fierce light of the great ring of suns that belted the firmament overhead, the circle of suns at whose center this mighty planet hung, and whose ceaseless light would naturally give to this world's vegetation a pigmentation of deepest black. The belt of giant suns above, the countless swarms of Andromedans about us, like gliding pillars of misty green gas, the ebon vegetation, the masses of mighty ships that rose and descended ceaselessly in the broad areas set aside for them, all these held us silent with the silence of awe, as with our guides we moved on. It was none of these things, though, wonderful as they were, that intrigued me most of all about us. It was the total absence of buildings, of visible structures or habitations, on all the surface of this world. The smooth black sod, the countless Andromedan throngs, the departing and arriving ships, these were all that were visible about us, all except a great number of round, well-like shafts that opened in the ground everywhere about us. These shafts were some 6 feet across, and were placed always in pairs, or groups of 2, and as I gave them more attention I saw, in a moment, that they held the answer to the absence of all buildings about us. For into them and out of them the gaseous Andromedans were moving in ceaseless streams, moving straight into one empty shaft and sinking smoothly downward out of sight, upheld by some force at the shaft's bottom beneath that nullified gravity just enough to make it possible for them to float gently down. From the other shaft of the pair, too, other Andromedans would be rising smoothly upward through the air, reaching the surface and gliding away, that other ascending shaft having at its bottom a constant force sufficient not only to nullify completely the pull of gravity but to give all in the shaft a slight upward thrust. Into these shafts, as we moved past them, I glanced down, and saw that far beneath they opened into brilliant lit rooms and halls, some of great size. I understood, then, how they had come to be used, how the Andromedans, their vast hordes cramped upon the surface of their worlds, had removed all buildings from the surface and had sunk them deep in the ground itself, subterranean buildings that could be entered or left by the ascending and descending shafts, and that gave them all the surface of their worlds free for their ships and to move about on. In and out of the great buildings sunken in the ground beneath us were moving constant streams of Andromedans, up and down the shafts, and now we saw that before us lay a pair of such shafts much greater in size than all others we had seen, and the center of a great rush of traffic of the gaseous beings about us. It was toward these greater shafts that our Andromedan companions were leading us, the figures before us giving way as we approached. A moment more and we stood at the edge of the descending shaft, the Andromedans beside us motioning toward it and moving over its edge, sinking smoothly downward. Hesitatingly I followed, stepped from the edge into the empty air of the shaft, but the next moment my fear left me, for instead of plunging down a dead weight, I and my companions who had followed me were sinking downward as gently as though gripped and upheld by unseen hands. Down we floated, through the great shaft bright lit by the belted suns above, down until we were sinking down out of the shaft itself into a vast, white-lit hole that stretched away for a great distance in all directions from us, and down from the center of whose ceiling, where the two great shafts opened from above, we were sinking. Smoothly we sank downward from the great hole's ceiling to its floor, landing upon a great disk inset in that floor beneath the descending shaft and glowing with dark purple light, the glowing force that combated gravitation enough in the shaft above it to allow us to float gently down. For the moment, though, I paid not so much attention to it as to the strange, vast hole in which we now stood. Colossal in size and circular of shape, the mighty, white-lit room was as large or larger even than the great council hall of the Federated Suns, in our own universe, though it was far different in appearance. There were in it no ranks of seats, the smooth floor being divided by crossing black lines into thousands of squares of equal size, and in each of those squares there rested, motionless, one of the gaseous Andromedans, thousands upon thousands of them, like massed columns of thick green vapor, being grouped in the great room about us. We stood ourselves on a section of the floor at the room's very center, raised a few feet above the rest of the floor, and except for the two purple glowing discs beneath the ascension and descension shafts, the only object upon this raised portion was a great globe of what seemed misty glass, exactly like the tiny one with which the Andromedans had first communicated with us, but of vastly greater size, being some dozen feet in diameter. Toward this, as we hesitated there at the center of that gigantic assemblage of strange, silent figures, there moved the leader of the Andromedans who had accompanied us. He grasped with his two gaseous arms the metal studs that projected out from the great globe's base, and at once the misty sphere glowed with inward light, while in it appeared the 1,000 Andromedan ships, flashing out into the void, rescuing us from the serpent fleet, and bringing us back into their own universe, a swift succession of explanatory scenes. This explanation completed, the Andromedan moved back from the great sphere and motioned me toward it. Slowly I stepped forward, sensing the gaze of the massed, silent thousands on me. I knew that it was the supreme moment of our mission, the moment for which we had battled our way through 3 universes, the chance to obtain from this great council of the Andromedans the help that might save our universe. I glanced back to the anxious faces of my friends, drew a long breath, and then grasped the 2 studs before me, concentrating all my thoughts on what I wished to express, as the big sphere above glowed with inward light again, the thrilling current from it rushing into my brain. In the glowing globe now appeared our universe, a great galaxy of stars floating in space like their own. Swiftly, with shifting thoughts, I showed them its throngs of peopled worlds, the traffic that swept between its suns, the ordered life of its teeming, dissimilar races. Then as my thoughts shifted again, they saw the first 5,000 serpent ships rushing in upon that galaxy, destroying all our fleet and settling upon the suns and worlds of the Cancer cluster, saw us fleeing inward and then turning to capture one of the serpent ships by boarding it in mid-space. Then, briefly, the globe flashed forth the interior of our own great council hall, with our council chief exhibiting and explaining the records of the serpent people which we had captured in their ship. In a swift flash I explained the meaning of those records, a flash that showed the serpent people, masters of the suns and worlds of our own universe, sailing out with increased powers to attack the Andromeda universe, and as that flashing scene showed in the great globe, I saw a silent stir of excitement run through the massed thousands about me. In another moment, though, the globe scene had shifted back to the council hall, with ourselves receiving our orders from the council chief, entering our captured serpent ship and slanting up and outward, bursting past the patrolling serpent ships, through the void of outer space, only to be captured by the other serpent ships that had come out to meet us. Our flight then to the serpent universe, our glimpse of the vast serpent fleet being built, and the colossal death beam cone, and the escape of Jaldin appeared in swift succession. Then came our own strange captivity, our rescue by Jaldin and escape outward from the serpent universe through the great space forts, and our pursuit and final rescue by the 1,000 Andromedan ships. Then, as our final plea, I showed the vast hordes of serpent ships and their irresistible mighty death beam cone sailing out from the dying universe toward our own, rushing upon our galaxy and wiping out all its races. The great globe then went dark, as I released my hold upon its studs and stepped back from it. Our mission was ended, and its success or failure lay in the hands of the massed Andromedans about us. There was a moment of stillness, a moment in which, I knew, the fate of our universe and of all in it was being decided, a moment in which the silence of the mighty hall seemed thunderous to our strained nerves. Then I saw each of the thousands of Andromedans in the hall reach down toward two smaller metal studs that projected from the floor before each, and as the great globe beside me glowed again with light, I sensed quickly that upon it would be registered the decision of the majority of the Great Council about me, the method used by them in reaching and registering a decision. Tensely we watched the great glowing globe, and then in it appeared another scene. It was a scene of countless ships, gleaming flat Andromedan ships, gathering from all the suns and worlds of their universe, upon the giant central world where we were now, tens of thousands of great ships that rose from that world, slanting up and outward. Among them were 100 ships quite different from the rest, great hemispheres of gleaming metal that rose as smoothly and swiftly as the rest, domed side uppermost, and as though in explanation there flashed in the globe a swift picture of those same 100 domed craft hanging above great suns in the Andromeda universe, projecting down beside and around them great walls and sheaths of the dark purple glowing force that neutralized gravity, so that those suns, screened from the pull of the suns on their right by a great wall of that glowing purple force, would move away to the left in answer to the pull of the suns there, or vice versa. These, I realized swiftly, were the great sun-swinging ships by means of which the Andromedans had placed their suns in ordered circles, and now in the globe with all the tens of thousands of ordinary flat Andromedan ships they were flashing out into space. Then came a brief scene of the whole vast Andromedan fleet flashing down out of space upon the dying universe, bursting through the opening in the great blue force wall around it and attacking all the serpent creatures' suns and worlds. The next instant the globe had gone dark again, but I knew now what the decision of the council was, and I whirled around to my friends with excitement flaming up in me. "They're going to help us!" I cried. "They are going to mass all their great fleet and with it and their sun-swinging ships sail to attack the serpent universe." I cannot remember now the moments that followed that momentous decision, so overwhelming to us then was the consciousness that we had succeeded in our mission, had dared the awful void and the perils of 3 universes and had procured the help that might save our galaxy. I remember being led by our Andromedan guides into and through other rooms of the great hall, of the thousands of gaseous figures of the council crowding up the shaft toward the surface above, to speed to every quarter of their universe and summon all their fighting ships, of Juldin noisy with exultation and Chorus Khan quiet as ever, but with gleaming eyes. Then all about me seemed dissolving and darkening as the utter fatigue of our strenuous last hours overcame me, a fatigue through which only my knowledge of our mission's importance had so far borne me, and beneath which now I sank into dreamless sleep. When I awoke I sensed that hours had passed, though Juldin and our followers lay still unconscious about me. Leaving them there, I strode out of the room and into the great council hall, whose stupendous circle lay empty now and bare, seeming immeasurably more vast in its white-lit emptiness than when filled with the thousands of gaseous Andromedans. I moved across it to the raised section at the center, stepped upon the purple glowing disk beneath the ascending shaft, and then, thrust upward by the force of that disk, was moving smoothly toward the round opening in that ceiling and on up the shaft until I had burst out into the unceasing light of the belt of suns above, stepping sidewise onto the ground as I did so. And now I saw that Chorus Khan, not a dozen feet away, had turned and was coming toward me. "Their ships are gathering, Janal," he exclaimed, eyes alight. "You've slept for nearly a day, there below, and their ships have been coming in those hours from every sun and world in their universe." I swept my gaze about, a certain awe filling me as I saw now the tremendous forces that had gathered and were gathering here on the surface of this giant central world. A tremendous circular area of miles in diameter around us, around the shafts that led down to the hall of the council, had been cleared of all else and was now a single vast gathering point for the thousands of ships that were massing here. Even while we gazed, the air above was being darkened by the swarms of those ships that shot ceaselessly downward, landing in this great circular area, drawing up in regular rows and masses. In tens of thousands they were grouped about us, a tremendous plain of gleaming metal ships that stretched as far as the eye could reach. At the center of this vast plain of ships, though, there lay a round clearing, in which we ourselves stood, a clearing in which there rested only 100 other ships, different far from the thousands around them, 100 domed, gleaming craft like giant hemispheres of metal. Not 1,000 feet from us lay these great, strange craft, their space doors open and their Andromedan crews busy among the masses of strange mechanisms inside, and I recognized them instantly as the great craft I had seen in the thought pictures in the council hall below, the mighty ships whose projected sheaths and walls of dark purple force could move giant suns at will. The sun-swinging ships, I exclaimed, and Chorus Khan nodded, his eyes upon them also. Yes, he said, they'll be the most powerful weapons of the whole great fleet. With them we can crush the suns and worlds of the serpent universe together at will. Now, though, we turned our attention from them to the tens of thousands of ships that lay about us. In and out of those ships, too, were moving countless masses of Andromedans, swift gliding gaseous figures who were inspecting and testing the mechanisms of their craft and the cylinders in their sides that shot forth the crumpling shafts of force. They were making all ready for our start, we knew, for the battle that must ensue when we poured down on the serpent universe, and we strode over toward them. Already we had learned that the controls and mechanisms of the Andromedan ships were much like those of the serpent ships, their speed being fully as great, but some features of them were still strange to me. A dozen steps only we took toward them, though, and then stopped short. For down out of the sunlight above was slanting toward us a close-massed swarm of ships that seemed different from the masses of ships that were landing ceaselessly about us, that moved more slowly, more deliberately. Down it came while we watched it, standing there, seeing it change from a far swarm of black dots in the sunlight above to a mass of long dark shapes, that were becoming clearer to our eyes each moment, shapes that, I saw with a sudden great leap of my heart, were not long and flat, but oval. They're serpent ships. Chorus Khan's great cry stabbed like a sword blade of sound toward me. They are the serpent ships that pursued us to this universe, the 300 that escaped when we were rescued. They've seen this great fleet gathering and have come to strike a blow at it. Serpent ships. My mind was racing with superhuman speed in that instant as they drove down toward us, and I saw that the Antarian was right, that these were the 300 that had escaped when we were rescued by the Andromedans, and that we thought had fled back to their own universe. Instead they had turned and followed us, knowing that we meant to gather forces to attack their universe, had flashed into the Andromeda universe toward this central world, unseen among the swarms of other ships that were gathering here, and now were swooping down with their score of great disk attraction ships lowermost, driving down toward us in a fierce, reckless attack. In a single instant it all flashed plain in my mind, and then Chorus Khan and I had whirled around, and he was racing back toward the 100-domed sun-swinging ships behind us. "I'll warn these 100 ships," he yelled, as I turned to and raced toward the nearest of the thousands of fighting ships about us. Even as I ran toward those thousands of ships, though, their Andromedan crews still unaware of their peril, I saw the massed serpent ships above slanting straight down toward the 100 domed craft behind me, their attraction ships hanging motionless above those craft for a moment. I had reached the Andromedan fighting ships, now, and as the crews of the nearest glided forth to meet me I cried out, pointing upward. They saw the serpent ships swooping down from above, and then were throwing themselves into their own ships. I raced into one with them, up to the pilot room set near the stem on its long flat upper surface. The Andromedans beside me flung back the controls, then, and our ship and the ships about us were leaping up like light toward the down-rushing serpent ships. At the same moment I saw Chorus Khan racing into one of the domed sun-swinging ships above which hovered the score of attraction ships, saw the doors of those domed ships clanging shut as they prepared to escape from the menace above, since they could project their mighty purple force downward only, and would thus be helpless if caught in the attraction grip of the disk ships above. A moment more and those 100 domed craft, the most powerful weapon of the great Andromedan fleet, would be safe, I knew. But in that moment, as the 300 serpent fighting ships dashed down toward us, I saw the score of hovering attraction ships glow suddenly with flickering light. The 100 sun-swinging ships beneath were pulled smoothly upward by that tremendous attractive force, and then the attraction ships, grasping the 100 domed craft that were the heart of our fleet, were racing straight up and outward into space. 13 The sailing of the fleet as that score of glowing disk ships, with our own 100 sun-swinging craft in their grip, flashed up and out of sight. Our fighting ships were flashing upward with the 300 fighting ships of the serpent creatures racing down to meet us. Then, before we could swerve aside from their mad downward charge to pursue the attraction ships, they had met us, and in all the world about us there was nothing for the moment but crashing and striking ships. Even as they had flashed down upon us, and we up to meet them, the invisible shafts of force from our cylinders had stabbed up and crossed their downward-reaching death beams, so that scores of their own ships had crumpled and collapsed in the instant before we met them, scores of ours in turn driving crazily forward and sidewise as the pale beams wiped all life from them in that same moment. As we met them, though, it seemed that our ships and theirs were all to perish alike in crashes in midair, without further need of weapons, so terrific was the impact. All about us in that moment I glimpsed ships smashing squarely into down-rushing serpent ships, while our own craft spun and whirled as racing ships grazed along its sides. Then, hanging in the air there a scant mile above the ground, we whirled and grappled with the serpent craft in a fierce, wild struggle. Their whole aim, we knew, was to keep us occupied long enough to permit the escape of their attraction ships with our own sun-swinging craft in their grasp, while our object, in turn, was to brush aside these serpent ships before us and race in pursuit of the attraction ships. Charge and struggle as we might, though, in the moments following we could not break loose from the fury of the serpent creature's attack, who drove toward us with death beams whirling in all the mad recklessness of despair. I saw Andromedan ships all about us driving aimlessly away as those pale beams struck them, saw others destroyed by serpent ships that crashed deliberately into them, and then pouring up from beneath came the masses of the great fleet beneath, thousands of ships that raced up and around the struggling serpent ships, crumpling and destroying them with countless invisible shafts of force from their cylinders. Within another moment the last of the enemy craft had vanished, but by that time our own ship and 500 others were flashing up in pursuit of the attraction ships. Up, up we raced, up until the giant world was but a tiny ball beneath, hanging at the center of the great ring of suns, but then we stopped, and hung motionless. For we saw, too late. About us there stretched only the far-reaching circles of flaming suns that made up the Andromeda universe, with no sign of the attraction ships or their prey. In those moments that the struggling serpent craft had held us back, the attraction ships had flashed out from this universe into the boundless gulf of space, with the 100 sun-swinging craft in their grasp, with Chorus Khan himself in one of those ships. On none of our space charts were they visible, safe from our pursuit out in the void, and we knew that somewhere in that void our sun-swinging craft and all in them were meeting their end, held in the relentless grasp of the attraction ships and destroyed by them, since the sun-swinging craft could project their own terrific forces only downward. We were too late. Silently, slowly, we slanted back down toward the great central world. As we came to rest there, among the tens of thousands of other gathered ships, I saw Jaldin and our followers, aroused from beneath by the battle, running forward to meet me. I saw him glance about as he came toward me, inquiry in his glance, and then I shook my head. "We've lost the most powerful weapon of the whole Andromedan fleet," I told him, slowly. "And we've lost, too, Chorus Khan." I think that in the hours that followed, while the last thousands of ships swept in from all quarters of the Andromeda universe to gather around us, it was the loss of our friend that lay heavier on the minds of both myself and the Spican than that of the 100 sun-swinging ships. Those 100 ships, we knew, would have enabled us to wreck all the Serpent universe, whereas now we must meet them ship to ship, and trust to courage and fighting power alone to win for us. Yet even their loss seemed small to us beside that of the friend with whom we too had roved all the ways of our galaxy in the cruisers of the Interstellar Patrol, with whom we had dared across the void and through the Serpent universe and its perils, toward this Andromeda universe. Silent, though, we remained, watching the thousands of long, flat ships massing about us, and it was still in silence that I received from the Andromedan leaders the knowledge that I had been chosen to command their vast fleet in its great attack, since I was familiar with the Serpent universe which we were to attack. A half-dozen hours after the raid of the Serpent ships, the last of the Andromedan craft had sped in from the farthest suns of their universe, and a full 100,000 mighty ships covered the surface of the great world as far as the eye could reach, gleaming there beneath the light of the belted suns above. Long, grim and ready they waited, their gaseous Andromedan crews alert at the controls, while before us lay in the central clearing our own long, flat flagship. In it, too, the Andromedan crew stood ready, the scant score of my own strange followers among them, its space door open and waiting for our start. Standing beside it, though, Juldin and I paused. Then I turned back to where the score or more of Andromedans that were their leaders, the chiefs of their great council, stood. Tall, steady figures of strange, thick green gas, they stood there, regarding me. I knew they had gathered all their forces to save a universe alien to themselves, to crush the serpent peoples, and had placed all those forces under the command of myself, an alien to them. The greatness of their spirit, the calm, vast magnanimity of them, struck home to me in that moment, and impulsively I reached a hand out toward them once more, felt it grasped and gripped as though by solid flesh by a score of gaseous arms, a moment in which, across all the differences of mind and shape, the beings of two universes gripped hands in kinship of spirit. Then I had turned from them, and with Juldin was moving into our great ship, up to the pilot room, where the Spican took his position at the controls. The space door below slammed shut, our generators throbbed suddenly, and then we were slanting smoothly upward. Before me stood a tall, square instrument bearing a bank of black keys, keys that transmitted to the ships of our vast fleet my formation and speed orders, as I pressed them. I pressed one now, as we shot upward, glimpsed a long rank of ships on the ground behind and beneath us rising smoothly after us in answer, pressed another and saw another rank rising and following, until within a few moments more the whole of the vast fleet, 100,000 gleaming ships, had risen and was driving up and outward, with our flagship in the van. Up we moved, until we were slanting up over the ring of mighty suns that encircled the great central worlds and the swarms of smaller planets, that central world vanishing behind us as we flashed on, and the great circle of suns about it, and the suns beside us, all dropping smoothly behind. Out between those great circles of suns we moved, our great fleet in a long, streaming line to avoid all danger of collisions with the suns and worlds about us. I saw the Andromedans in the pilot room with me standing motionless by its windows as we flashed on past the circled suns and swarming worlds of their universe, knew that they were watching those suns and worlds drop behind as they moved out to the great struggle that would decide the fate of their universe as well as of my own. Then at last we were racing out between the last great circles of suns, out over the edge of the Andromeda universe into the blackness and emptiness of outer space once more. Now as the great darkness of the void lay before us, I pressed the keys before me in swift succession, and at once the thousands of ships behind me leapt into a new formation, that of a colossal hollow pyramid that flashed through space with my flagship at its apex. Faster and faster our great fleet shot out into the void, the tremendous mass of ships behind me uniformly increasing their speed, until at last at our utmost velocity we were racing on toward the faint, wraith-like glow of the serpent universe ahead. Outward, into the darkness and silence of the eternal void, we were flashing once more, but as I stood with Juldin there in the pilot room, watching the great Andromeda universe dwindling in the darkness behind us, no exultation filled me. We had done what none in our galaxy ever before had done, had crossed the gulf and procured the aid with which we were racing to crush our enemies before they could pour down upon us, but my thoughts were not on these things but on the friends we were leaving behind us. Somewhere out in the void from that Andromeda universe, Chorus Khan had gone to his death with the sun-swinging ships, and as we sped on through the void toward the Serpent universe, it was the thought of that held our minds rather than that of the great battle before us. Hour upon hour of swift flight was dropping behind us as we raced steadily and smoothly on, detoring far around the great heat regions and radioactive regions that we encountered, heading on toward the Serpent universe that was glowing ever broader before us. Smooth, immeasurable and endless they seemed, those hours of swift and steady flight, but at last we became aware that they were coming to an end. The dying universe ahead, a great dim glow across all the blackness of the firmament. Ever our eyes hung upon that misty region of light as we flashed nearer and nearer to it, and ever the same doubt, the same wonder, rose and grew in our minds. Could we, really, crush and destroy the serpent peoples in this strange universe? What would be the outcome of the tremendous battle we must fight in it to prevent the serpent hordes from pouring across space toward our own universe? Before us now the somber splendor of the dying universe filled the heavens, a vast mass of dead and dying suns, black and burnt-out stars and suns of smoky crimson, glowing in the blackness of space like the embers of a mighty, dying fire. Around that great, dim glowing mass we could make out the gigantic shell of flickering blue light, all but invisible, that surrounded it, the titanic and impenetrable wall of vibrations that enclosed it. In toward that wall our vast fleet was racing, moving at slackening speed as I touched a key before me, until at last the mighty flickering barrier loomed close ahead, the single opening in it, guarded by the huge space forts on each side, lying straight before us. And as we drew within sight of that opening we saw, hanging in space just inside it, massed solidly across it, 1,000 oval ships. The serpent ships! I exclaimed. They're going to hold the gate of their universe against us. Jordan was staring at them as though puzzled. But why only 1,000 ships, he said. Why haven't they massed all their great fleet there at the gate? But I had turned, had pressed the keys before me in swift succession, and at once our tremendous fleet had slowed and smoothly halted, hanging there in space. Then, as I depressed still other keys, our vast mass of ships split smoothly into 3 separate masses, my flagship at the van of the central mass, the others moving to right and to left of us. A moment our 3 great masses of ships hung there, and then those on either side of us had flashed toward the great space forts that guarded each side of the great opening, while our own central mass, my ship at its head, drove straight in toward the great opening itself. Straight toward and into the opening raced our close-massed ships, and then the next moment it seemed that all the universe about was transformed into a single awful mass of pale beams that stabbed toward and through us from the space forts on each side and from the close-massed ships ahead. How our own ship escaped annihilation in that first moment of terrific, reeling shock, I cannot guess, since behind and about us scores of our ships were driving crazily away, their occupants annihilated by the deadly beams. Yet from all our own craft, reeling blindly as they were there in the opening, Our cylinders were loosing their shafts of invisible force upon the space forts to each side and upon the serpent ships that leapt toward us from ahead. Then as those ships met ours, there in the narrow opening with the huge towering space forts at each side, there ensued a moment of battle so terrific, battle more awful in its concentrated fury than any I had ever yet experienced, that it seemed impossible that ships and living beings could fight thus and live. Terrific was the scene about us, the vast black vault of infinite outer space behind us, the far-flung, dim-glowing mass of the dying universe before us, the gigantic wall of pale blue flickering light that separated the two, the single opening in that wall, flanked by the titanic metal space forts, in which our thousands of close-massed ships charged forward toward the onrushing serpent ships. Ships were crashing and smashing as we met them. Death beams were whirling thick from their ships and from the huge space forts. Serpent craft were crumpling and collapsing beneath our shafts of force, and still our own ships were reeling away in scores as the death beams found them. I knew that not for long could we continue this suicidal combat, since though the serpent ships before us were being swiftly wiped out, the space forts on each side still played their beams upon us with deadly effect. The other two divisions of our great fleet, dashing to attack the space forts from outside while we battled there in the opening between them, had been thrust back, I saw, from each attack by the masses of pale beams that sprang from the forts. But as the whole struggle hung thus in doubt, as our ships fell in fierce battle there in the opening beneath the beams of the forts, I saw a score of ships among those attacking the right-hand fort drive suddenly toward that fort with all their terrific utmost speed, leaping toward it like great thunderbolts of metal. From the great castle the death beams sprang toward that score of ships, sweeping through them and wiping all life instantly from them. But before the ships had time to swerve or reel aside from that mad onward flight, their terrific speed had carried them onward, and with a mighty, shattering collision they had crashed straight into the great fort's side. I saw the great metal walls of the space fort buckling and collapsing beneath that awful impact, and then all the space fort had collapsed also, like a thing of paper, crushing within itself the serpent creatures and generators and death beam tubes it had held. To our left, another score of ships were leaping toward the left-hand fort in the same manner, and as they crashed into it, racing on through a storm of death beams that swept through them, the left-hand space fort too had buckled and crumpled and collapsed. At the same moment the last of the 1,000 serpent ships before us was falling beneath our force shafts, and then the great opening lay clear before us, with neither serpent ships nor space forts now in sight. We had forced the gates of the serpent universe. Then, our vast fleet massing together once more, we swept in through the opening, in a long column, into the dying universe. A full 2,000 of our 100,000 ships we had lost in that mad attack on the great gates, but heeded that but little as we flashed now into the serpent creature's universe. Through the dead and dying suns we sped, holding to a close-massed formation and moving slowly and cautiously forward. At every moment I expected the great serpent fleet to burst out upon us from behind some dead or dying sun, for I knew that their allowing us to advance through their universe thus unhindered meant only that they had prepared some ambush for us. Yet as we sped in toward the center of the dying universe, there appeared no single enemy craft about us or on our space charts, a total absence of all serpent ships that began to affect our nerves as we drove ever more tensely forward. At last there appeared far ahead the majestic trio of giant, crimson suns that swung at this universe's heart, and as we moved down toward these we knew that at last the final struggle was at hand, since between those suns turned the great world that was the heart of the serpent civilization. Down toward that world we slanted smoothly, expecting every moment the uprush from it of the great serpent fleet, yet still were we unchallenged and unattacked as we moved downward. Upon us there leapt no serpent ships, in space about us, as we sank lower and lower, were no craft other than our own. In breathless silence we watched, sinking down toward the great sphere's surface, until at last we hung at a bare 1,000 feet above that surface, the mighty city of blue force stretching from horizon to horizon beneath us. And at sight of that city there burst from us wild, stunned cries. For the mighty city was empty. Empty, lifeless, its streets deserted and bare, its vast mass of towering structures of blue vibrations without occupant of any kind. No single serpent shape moved in all that tremendous city, and I saw that upon the great clearing where the vast serpent fleet and the colossal death beam cone had rested there was now nothing. The world beneath us, the universe about us, were a world, universe, deserted. Its vast mass of towering structures of blue vibrations was without occupants of any kind. Too late. Jaldin's cry came to my ears like the voice of doom. The defense of the gate was only to delay us, and the serpent races have gone, they've struck. They've massed all their hordes in their great fleet and with their giant death beam cone have sailed out across the void to attack our universe. We're too late. Too late. The thought beat upon my brain like drumbeats of horror as we stood there, in utter silence. All had been in vain, our tremendous journey, our fierce struggles, the loss of Chorus Khan, since already far across the void the serpent hordes in their countless ships were rushing toward our universe, where their vanguard had prepared a foothold for them. They had known that we were summoning help from the Andromeda universe, had swiftly gathered and sailed on their great attack, leaving only a force at the great gate to delay us. Too late. Then suddenly resolution flamed again inside me, and I pressed swiftly the keys before me, sent our whole fleet turning and speeding outward again, out through the dying universe away from the great trio of suns at its center, out toward the great opening in the vibration wall. Too late, no. I shouted. We'll follow them across the void toward our own universe. They could not have completed that great death beam cone yet. They've taken it with them to our own universe to complete it there, and if we can reach them and attack them before they have time to complete it, we yet may save our universe. Now our great fleet was rushing toward and through the opening in the vibration wall, out into the void of outer space once more. There we halted, massed again in our pyramidal flight formation, and then were turning slowly toward the left, toward the far little patch of glowing light that was our universe. Then we were moving toward it, with swiftly gathering speed, faster and faster, until at our utmost velocity we were racing through the infinite immensities of space toward it, flashing on toward the last act of the vast, cosmic drama that was rising now to its climax, rushing on through the void toward the final great battle in which the destinies of three mighty universes and all their suns and worlds and peoples were to be decided for all time. 14 Back to the galaxy. Standing once more in the pilot room, with Geraldine at the controls beside me, I stared out through the room's 4 windows, straining my vision out through the cosmic darkness that lay about our onward rushing ships. Far ahead, in that darkness, lay a great, glowing mass of light, lay a radiant, disk-like mass that was resolving itself into a great swarm of brilliant stars as we rushed ever on toward it. In silence we too gazed toward it, for it was our own great galaxy that lay before us, toward which for day upon dragging day, hour upon slow hour, our mighty fleet had rushed on and on. Now, as we gazed toward it, waxing there in splendor before us in the lightless heavens, I could not but reflect upon how infinitely strange and far a journey had been ours since we had left it, across what infinities of trackless space and upon what alien suns and worlds we had gone. Out into the infinite we had gone for the help that might save our universe, and now out of the infinite we were coming with that help, but 2 returning where 3 had gone out. Yet would the help we brought be in time to save our galaxy? Already the great serpent hordes, we knew, would have reached that galaxy, would have settled upon the suns and worlds of the great Cancer cluster where their vanguard had made for them a base, and there they would be laboring to complete the colossal death beam cone with which they could wipe out all the life on all the galaxy's worlds, and all our own great fleet. Could we reach them and conquer them before they completed that great cone of death? We were within a few score hours of the galaxy ahead, I knew, and as we raced on toward it at the same unvarying velocity, its individual greater stars were burning out more clearly, and the great Cancer cluster was a tiny ball of light at the glowing swarm's edge. Countless billions of miles of space lay between us and that cluster still, I knew, yet it was with something of hope that I watched it as we flashed on. For though inside it the gigantic death cone might be approaching completion, it would not be long before our vast fleet would be pouring down upon that cluster and upon the serpent hordes within it, before the great cone could be finished. As I mused thus, though, there came a low exclamation from Geraldine, and I turned to find him peering forward into the void with a gaze suddenly tense. Then he had turned toward me and was pointing ahead and to the left into the darkness before us. "One of the great heat regions," he exclaimed. I gazed out toward it and in a moment I, too, had seen it, a dim, faint little glow of red light, flickering there in the darkness of space before us and to the left. Steadily that little glow was broadening, deepening, though, while our temperature dials were recording swiftly rising heat outside as we neared it. There was no need to change the course of our fleet, though, since the heat region lay toward the left and our present course would take us safely past its right edge. It was, perhaps, the same region into which we had blundered on our outward flight, and with interest we watched it as our great fleet shot forward and along its outer edge. It was a vast area of glowing crimson light to our left, now. A terrific furnace of heat vibrations loosed by the collision of the great ether currents through which we were plunging. Then, just as our fleet was speeding directly past the mighty, glowing region, along its outer edge, our prow turned slowly toward the left, toward the heat region, and then we were racing straight inward toward the region's fiery heart. For an instant I stared in stunned amazement as our ship shifted thus, then whirled around to the Spican. "Jaldin!" I exclaimed. "The controls! The ship's heading into the heat region." But already he was twisting frantically at the controls, and now he looked up wildly toward me. "The ship doesn't answer the controls," he cried. "It's heading straight inward, and the ship's behind us." And he pointed up toward the space chart, where I saw now that as they rushed on, the thousands of ships behind us were shifting their course like our own and racing into the heat region after us, racing in like us toward a fiery death. Then, as I gazed stupefied up toward the space chart, I saw something else. Saw that inches to the left of our fleet on the chart, away on the other side of the glowing heat region from us, there hung 500 ships, that showed on the chart as a close-massed swarm of dots, hanging there motionless. And as I saw them I understood, and with understanding a great shout broke from me. "Attraction ships!" I cried. "It's an ambush the Serpent fleet left for us if we followed them. Attraction ships hanging there on the other side of the heat region and pulling our ships toward themselves, and toward and into that region." With that cry I leapt forward, pressing swiftly 6 of the keys before me, flashing an order for all ships behind to turn at right angles immediately. Watching the chart, though, I saw that nearly all our mighty fleet was now moving into the heat region, caught in the grip of the attraction ships beyond it. As my order flashed, though, the last ships of our fleet, not more than 1,000 in number, had turned immediately, just before they too had raced into the deadly grip, and were rushing clear. Then, as their occupants, too, saw upon the space charts the attraction ships hovering beyond the heat region, I saw them race away and around the great glowing region's edge toward those attraction ships, while the rest of all our mighty fleet was drawn farther and farther in toward its fiery heart. All about us now was the faint red glow of the heat region's outer portions, while swiftly the heat inside our ship was increasing, the air in the pilot room being already almost too warm to breathe. Onward we were being pulled, irresistibly, our walls beginning already to warp and crack beneath the terrific temperatures outside. Gazing forward through the glare of the great region's fiery heart, even as we were swept in toward it, I could make out through our distance windows a swarm of great, disc-shaped craft hanging beyond the heat region, the attraction ships that were pulling us on to doom. Around the great region's edge toward those disc craft our own 1,000 escaped ships were flashing, but before ever they could reach them, it seemed, we must perish, so awful had the heat about us become. Then I saw our 1,000 ships, racing about the great region's edge, pouring down on the 500 attraction ships, rushing down upon them in a mad swooping charge. About ourselves the crimson glare had become all but blinding, and our walls were glowing dull red, the air about us stifling. Already Jordan was swaying at the controls beneath that overpowering heat, and as our walls wrenched and cracked again I knew that a moment more of the terrific heat into which we were being pulled would mean the end. But even with that realization I shouted with sudden hope, since through our telemagnifier I had glimpsed one after another of the attraction ships, far on the other side of the heat region, reeling and crumpling beneath the force shafts of our 1,000 attacking ships. With every one of those attraction ships destroyed, the pool that was drawing us into the fiery maelstrom of light and heat was lessening in strength, drawing us ever more slowly forward. But forward still we were moving, pulled by the remaining attraction ships that fought still desperately against the 1,000 attacking craft, fighting to the end in their great effort to destroy all our fleet. Into the very inmost flaming heart of the great region we were plunging, now, the whole universe about us seeming but a single thunderous inferno of blood-like light and burning heat. Then, as choking and reeling I felt the ship quiver violently with the approaching end, I saw our 1,000 or less attacking ships beyond crashing down upon the resisting attraction ships in one irresistible, headlong charge, and as those great disk ships, flickering with attractive force, crumpled and vanished beneath that last wild swoop, the pull upon us suddenly relaxed, vanished also. The next moment we had shot the controls sharply over, and our ship and all the ships behind it were shooting out of that hell of heat and light into empty space once more. Now, as we sped out into the clean cold void of space again, our ships again taking up their formation and heading toward the galaxy, I turned to Jordan. "It's their last attempt to stop us," I cried. "But we've won clear, nothing can keep us from reaching them now." And as our great fleet again shot forward at full speed through the void I stood now no longer tense or anxious but with the old lust for battle burning up in me, stood grimly silent with eyes upon the universe ahead as its glowing mass of stars broadened across the heavens before us. For now, I knew, we had plunged through the last trap, the last delay, by which the serpent creatures had planned to hold back and destroy us, and now nothing could prevent the final attack toward which we were racing. Our great flight outward from our galaxy for help, our terrible captivity in the dying universe, our mad flight to the Andromeda universe, and our struggle there in which one of us had gone to his end, our sailing for the dying universe with the great Andromedan fleet, all these things were drawing now toward their climax, when we were to pour down on the Cancer cluster and the serpent creatures there in our great attack. Humming, throbbing, droning, on through the void our great fleet shot, force shaft cylinders and other mechanisms clanging now beneath us as our Andromedan crew cleared the decks below for action. With every hour, every moment, the galaxy's stars were shining in greater splendor ahead, a giant belt of suns across the firmament before us. My eyes roved across them, from the yellow splendor of Capella to the white brilliance of Rigel, and then something of emotion rose in me as they shifted to Antares, the great crimson star that had been Chorus Khan's home sun. But my eyes hardened again as they turned toward the Cancer cluster, a great ball of suns glowing in resplendent glory at the galaxy's edge before us, for well I knew that upon the thronging worlds of its clustered suns the countless races of the serpent creatures were gathered now, completing the gigantic death beam cone with which they would sweep out to annihilate all life in our galaxy save themselves. Straight toward that ball of suns our fleet was leaping, and now Jaldin turned toward me. "You're going to drive with our fleet straight into the cluster itself?" he asked, and I nodded grimly. "It's our only chance," I said. "All the serpent hordes are on the worlds inside it, and we've got to reach it to destroy that great cone before they finish it." Now the galaxy's flaring suns filled the heavens before us as our mighty armada raced in through the outer void toward them, the Cancer cluster flaming ahead in all the blinding glory of its gathered suns, those suns appearing on the upper part of our space chart as a mass of glowing little circles, toward which our vast swarm of ship dots was speeding. Minutes more of our terrific speed would see us reaching that cluster, I knew, and I turned toward the bank of keys before me to shift our great fleet's mass into a formation that would allow us to pour down into that ball of suns in our great attack. But as I did so, as I reached toward those keys, there came from Jaldin a cry that held me rigid. He was gazing up toward the space chart, and pointing. "Look, in the cluster," he cried. "Those dots, those ships." I looked swiftly up, saw that among the massed sun circles of the Cancer cluster, on the chart, were moving a countless number of tiny dots of black, dots that were sweeping outward from and between those sun circles, ships that were rising from the worlds around them. Out between the cluster's glowing circles they moved, toward us, in thousands, in tens of thousands, until all hung just outside it, a huge swarm of dots as large or larger than our own, a full 100,000 mighty ships. There in space outside the cluster that vast fleet hung, and then was moving out toward us, a tremendous swarm of dots that was creeping down across the space chart toward our own up-moving swarm, a mighty armada that was rushing out through the void toward our own inrushing armada. And as I gazed up at the great chart, stunned, there came from beside me the Spican's cry again. "It's the serpent creature's fleet. They've seen us coming. No, we mean to attack the cluster and destroy the cone, and they've massed all their ships and are coming out to meet us." 15 An Armageddon of universes. As Jaldin's cry rang out, I stood for an instant quite still, my eyes fixed on the chart upon which that great, outrushing swarm was drawing nearer to our own each moment. It was the vast fleet we had seen building in the dying universe, I knew, that had carried all their hordes across the void to our galaxy, to the Cancer cluster, and that they were flinging out now to meet and halt us here in outer space while in that cluster they lay bought to complete their giant cone of death. Before ever we could attack the cluster, now, we must come to death grips with the titanic fleet rushing out toward us, a fleet that in size and power was at least as great as our own, and for that instant hope sank within me. Then, As the two fleets rushed ever closer, my doubts dissolved into a fierce determination. "They've come out for battle," I cried, "and battle we'll give them. A battle this time to the end." At the same moment I turned swiftly toward the bank of keys before me. On the space chart I saw that the Serpent fleet was driving toward us in a long, rectangular formation, our own fleet racing in its pyramid formation to meet it. Both tremendous armadas were moving at their utmost speeds, toward each other, but as I pressed a key that slackened the speed of our own fleet I saw the other slowing also. Then, in swift succession, I touched other keys, and out from the great mass of our fleet behind me sprang 2,000 of our swiftest ships, driving out from our fleet in a great fringe, ahead of us and to each side and above and below, and in a few moments more there leapt from the approaching Serpent armada a similar line of scouts. Tensely I gazed out into the void as our two fleets neared each other, the scouts of each driving far ahead and to the sides, while steadily our own speed was slowing as I touched one after another of the keys before me. On the space chart I could see the foremost scout ships of each fleet almost meeting, now, but even in that moment of suspense the strangeness of my position and of all about me struck home to me. The tremendous gloom of space about us, the blazing suns of our galaxy stretched across the firmament ahead, the Cancer cluster a brilliant ball of close-massed suns among them, the two tremendous fleets that were rushing through the void toward each other. With every moment the speed of the oncoming Serpent fleet was slackening, though, and smoothly that of our own was lessening as my fingers moved upon the bank of keys before me that held the control of all our 100,000 ships. Surely never in any struggle in all time had any commander directed thus, with swift changing finger touches, such a colossal force as moved now behind my flagship, responding swiftly to every touch upon the keys before me. As I stood alone there in the little pilot room, save for Jordan at the controls, the tremendous responsibility that was mine seemed weighing down upon me tangibly, crushing me, but I gripped myself, peered tensely ahead. Smoothly still our great fleet shot through the void of darkness, and then upon the space chart I saw our most advanced scout ships creeping toward the advancing Serpent scouts and meeting them, touching them. At the same moment, in the darkness far ahead, there glowed out here and there long, pale shafts of misty white light, appearing and disappearing, hardly to be seen against the flaring suns of the galaxy beyond. All along a broad, thin line ahead those little beams of pale light were showing, like ghostly, questing fingers of death. And as they glowed and vanished there far ahead, soundlessly, the big spican beside me twitched with eagerness. "The scouts," he exclaimed. "They've met, they're fighting." I nodded, without speaking, straining my gaze into the void ahead, where our scouting ships and those of the Serpent fleet were, I knew, already whirling and stabbing at each other, while in toward them were moving the main masses of the two vast armadas. Hardly more than an inch gap lay between those two fleets on the space chart, now, and as I gazed ahead I saw the fighting scout ships coming into view before us, a long, thin line of battle extending across the void before us and made up of gleaming oval Serpent craft and flat Andromedan ships, dipping and striking and soaring there before us. Fiercely those advance ships of the two mighty fleets were grappling there, scores of them reeling aimlessly away as the pale beams swept them or crumpling suddenly up as the invisible but deadly force shafts struck them. But I was looking beyond them, now, looking beyond them to where, between them and the galaxy's suns, a gigantic, far-flung swarm of shining light points was rushing toward us. The Serpent Fleet, I whispered. On it was coming toward us, even as we moved toward it, the long line of struggling, raging scout ships between our advancing fleets. Swiftly it was changing from a swarm of innumerable light points to a swarm of vaguely glimpsed shapes that grew larger, clearer, with every moment that they neared us. Thousands upon tens of thousands of great oval ships, flashing toward us in a mighty rectangle. Toward it our own vast pyramid of ships was rushing in turn, and then the struggling scouts ahead had flashed back to rejoin their respective fleets, and with only empty space between them now the two titanic armadas were thundering toward each other. The Armageddon of our universes had begun. Swiftly, as our vast fleet leapt forward through the void, my fingers were pressing the keys before me, and instantly our massed thousands of ships had shifted from their pyramidal formation into one of two long and mighty columns, racing forward side by side. Nearer the colossal rectangle of the Serpent Fleet was rushing toward us, nearer with each instant, until it seemed that the two vast armadas must crash into each other and destroy each other. Bending tensely over my keys I saw their huge fleet looming before us, an enormous, close-massed swarm of great oval hulls rushing lightning-like toward us. Then, just before they reached us, I pressed a single key. Instantly our two great racing columns of ships divided, one to the right, our own ship at its head, and one to the left, splitting from each other and flashing past the great mass of the Serpent Fleet on each side. And as we thus flashed past there leapt from the cylinders of our ships toward the Serpent Fleet between our columns countless deadly shafts of invisible force, shafts that in the instant that we flashed past had crumpled and smashed to twisted wrecks of metal a full 3,000 or more of the great mass of the Serpent ships. From their fleet's edge the pale beams sprang out in answer to us, wiping the life from scores of our racing ships. But caught as they thus were between our flashing columns they could not lose those beams effectively, and in a moment we were past them. Then with the galaxy's suns before us our great fleet was halting, turning, its columns closing again together, while toward those distant suns were drifting all about us the crumpled wrecks of the Serpent ships that had fallen before us. "First blood," cried Jaldin, and I nodded without speaking, bending again over my keys as our fleet raced forward again toward the enemy. The Serpent Fleet, too, had turned, and was moving cautiously back toward us, and I knew that not again could we execute upon them the maneuver which we had just used. As we rushed again upon them, though, their fleet racing again to meet us, my fingers pressed swiftly again on the keys and our long columns of ships shifted swiftly into another formation, a long wedge with our own flagship at its point. Just before we again raced into the Serpent ships our fleet assumed this formation, for it was my plan this time to tear by main force through the Serpent Fleet, shattering it before us. But in the instant before we could do so, before our mighty wedge's point could crash into them, their own fleet had divided suddenly, some 1,500 ships from its center driving upward and far above us, while the remaining gigantic mass drove down under and beneath us. And in the next moment I saw that 500 of the 1,500 ships above were great disk ships, and that they were glowing with sudden, flickering radiance. Attraction ships. Juldin was shouting, but already our own ships and all those behind us were turning upward, pulled resistlessly up, while from beneath with death beams whirling thick the mass of the great serpent fleet was leaping up toward us. With the first sight of the attraction ships, though, a sight which I had been expecting, I had pressed quickly on two of the keys before me, and at once the great line of scout ships that had hung high above us and on each side during all the battle so far, awaiting this emergency, were gathering swiftly high above and then leaping toward the attraction ships. Out toward them sprang the 1,000 serpent craft that had risen with the attraction ships to guard them, and then as they met our charging scouts there was a fierce, wild struggle high above us, a struggle that was a tiny replica of the gigantic combat that was going on below. For now, as we were pulled helplessly upward, the thousands upon tens of thousands of serpent ships beneath were rushing up to attack us, undeterred by the crumpling shafts of force that shot down to meet them, charging up with death beams sweeping through us in great shafts of ghostly light. Swiftly, I saw, the crews of scores of ships about us were being annihilated by the whirling beams that wiped all life from those ships, though still they drove unguided upward, pulled by the relentless grip of the attraction ships high above. Down toward those glowing disk ships were racing our gathered scouts, but ever as they charged down the serpent ships that guarded the attraction craft leapt to meet them, fighting with blind courage to hold them back long enough to encompass the destruction of our main fleet below. Not for much longer could we continue in that deadly grip if we were to escape, I knew, since through ever more of our ships were sweeping the deadly beams from beneath. Then I saw one of the scout ships high above charge down through the opposing serpent craft in a terrific, headlong plunge, saw it smash squarely down onto one of the hovering disk ships, and then both had buckled and collapsed, were drifting away toward the galaxy in twisted wrecks of metal. And down in the same way were plunging others of the scout ships, a deliberate and awful self-sacrifice of their Andromedan crews, diving down with all their terrific speed and tearing through the guarding serpent ships to crash into and destroy the glowing attraction ships that had gripped our main fleet. A moment more and the last of the attraction ships and the last of the serpent ships also had vanished above us, our scout ships perishing almost to the last one, too. But they had saved us for the moment, since now, released from that deadly grip above, our fleet was massing and swooping down in turn upon the main body of the serpent fleet beneath us, whose beams had been slicing through us. Down, down, black gloom of space and blazing suns and whirling ships, all spun about me as our fleet rushed giddily down through the void toward the massed serpent fleet beneath. Then we were upon them, were shifting into a long, slender line of ships as my fingers on the keys flashed another signal, were driving in that line past them, raking them with all the force shafts of our cylinders. But as we did so, their own great mass of ships shifted swiftly into a similar long, slender column, and then they were racing through space beside us, two tremendously long lines of thousands upon thousands of ships, rushing through the void toward the galaxy, with pale death beams and invisible force shafts clashing and crossing from line to line as they flashed on. For the moment, as the two fleets rushed thus side by side toward the galaxy's suns, so narrow was the gap between their flashing two lines that it seemed they must needs annihilate each other with their mighty weapons. Plainly visible in space beside us raced the line of the Serpent fleet, its beams stabbing thick toward our own ships, and in that wild moment ships behind and about our own were reeling unguided away by scores as the pale beams swept through them. Into one another and into untouched ships about them they crashed, whirling crazily in all directions. But in the same moments the deadly shafts from our own cylinders were leaping across the gap between the racing lines also, and Serpent ships all along their tremendous line were crumpling and collapsing, the racing ships behind them often crashing into those twisted wrecks before they could swerve aside from them. On, in a tremendous running fight the vast fleets leapt, a fight that was annihilating the ships of both fleets by scores and hundreds with each moment, but which neither of us would turn away from, hanging to each other and stabbing furiously with our beams and shafts toward each other as we raced madly on. Far ahead the galaxy's suns were flaming out in greater splendor each moment as at all our terrific utmost velocity our ships and the enemy ships beside us reeled on. Blazing, glorious, those suns filled the heavens before us, now. We had reeled sidewise in our first mad struggle and now the Cancer cluster lay to our left ahead, a stupendous ball of swarming stars at the galaxy's edge, while directly before us at that edge burned a great star of brilliant green, a mighty sun toward which at awful speed our two struggling, tremendous lines of ships were leaping. All about us still the ghostly beams were sweeping from the great lines of ships to our left, but swiftly the controls clicked beneath Jordan's grasp as he sent our ship racing forward on a corkscrew, twisting course, evading with miraculous swiftness and skill the deadly beams, while at the same time from beneath there came to our ears over the roaring drone of the generators the slap and clang of the great cylinders as our Andromedan crew shifted their aim, sending crumpling, devastating shafts of unseen force across the gap toward the Serpent ships. But now ahead the great green sun toward which our long, strung-out fleets were flashing was growing to dazzling size and splendor as we neared the galaxy's edge. Like a giant globe of dazzling green fire it flamed before us, with all about and behind it the awful blaze of the galaxy's thundering suns, in toward which at terrific and unabated speed we were racing. Countless thousands upon thousands of ships, stretched far out in long lines there in space, we were reeling on at our utmost velocity of millions of light speeds, stabbing and striking and falling in wild battle as we plunged madly on. Toward the right our two flashing lines of ships shifted, as we neared the giant green sun ahead, for now it was flaming across the firmament before us like a titanic wall of blinding emerald flame. Still farther to the right we veered, and then we had reached that sun and it was flaming in stupendous glory just to our left as we raced along its side. "We're racing straight into the galaxy," cried Jaldin hoarsely as we thundered on. "It means death to carry this battle in there. Our ships will crash into the suns and worlds at this terrific speed. The serpent ships will crash then too," I screamed back to him, above the roar of the generators and the hissing of beams and force shafts about us. "We'll carry this battle to a finish." Now as we sped past the giant green sun to the left, the line of serpent ships between our own vast line and that sun, their ships were all but invisible to us against the blinding glare of that sun. Swiftly they took advantage of this, their pale beams leaping toward us with renewed fury, while in that dazzling glare our shafts of force could only be loosed upon them as we chanced to glimpse or guess their position. I saw ships in our line all about and behind us reeling away as the beams raked them, and then set my teeth, pressed a single one of the keys before me. At once all our great line of ships bore toward the left, against the line of the serpent ships. Toward them we slanted, even as we raced with them past the tremendous green sun. And then our line was pressing against their own, our ships colliding with theirs, oval ships and flat craft vanishing in great wrecks of metal as they crashed into each other, beams and force shafts leaping thick from line to line as we bore inward against them. Involuntarily, though, their line gave beneath the terrific pressure of our own, veered to the left farther to escape that pressure, toward the great green sun. Then, as it veered too far, that which I had hoped for came to pass, for at the terrific speed at which they were moving that inward swerve took a full 2,000 of their ships into the outward leaping prominences of that sun. Into those gigantic, outrushing tongues of green flame they blundered, a tiny swarm of midges in comparison to them, and in the next instant had vanished, only a few tiny jets of fire from the prominences' sides marking their end. Then we were past the great sun, were flashing on and into the galaxy's thronging suns that lay thick in the heavens all about us. The moments that followed live in my memory now as a mad time of insane, racing combat, of our two gigantic fleets, strung out still in their long lines, flashing inward into the galaxy and between its thundering suns at an unabated, awful speed, striking and soaring and falling with wild, unceasing fury as they plunged on. For now a score or more of great suns were looming close before us as we raced forward, crimson and white and yellow stars between which we reeled crazily and blindly as we grappled still in our vast running fight. Full before us a single one of them, a sun of brilliant white, was looming larger each instant as we sped toward it. And as we almost reached it the serpent ships drove us inward toward it, striving to repeat our own maneuver, pressed us inward until its heat was terrific even through our insulated walls, until almost we were within the limits of the glowing, stupendous corona. One or two of our inmost ships were already shriveling and perishing as they drove inward too far and plunged into that corona, but as they did so I had sent our long line heading outward again with a swift flash signal, crashing against the serpent fleet's line with a mighty shock and forcing them outward as in hundreds their ships and ours perished by collisions and from the death beams and force shafts, as our line struck theirs. The next instant, though, as we forced them outward, passing the great white sun, there loomed swiftly before us the mighty, turning planets of that sun, great, far-swinging worlds through which our two vast fleets were flashing. Then all about us ships of our own fleet and of the Serpent fleet were crashing into those planets as we drove wildly on. One of them loomed swiftly before ourselves, a great turning world of whose mountains and gleaming seas I had a flashing glimpse, about which a swarm of little space ships were thronging, like pygmies rushing to and fro as about and above them raged the colossal battle of giants. Then in the instant that I glimpsed it, as that world loomed lightning-like stupendous in size before us, we had flashed sidewise as Jaldin shifted the controls and were past it. Behind us our ships and the Serpent ships were crashing by hundreds, by thousands, into those turning planets as our two great fleets raged between and among them, at many millions of miles a second. Then we were through and past them, racing crazily on, soaring and stabbing at each other still, Serpent ships and Andromedan ships reeling away or crumpling and perishing as death beams or force shafts reached them. On, farther in among the galaxy's suns, a stupendous mass of great stars all about us that watched us like gigantic, flaming eyes as we reeled and ran and struck at each other's great fleet there between them. Away to the left one of the galaxy's mighty nebulae stretched, a stupendous cloud of glowing gas, while far ahead and to the right the strange, mysterious flaming beauty of one of the giant comets was visible, driving itself between the stars but at a speed snail-like in comparison to ours. And there among them all, fiery suns and whirling worlds, vast nebulae, and glowing comets, our two tremendous fleets were battling on. On. It seemed unthinkable that any beings could live in that stupendous struggle, as we fought and flashed there past thundering suns and worlds, twisting, turning, swaying to avoid them. It seemed that we could but keep up our colossal battle until both fleets were destroyed there inside the galaxy. With a swiftness not of reason but of instinct I touched the keys before me, holding our fleet still to its long column formation as we fought on, while beside me Jaldin uttered low, fierce exclamations as he twisted our ship lightning-like to that side or this, his battle-hungry soul being glutted now for once, while, beneath, our gaseous Andromedan crew wielded the force cylinders like mad beings, they and those in the thousands of ships behind me striking with all their force at their serpent enemies, reeling here in mighty battle with them in a universe strange to both. Above a great red sun our fleets were driving now, stabbing and striking still with all their force at each other's long, strung-out line of ships. Then, as we rocketed out into more open space again, with other mighty flaming suns all about us, I had a flashing glimpse of a black point far ahead that stood out against one of those suns, a point that leapt lightning-like to greater size, to a tremendous dark, round bulk that was driving toward us even as our struggling line of ships flashed toward it. Then in the next fleeting instant I saw that it was a giant dark star, one of the many that roved the galaxy, a colossal black and burnt-out globe toward which our battling line of ships was racing and which was itself booming on through space toward us. but a single instant did I glimpse that great dead sun before it was upon us, because of our terrific speed, and was looming gigantically before us. In that instant, though, I had seen our peril, seen the annihilation of our fleet that would come in another moment as we crashed into it, and my fingers had shot down upon the keys with lightning speed, our whole great line of ships swerving instantly to the right. As we did so, the great line of serpent ships swerved after us, shooting in pursuit as we seemed to give way before them, never glimpsing in their hot pursuit the thundering dark star ahead. And as they swerved sidewise after us, just as we reached that dark star, it was upon them, was crashing straight through their tremendous line of ships. A full fifth of their vast, long line of ships that dead sun crashed through, as though through so many flies, annihilating in that instant thousands of their ships. Shattered by that awful blow, their fleet already depleted like ours by the fury of our great battle so far, the serpent ships reeled back from us, while we leapt in turn toward them. But instead of racing on with us, they were slowing, were halting, were massing together, were turning, gathered now in a compact mass, and were racing back toward the Cancer cluster, back toward the galaxy's edge. They are fleeing. My cry was a great shout of triumph. We've beaten them, they are fleeing before us. Jordan was shouting hoarsely too, now, as I swiftly pressed on the keys before me, our long line of ships massing instantly together in close pursuit formation and then flashing after the fleeing serpent fleet. Not many more ships than that fleet did our own number, even now, yet before us the thousands of serpent ships, close massed together like ourselves, were racing back toward the galaxy's edge at their utmost speed, between the suns and past the swinging worlds, on and on. Nearer and nearer with each moment, though, we were drawing toward them, swiftly overhauling them, until within moments more they were visible just ahead of us, fleeing still from before us as steadily we overtook them. Then, as we flashed there between the flaming, thundering suns, as we seemed about to overtake them entirely, to blast them with our crumpling shafts of force, I saw a full 100 of their ships drop behind the rest of their mass, 100 great oval ships different from the rest in that the rear portion of their oval had been truncated, cut squarely off, presenting toward us on each a round, flat surface that suddenly shone with brilliant red light. An abrupt instinct of danger flashed through me in that moment, and my hands flashed down to the keys, to signal to our great mass of ships to slow our pursuit. But in the moment that they did so, the thing had happened. For as our close-massed fleet raced on, after those 100 red glowing ships ahead that lay between us and the serpent fleet, it was as though a gigantic hand had in the next moment grasped the compact mass of our ships and scattered them in all directions like a handful of sand, throwing Jordan and me to the floor as our ship was hurled blindly away with terrific force, scattering our compact-massed fleet in a single instant across all the heavens, for millions upon millions of miles. And as we were flung thus blindly outward, I cried aloud, "Those red glowing serpent ships!" I cried, "They've generated colossal ether currents behind them as they fled on, ether currents that have shattered our fleet." For I knew, even in that desperate instant, that was the explanation. Those red shining ships had been specially designed to project a great force into the ether behind them that would cause gigantic currents to whirl through that ether instantly, and the flight of the Serpent fleet had been feigned to give them a chance to use those ships. They had loosed the vast ether currents behind them as they fled on before us, currents that had flung the ships of our fleet to all sides like a handful of toys as we raced into them. And now, with our ships scattered far across the heavens in all directions, our fleet shattered and disorganized and incapable of resistance, the massed thousands of Serpent ships ahead had turned and were racing back toward us. Back they came, flashing in a close-massed formation still, gathered thousands of great ships speeding back upon our own ship and upon the few hundreds of our ships scattered directly about us. In an instant more they would reach us, and the death beams of their mighty fleet would sweep us out of existence, would wipe out our few ships and proceed onward, annihilating the far-scattered ships of our great fleet before they could gather to resist. Motionless we hung there in space, in that instant, as they raced back toward us, the remnant of their mighty fleet looming vast before us, and I heard as through a great stillness the clang of the cylinders beneath as our Andromedans swung them forward, to die fighting to the last. "It's the end, Gianal," Jordan was shouting, and I turned to him, my eyes meeting his strangely, steadily, in that instant. "The end for us, and for our universe," I said, softly. Then in the next instant the mighty Serpent fleet was looming gigantic above and ahead of us, was flashing down in one titanic swoop upon us. But what was that? Midway in that swooping plunge the Serpent fleet had halted, had recoiled. In a daze we looked up toward it, about us, behind us, and then we were crying out in our excitement. For there from above and behind us was racing toward us a new, tremendous fleet of ships, ships that were not oval like the Serpent ships, or long and flat like our Andromedan craft, but were long and tapering and cigar-like, as the ships of the interstellar patrol had been. In a vast armada of tens of thousands they were sweeping out from the center of our galaxy, toward and over us at a speed equal to our greatest speed, and then from them narrow rays of dazzling red light were springing out, striking thick among the massed Serpent ships ahead, annihilating those they struck in bursts of blinding crimson light. And as I saw that I cried aloud again. "They're our own galaxy's ships." My great cry was like a trumpet call of faith and hope in that mad moment. "They are the great fleet of ships the Council Chief said they'd build, and they are striking out now with us to save our universe." 16 From outside the universe. The moment that followed was one of action and combat on such a scale as to stun the senses. Even as the great fleet of our galaxy rushed forward upon the Serpent fleet that had recoiled before it, the far-scattered ships of our own great armada had had time to rush in toward me again, to mass behind me. Then, as my fingers flashed down on the signal keys, our own Andromedan fleet and the mighty Galaxy fleet above us were leaping as one toward the Serpent ships. Before those ships had time to dodge us we were upon them, the Galaxy fleet flashing above them and our own beneath them, and as we flashed thus above and beneath them, thousands of deadly force shafts struck up toward the serpent ships from beneath, while from above countless brilliant crimson rays burned down toward them. It was a scene unimaginable, that, as the three great fleets crossed and clashed, three titanic armadas, each of thousands of close-massed mighty ships, that whirled and struck and ran there in the space between the crowding stars, three far distant universes coming at last to death grips within one of those universes. Flashing beneath the serpent fleet, it seemed that in all the firmament above us was but a single vast mass of oval ships, and as our invisible force shafts stabbed up in swift revenge toward those ships, they were crumpling here and there, collapsing and falling, whirling away toward the nearest of the thundering suns about us, while other ships among and above them were flaring wildly in great explosions of crimson light and vanishing as the annihilating rays of the fleet of the Federated Suns struck down upon them from above. Thousands of ships, I think, must have gone into annihilation in that first wild rush of the three fleets, for ships all about our own were reeling blindly away as the pale beams that whirled down from above swept through them. Upward and downward those ghostly beams were leaping thick, finding their mark in many of the ships of our two fleets, but it was the serpent fleet that suffered most in that mad rush. Caught as they were between the deadly fires of both our fleets, though only in the moment that we flashed past, their ships had yet vanished by hundreds, by thousands, as force shaft and red ray flashed and stabbed among them. I heard Jaldin shouting with mad joy as we shot past them beneath, heard, too, the cries of our few followers among the Andromedan crew beneath, and then we were past them, were pausing in space, as I pressed the keys of the fleet control, and were turning to rush back for another blow. Above us now the great Galaxy fleet was turning likewise, slanting down beside us, and then our two fleets were leaping together back toward the serpent ships. They had courage, the beings in those ships, for though now the tables were turned and it was we who outnumbered them, they had turned, massed still closely together, and were racing forward to meet us. By this time our mighty battle had reeled sidewise toward one of the nearby suns, a great double yellow star that flamed to our left in growing, awful glory as we raced across the firmament toward it, but no thought did we give it in that wild moment, since ahead the serpent fleet, forming suddenly into a long wedge, was racing toward us. On it came, heading straight toward our two fleets that flashed to meet it, and then just before it reached those fleets it veered swiftly sidewise, to pass by the side of our own fleet, raking us with its beams while our own ships should mask them from the rays of the Galaxy fleet. In the instant that they had veered, though I had seen their maneuver, had pressed lightning-like on the keys before me. Instantly our own great fleet shot sharply sidewise also, so far sidewise in that moment that instead of racing past us the serpent fleet flashed between us and the Galaxy fleet. And again, as they ran the gauntlet of the terrible rays and force shafts of our two fleets, their ships were crumpling and vanishing in flares of light, through all their mighty mass. Another such deadly blow and we would have shattered their fleet, I knew, and as the serpent ships shot past us and beyond us, their own death beams stabbing out sullenly still, our two great armadas were turning again, were wheeling and flashing back again for another great blow, while to our side the twin great golden suns toward which we were swaying were looming now in dazzling grandeur. Backward, side by side, our two vast fleets shot once more, and before us the serpent ships were whirling again upon us. Surely no such struggle to the death had any universe ever seen as this one, in which all of our three great fleets seemed intent only on grappling there until all were destroyed. On toward us the serpent ships were flashing, all things before and about us bathed now in the dazzling glare of the stupendous yellow suns to our left. Then, just as their great fleet had almost reached our own two fleets, racing forward to meet it, they had dipped, had dived sharply downward to pass beneath us. But in that same moment, with the same idea, I had pressed the keys before me and our own fleet, and the galaxy fleet with us, had dipped down also, rushing forward, and then in the next wild instant our two great fleets and that of the serpent creatures had collided, had crashed head-on there in space. I had only a blinding vision of those thousands of mighty ships rushing toward us, and we toward them, and then it seemed that in all the universe about us was nothing but colliding mighty shapes of metal, oval and cigar-like and long and flat, as our two-mast fleets crashed into their own. How our own ship escaped, in the van of our fleet I cannot guess, for space about us in that moment was but a single awful mass of shattered and shattering vessels, crashing into each other head-on, transformed in an instant from gleaming, leaping craft to mere twisted wrecks of metal, went the thousands of ships about us, perishing in thousands in that colossal shock. Before us there seemed only a single mass of great oval ships leaping toward us, serpent pilots plainly visible for a flashing moment in their white-lit pilot rooms, and then our craft was twisting and swaying and ducking like a mad thing as Jaldin shot it this way and that to avoid the ships before us. Then, as the impetus of that mighty rush of the three fleets vanished with their awful crash together, they were hanging there, each fleet mixed and mingled now with the others in that wild, crashing moment, no longer three vast organized fleets but a single colossal mass of countless ships, struggling together, ship to ship, in one tremendous field of battle there between the suns. It was as though, in that moment, space about us had become suddenly peopled thick with struggling ships, before and ahead, to each side and above and below, striking at each other with red ray or pale beam of invisible force shaft, whirling and crashing into each other with inconceivable fury. Out of the mass before us a single serpent ship was rushing head-on toward us. As Jaldin swerved our ship sharply up to avoid collision with it, its death beam leapt toward us, but again we leapt sidewise and upward to avoid that beam and it shot past us and instantly wiped the life from one of the cigar-like galaxy ships behind us. As it did so, though, our force shafts were stabbing from their cylinders as our Andromedans beneath swiftly turned them, and then the ship ahead had crumpled and vanished, while across and above us shot other pale beams from beyond as another serpent ship leapt to take its place. Crash! A mighty shock flung us sidewise as our craft reeled over, and we glimpsed a serpent ship that had flashed down on us from above, grazing past us. Our force shafts leapt from the cylinders toward it, missed it, and then as its death beams whirled toward us in passing there burned past us from behind a brilliant red ray that touched it and destroyed it in a great burst of crimson light. Then in the next instant our cylinders were swinging toward a trio of close-ranked serpent ships that were rushing toward us, one behind the other. The death beams of the foremost leapt out, seared along the edge of our ship, but at the same moment that foremost ship had crumpled suddenly beneath our force shafts, and before the two behind it could swerve they had crashed into that twisted wreck of metal and into each other. Then all three buckled, shattered hulks were drifting sidewise from the battle. But now all about us an awful glare was growing, and as we whirled and struck there I looked up to see that our titanic mass of tens of thousands of struggling ships, whirling on with all their speed and striking with all their power at each other, were drifting blindly toward the two flaming yellow suns that loomed now in dazzling size and splendor just before us. Yet on we were whirling, stabbing, soaring and vanishing, locked still in the colossal death grip of universes, on until all about and before us was nothing but thundering, blinding walls of flame as we reeled sidewise into those two great suns. Even as we soared and struck there, our force shafts stabbing in crumpling death toward the serpent ships that leapt toward us, I saw that far away on each side the vast mass of struggling ships, extending as far as the eye could reach, was reeling sidewise with us, vanishing already by scores and by hundreds as they reeled into the outleaping fiery prominences of the giant golden suns before us. Yet on and on we were whirling still, all organization and plan gone now, with the two thundering suns beside us like vast ramparts of blazing fire across all the heavens, into which we were moving. Then suddenly those ramparts were all about us, titanic walls of awful flame that seemed to enclose the great mass of our thousands of struggling ships, and as we dipped and struck and ran I saw that our great masses were reeling in between the two suns. On we went, our gigantic mass of grappling craft staggering into that narrow gap between the great suns, with their awful roaring fires all about us, now. Hundreds after hundreds of ships on the edge of our struggling mass were vanishing in those fires as they reeled too far to the side, or were licked up by the mighty, outrushing prominences, only tiny spurts of flame marking their end. Yet still we whirled and smote at each other, there, until the walls of stupendous fire about us had dropped back, until we were reeling out from between the suns, staggering through them, and were swaying on into the space ahead of us, raging on between the galaxy's thundering suns in our colossal battle of giants. Reeling thus onward in mad combat I saw for an instant that now among the suns before us there stretched the gigantic, glowing mass of the great nebula we had glimpsed to the left at the battle's beginning, a tremendous ocean of flaming gas there in the heavens toward which our vast field of struggling ships was swaying. I saw, too, that but a score of thousands of ships were left now of each of the three great mingled struggling fleets, and then all else left my mind as fiercely toward us swooped again a pair of the serpent ships about us, one beneath and one above with their death beams stabbing up and down toward us as they drove upon us. At the instant they did so our cylinders had shot down crumpling death upon the uprushing ship beneath, and then, as the one above leapt down toward us before the shafts could be turned on it, Juldin whirled our craft up in a great leap, the sharp prow of our ship ripping through the rear end of that ship as though through paper, annihilating all in that ship as the awful cold of airless space rushed into it. An instant it hung there, all dead in it that instant, and then, before it could drive aimlessly away, a shaft of red rays stabbing out of the great melee behind us had touched it and destroyed it. Now before us, as we reeled on in that terrific battle that seemed to us to have endured for ages, there was glowing a great mass of light in the heavens, the stupendous cloud of flaming gas that was the nebula ahead, glowing there among the galaxy's stars that seemed but tiny sparks beside it. Straight toward its flaming mass our ships were whirling, locked still in our awful grapple. For the moment I turned from it, though, as in the struggling mass beside us 3 serpent ships flashed down upon a single galaxy ship. Our force shafts shot out and crumpled one of them even as it flashed down, while at the same instant the crimson rays of the attacked ship annihilated another. In the same moment, though, the death beams of the 3rd ship had leapt downward, had swept through the galaxy ship from stem to stern, annihilating all life inside it and sending it crashing away into the mass of struggling craft about it, while the 3rd serpent ship leapt toward us. But at that moment, over the throb of our generators and the hiss of our force shafts, there came to my ears a dull, tremendous roaring sound that drowned out all else, while about us at the same time, about all the ships of our onward reeling mass, was flooding a vast sea of flaming gas, a fiery ocean into which we were whirling. "The battle's going inside the nebula," yelled Juldin, over the thunderous roar of flame about us. "Hold our ship with the rest." I shouted thickly back to him. "It's going to be fought to the end this time." Now all about us was a single titanic ocean of glowing gas, as our thousands of struggling ships reeled into the great nebula's raging fires. Through those fires we could make out dimly the shapes of the ships about us, whirling and battling on still in that hell of flame, the heat-resistant hulls of them all enabling them to withstand the comparatively low temperature of the nebula's sea of flame. On and on, striking, whirling, grappling, we raged, force shafts and death beams and crimson rays stabbing through the glowing gases that flooded between us, carrying death and destruction still from ship to struggling ship. For still ships were flaring crimson and vanishing, were staggering aimlessly away as the pale beams swept them, or were crumpling and collapsing as our force shafts struck them, all life inside them annihilated as they collapsed by the inrushing sea of flame. Now, our titanic battle had reached its height, its climax, I knew, and with the fierce, desperate fury born of that realization, our ships were leaping upon the serpent craft. It was a battle out of nightmare, that awful struggle, a battle of the thousands of ships of 3 great universes that grappled with each other to the death there in that hell of thundering flame. Gaseous Andromedans in their long, flat ships, writhing serpent creatures with their oval craft, strange, dissimilar shapes from the races of all the galaxy's suns in their great, cigar-like hulls, all swayed and smote and stabbed there together in that stupendous struggle, pale beam and red ray and unseen shaft of force whirling this way and that through the seas of raging fire through which we reeled. On and on we whirled, all thought of everything but the enemy ships before us gone, as each of the thousands of ships struck out with all its powers for its races, its universe. Swiftly now, rocking and grappling there in the nebula's glowing ocean, with flame above and below and on each side and all about us, ships around us were vanishing, crashing into each other blindly amid the roaring fires, taking deadly toll of each other with their mighty weapons. But ever more swiftly, assailed on all sides by our terrific attack, the serpent ships were decreasing in number, and though our own craft whirled to death about us also, I saw that rapidly the serpent ships were being annihilated in scores and hundreds, as with the fury of utter reckless single-mindedness we leapt upon them. Thousands by thousands their ships were vanishing, and though hardly a score of thousands of ships remained now of our two mighty fleets, the serpent ships had been reduced to a fourth of that number by our terrible attack. Still upon them we sprang, there in the nebula's fires, our force shafts and red rays whirling ceaselessly through the thundering flames about us toward them, though sullenly still their beams sprang to meet us. Through that inferno of flame, between and through the whirling ships about us, our own craft leapt, its cylinders still stabbing forth crumpling death to the oval ships about us, and then suddenly, in answer to some signal flashed among them, all those oval craft, those serpent ships, had driven swiftly upward from the mighty battle, into the roaring fires above us. In those fires, while we too drove up through the flaming ocean in pursuit of them, they gathered for an instant, massing together, and then were flashing away, through the nebula's flaming sea and out of it into open space once more, flashing together back toward the galaxy's edge. The Cancer Cluster. Jaldin was screaming, now. They're in flight, they're heading back toward the cluster. But already I had pressed swiftly on the keys before me, and about us our ships were massing again, the galaxy ships with us now, and then close massed together we were racing outward, out of the mighty sea of flame about us, bursting out of the titanic nebula into the open spaces of the galaxy once more, its thronging suns all about us. Through those suns, back toward the galaxy's edge in swift flight, the 5,000 remaining serpent ships were flashing, the only surviving remnant of their vast fleet, that our two Amadas had conquered and all but destroyed. Back toward the Cancer Cluster they were fleeing, upon whose thronging worlds all the hordes of the serpent races were massed, and within which those hordes, we knew, would be laboring still to complete the great cone that now we could destroy. So on after them our own fleet leapt, a score of thousands of mighty ships in close formation thundering after our flying enemy. Past mighty, flaming suns we were racing, in pursuit, past slow-turning great worlds that moved about those suns and that we raced between and past, through the galaxy's giant stars toward its edge, toward the Cancer Cluster. On, after the fleeing serpent craft we raced, until far before us through the crowding suns there came into view the great cluster toward which they were heading, a gigantic, globular swarm of suns there at the galaxy's edge. The serpent ships had reached it, now, were dropping swiftly down toward it, and as we too flashed above it we dropped after them in hot pursuit. Down, The great ball of flaming suns was growing swiftly in size as we neared it, the countless thronging worlds between those suns, packed now with the serpent races, visible beneath, down, down, and then suddenly, in obedience to some unseen order, the serpent ships fleeing downward beneath us had halted, had turned, and then were driving straight back up toward us. So utterly unlooked for was that swift, fierce attack that before we could swerve aside our downward rushing thousands of craft had crashed straight into the uprushing serpent ships. Then the moment after that wild shock in which hundreds, thousands of ships had smashed head-on together, there was battle again there above that mighty ball of suns, with the giant splendor of our galaxy to one side and the infinite vault of outer space to the other, a battle such as in sheer, concentrated intensity none of us had ever yet experienced. Like senseless mechanisms, with the mad energy of despair, the serpent ships drove toward us, flinging away their lives to hold us longer from the great cluster beneath and its crowded, serpent-peopled worlds, throwing themselves upon us with such awful fierceness that, outnumbering them as we did, our fleet reeled and staggered there beneath their blows. Our ships were falling by the hundreds each moment, but now we gripped ourselves, sprang upon the attacking serpent ships with a fury that matched their own, summoning all the strength of despair ourselves as the vast battle hung thus in the balance, ourselves leaping down upon the serpent ships with a suicidal recklessness that sent them into annihilation swiftly beneath us. For a single wild moment, it seemed, their ships and ours alike had gathered their utmost powers for one last supreme effort, were throwing themselves upon each other with a last mad burst of strength, and in that moment death beam and red ray and unseen force shafts flashed thick through space from ship to ship. Then the serpent ships were thinning in number before us, fewer and fewer, as regardless of our losses we pressed our fierce attack, until at last but a scant score of them remained, a score that in the next moment were gone also, flaring crimson or crumpling and collapsing. A battered remnant of what had once been two tremendous fleets, but 10,000 ships left of all our countless thousands, we hung there in space above the cluster, alone. The serpent ships were gone at last. The serpent fleet was no more. We've won. My cry of triumph was taken up and repeated, by Jaldin beside me, by our followers beneath, by all, I knew, in our ships about us as we hung there. We had won. Had annihilated to the last one the countless serpent ships, there in awful battle, reeling with them out of the outer void and through the galaxy, through thundering suns and whirling worlds, past dark star and comet, through the mighty flames of the great nebula. Had swept the last of their fleet from space and now were moving down toward the great cluster beneath, toward the thronging suns and countless worlds among them, where all the hordes of the serpent races were massed, dropping down to destroy the last mighty mechanism with which they had sought to conquer and annihilate us. We had. We've won. My cry of triumph was taken up and repeated. But what was that below? Our downward rushing ships had paused, millions of miles still above the great cluster, and we were gazing down toward it, toward a vast, dark shape that was rising from among its swarming suns. a colossal dark cone, that was coming slowly, deliberately, up among those suns, and at sight of which our cries had died on our lips, our faces masks of blank horror. It was the mighty death beam cone of the serpent creatures. It was the colossal generator of death that they had brought with them unfinished from the dying universe, that their serpent hordes in the cluster beneath had labored upon while we had fought our mighty battle, and that now, while the last of the serpent ships had held us back a moment longer, they had completed. Up toward us it was coming, slowly rising among the mighty cluster's suns, ponderously, deliberately, and we knew that in a moment more it would be rising out of that cluster, would be annihilating all life in our ships with a single sweep of its colossal beams of death, would be sailing deliberately on to wipe all the life from the galaxy's worlds, and give those worlds forever to the serpent hordes massed in the cluster beneath. We had not won, but lost. There was a silence of death, in that moment, as the stupendous cone rose up through the ball of suns beneath. Still, silent, we hung there, our doom rising up beneath us, a moment in which there whirled through my brain confused, swift visions, our awful battle in vain, our universe and the Andromeda universe, the serpent peoples, our races gone forever, and then suddenly into my whirling brain there penetrated a choking cry. It was from Jaldin, and he was at the window, strangling, staggering, pointing out into the black void of outer space beside us, out to where a little swarm of great shapes were rushing headlong toward us out of that void. 100 great shapes that were like mighty hemispheres of metal, domed and flat-bottomed and gleaming. It's the sun-swinging ships. Jaldin's great cry stabbed into my dazed brain like a sword of sound. It's Chorus Khan and the sun-swinging ships. They escaped from the attraction ships that captured them, have come across the void after us. The sun-swinging ships. The ships that with Chorus Khan in them had been captured and that we had thought destroyed, but that somehow, in the void outside the Andromeda universe, had escaped from the attraction ships that held them, had sped across the void after us and were now racing in among us, hanging above the giant cluster of suns beneath, up through which the great cone of doom was rising. Then from those 100 domed ships hanging there sprang downward vast, broad rays of dark, purple glowing force, the force with which the Andromedans had moved all their suns, vast rays that spread out fanwise as they shot down and that formed a continuous, unbroken wall of purple glowing force about all the great cluster beneath, screening all in that cluster from the gravitational pull of everything outside, from the pull of the galaxy that alone counterbalanced the attraction of the cluster's suns toward each other. And as that counterbalancing pull was shut off, that alone had held the suns of the giant cluster in their balanced positions, those suns began slowly to move toward each other. Slowly at first they moved, and then faster and faster, sweeping majestically in toward each other, the whole giant cluster of swarming suns contracting, condensing. Inward they moved, and now sun was crashing into sun, at the cluster's center, sending up towering bursts of awful flame as they met in titanic shock. Inward the thronging, blazing suns swept still, crashing now through all the cluster into each other, worlds that circled about them vanishing in great bursts of fire as they plunged into or were caught between the suns that crashed about them. Almost to the great cluster's top had the giant death cone reached, as the suns about and below it hurtled inward to doom, and then we saw two mighty suns on each side of it that were rushing inward and toward it, converging upon it, annihilating themselves and it together in the gigantic shock of their collision. On and on, sun moving into sun, they went, all the worlds about them vanishing into their fires, annihilating forever all the serpent hordes that had massed upon them, all matter and all life inside that cluster perishing as its thundering suns crashed gigantically into each other. On and on, until but a single colossal core of fire remained below us, formed by all the cluster's crashing suns, and that already, as the domed ships among us turned off their screening force, was beginning to expand outward, to swell out into a vast nebula of flaming gas. A mighty nebula there where the great cluster had been. A giant nebula that held within its fires all that had been the countless invading serpent hordes who had swept upon us from, and who had been annihilated at the last by others from, outside the universe. 17 Outward once again standing outside the mighty tower of the Council of Suns, with the light of great Canopus brilliant on all about us, Juldin, Chorus Khan and I watched, days later, as our Andromedan allies bade us farewell. Behind us were grouped the massed thousands of the council, with its chief, Sir Haj, beside us, while in close ranked rows on the ground before us rested the 5,000 Andromedan ships that were all that remained of the mighty fleet of 100,000 that had come across the void to our universe. From those ships the dozen of the Andromedan leaders were coming toward us, while in them their crews awaited the start. In the intervening days those crews, those thousands of gaseous Andromedans, had been the recipients of the galaxy's frantic gratitude at having lifted from it the shadow of doom that had hung upon it, in all that time when the serpent creatures, in the Cancer cluster, had prepared to spread out in their great conquest. Sun had vied with sun, and world with world, to do the Andromedans honor, for they it was, as all in the galaxy knew, who had gathered the mighty fleet that had rushed across the void to our universe's aid. They it was who, with the galaxy's fleet, had smashed the serpent armada in such a battle as had never been known before. And they it was, too, whose great sun-swinging ships had saved us at the last, had annihilated all the serpent hordes and their cone of doom. And if the galaxy had given to the Andromedans for their aid its highest honors, it had given no less to us and our followers who had dared cross the void to seek that aid, to me, who had led that wild expedition across the gulf and had led the great Andromedan fleet back to our galaxy and into the colossal battle of universes, to Juldin, who had saved us all, and with us the galaxy's chance of life, in the serpent universe, and to Chorus Khan, who when captured with the sun-swinging craft by the attraction ships had managed to escape them in the void far out from the Andromeda universe by replacing in an upward position some of the purple force projectors of the sun-swinging ships, blasting the disk ships that held them with the force of those projectors and racing back to find our great fleet gone, speeding across the void after us and flashing in to save us at the last moment. So great was the gratitude of our galaxy for what we had done that no reward had been offered, either to us or to the Andromedans. For what save our universe itself could reward those who had saved that universe? Now, as the dozen Andromedan leaders came toward us there, the great council behind us and the vast throngs about us silent, they paused. Strange, erect columns of misty green vapor, they poised there, contemplating us, I knew. Then Sir Catch had reached an arm toward them, bat-winged being of Deneb with his grasp returned by the misty arms of the gaseous beings before us, and then they had passed from him to Jaldin, and from the big crustacean to Chorus Khan, and from his gleaming metal figure to me. There was a strange tightness across my throat as I reached a hand out toward them, and they paused as they grasped it, paused as for the third and for the last time I gripped hands with these gaseous beings of an alien universe, whose great fleet I had led through the void from battle to mighty battle. Then they had turned, were gliding toward their ships. And now we three turned toward our own long, cigar-like ship that waited beside us, for we were to pilot them out through our galaxy into outer space once more. Into our craft we stepped, up into its pilot room with Chorus Khan at the controls once more, and then we were driving up from the great world beneath, with the 5,000 Andromedan ships behind us, were slanting up and outward, out from that world, out from great Canopus, until it was dwindling and diminishing behind us, out through the galaxy's swarming suns and past the great nebula that had been the Cancer Cluster, until we were driving out from the galaxy's edge into the great void once again. Our ship and the ships about us slowed, halted. Before us lay the vast darkness of outer space, infinite in extent. Before us and to the right in that darkness, far ahead and hardly to be seen, was visible a dim little flicker of light, the flicker that was the serpent universe, a dying universe almost as lifeless as the worlds within it were now. And to the left and ahead glowed the misty little patch of light that was the Andromeda universe. Even as our eyes caught it, the ships around us were moving toward that misty patch, outward into the gulf of space, passing from about us, their great shapes dwindling swiftly as they sped out from us, toward their universe. Standing there, shoulder to shoulder, we three watched them go, until at last they were but tiny points ahead, were wavering, were vanishing, were gone. Yet still, though, we stood there unmoving, gazing out after them, with before us the silence and darkness of the eternal void, and behind us the galaxy's stars. The end. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook Outside the Universe Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works. So the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.